Yeah. Sound good to me. This sound hard, something funky people gon' dance to. Give the record a second and a chance to. Hitting people like a scene of amazement. While they slipping back, my feet just planted in the pavement. Crumble like I never do. So now I'm looking dead at you. What are you gonna do? You listen to the knowledge of a scholar. You say how I breathe, tell them holla holla. I'm the E-double, and I proclaim my name. Straight up, good gang, peeps all game. I'm like a rhino, running through the roughest pack. They figure I'm a trigger happy nigga, so they step back. Breathe. The microphone is who lasts the longest, so who's the strongest. It ain't a game, it's plain to see. You listen to the sounds of breathe. There ain't no future in your front. I never got caught with a kilo, and if you ever do, yo, will never be with me, yo. Serve it in a Cherokee, or maybe it's a Geo. Black on black Benzo, we'll get it up amigo. Never have to worry about my posse getting jumped, cause if we ever do, yo, TB, pop the trunk. Cause we don't go for playing, wanna play, go grab a ball. When I'm on the mic, I ain't for playing, not at all. Cause I clock 10 G's a week, booming at my peak. Always see E sober, but I do get geek. I can give you a job, a place to eat. Hardy, meet your homeboy Marty at a B.O.B. party taking over. Barking like a dog named Rover. I'm picking suckers like a 4-leaf clover. They biting lyrics on the mic, they some cobras. So now they saying egg breeders get no. That ain't no future in your front. That ain't no future in your front. I'm the B, the R to the double E-D, and down with my homie G-A-S-N-O-E, and suckers causing static cause they still be disagreeing. I don't give a, cause I'm from F-L-I-N-T in a city where pity runs slow. If you ever shoot through my city, now you know, cause we a strictly business and we also got a pride. And if you don't like it, I suggest you break wide. Suckers study looking for the ammo in the wire, thinking that illegal is the best one, slowly dying. I ain't got time to see a fiend out, to give up all his money and to give up what he got. That's the way I am, MC B cannot be different. Never change the ways for the world or the government. If I was the president, then I would state facts. You leave it up to me, I paint the White House black and ain't no future in your front. There ain't no future in your front. Yeah, I got dollars in my pocket, not from rolling. If I was a fiend, then my gold would be stolen. Put my name Breed on everything I own. And when I get my Jeep, I'm putting Breed on the chrome. Shine it up good, kick it through my neighborhood. Motorola phone, fat rims and a Kenwood. Put the kid around it, and then I'll have to drop. Just because the rotten people think I'm selling rocks, but ain't no future in your front. There ain't no future in your front. Yo, Flash, man, drop that, man. Why don't you drop it? True to the rules of the world. Live my life raw cause I never liked the law. Wear top 10s on my ass, use jeans. Selling big gates and tit for tat to the fiends. Cock much dollars but I never break a sweat. Time to move out, my posse saying, you got my back and I got yours. What time is it? Tear down the door. It ain't no future in your front. Never was, cuz. There ain't no future in your front. Yo, well, let's start this party, alright? Kick out that fat dance.
Wow. Whoa, so look, bro. Why I gotta keep doing this to y'all, man? I didn't even know this man's channel existed, and if I did, I saw it in passing. But we got some shit we gotta speak about, man. We got, it's round 3, man. We got some shit we gotta speak about. So apparently, this brother, whoever this brother is, that's in charge of the Hometeam History YT channel, YouTube channel, he's pretty much bringing racialized information. Let me just skip the BS. It's racialized information. He's real big on saying Black African this, Black African that. He got a video titled Black African Agency, and that's very huge to him. That's like something that he holds near and dear to him, and it's the idea of just race, this race. And he's reading things that say Black and He's just going black crazy. And the reason why I'm bringing this up, because when they're not using the word black, they just say African. And they think these terms, in some sort of way, some weird magical Walt Disney Pixar-ish way, means that everyone that's under this label is homogenous in some shape, form, or fashion, which is very ignorant for someone to say while reading scientific papers that clearly point out that there are populations that are distinct. And he even says it in his live. So I just want to go over some of his footage and just discuss some of the mistakes and what racial typological thinking will lead you to do, lead you to say, and lead you to believe in and think like. You're going to fall into that identitarian trash. I was reading some of his comments, someone saying, see, the whole world was ruled by us because black people were here. I'm like, oh my God, we're doing this again. It's 2025. And, I got to come here like Waste Management and clean up the trash. Just because someone's dark skinned or someone's heavily pigmented does not mean that's your ancestry, or does not mean that represents your quote unquote people. And just because someone is under the title African, or someone's in the continent of Africa, does not mean there's a direct correlation or relation to you. I don't know how hard is it of a concept this is to get. Y'all think continents are genetic portals, and when someone walks or exists on said continent, then therefore everyone on that continent has to be homogenous or the same. And that's what happened with this brother. He's reading the Green Saharan paper as if it's like reinforcing some idea of ancient solidarity across the continent. And as we read earlier, and even he himself says what the paper says, these are a distinct group, but he can't get past certain things. So that's what we're going to discuss today. Like, we got to get out of this homogenous population ideology, this idea that everybody that has a similar phenotype morphology are the same. Again, the Gravitians would have been heavily pigmented people, robust peoples, but they were not the same as a Niger Congo speaker, or the same as a Ghanaian, or the same as many of the Sahelian populations that we see today. They're not the same. Completely different. Their genome is going to go towards the Eurasian side of the gene pool. The non-African side of the gene pool has nothing to do with sharing phenotypic traits. And it's a hard pill to swallow. These North Africans, ancestral North Africans that were discovered in Southwest Libya, these groups, or these two women, they are not the same as someone south of the Sahara. They're completely different and distinct. They have mitochondrial N, a very basal and not the most basal. The most basal was found on OIC1, which is about 40,000 years ago in Romania, which many sub-Saharan African groups don't even have mitochondrial haplogroup N. That's a rare haplogroup in sub-Saharan Africa. The most numerous haplogroup representation in sub-Saharan Africa is the L markers, your L2A, your L3Es, stuff of that nature. So the more you know, instead of just saying, oh, there's black people here, this person looks dark skinned. It's more to it than that. Like, it's 2025, man. It's 2025. We got to speed up. So we're gonna watch his video. This video I'm going to watch with virgin eyes, but I was watching his live and just catching some of the things, the buzzwords he was using. I was like, oh man, here we go again. So we're going to get into it. Fair use, copyright section 107. We are covered and given the right to give our commentary and criticism of the following material. So here you have it. Let's get to it, right to it. So I'm going to share my screen. And here's the video titled New Genetic Findings in Prehistoric Libyan Woman is Rewriting African History.
Africa are an enigma. When we look at that region today, just about any phenotype imagined can be discovered there. Though ancient North Africa obviously can't be seen as the same as modern North Africa, an agreeable parallel is its genetic diversity. The African continent is the most genetically diverse continent in the world. I suspect the reason for this is because, according to some scholars, Africa is the birthplace of humanity. Today, let's talk about the exciting new discovery of the Takakori woman's genome profile of ancient southwestern Libya. We're back from Rose, Hometeam here, and welcome back to another video of African history, culture, and worldview. My team and I have been doing our best to include animation and motion graphics in our videos. It takes a lot of effort and resources to do animation, and so with the support of our patrons, we can continue working with Playwatch, the studio producing these animated videos. This channel cannot continue producing this kind of animated content without your continued Patreon support. Additionally, if you're interested in your own animated content and would like to work with Playwatch, their link along with Patreon's is in the description box below.
When your kid is hurting and there's nothing you can do about it.
Archaeologists have uncovered a window into a vibrant Neolithic African past. Takakori is an ancient rock shelter in southwestern Libya, where researchers found the remains of two ancient North African women from approximately 7,000 years ago. The Takakori shelter, first explored in the early 2000s, has revealed a wealth of human remains dating between 10,000 and 5,000 years ago. Among the most striking finds are the skeletal remains of women buried with care and ceremony, offering clues about their lives, diets, and movements across ancient North Africa. A new study in 2024, published in Nature, analyzed the genomes of these Neolithic individuals in great detail. The researchers discovered that the Takakori women carried a genetic lineage that diverged early from the lineages typically found in Africa below the Sahara. So what does this mean? Simply put, they were part of Africa's indigenous population diversity. According to the Nature article, the Takakori genome data shows affinities with other Saharan Africans and Central African Sahelians, but they also carry distinct signatures not fully shared with Africans below the Sahara.
Did you hear that? He slid. We already stopped in the video earlier. He points out that they diverge from the sub-Saharan African group. All people diverge from the sub-Saharan African group. So that's not really, who cares, right? Then he says, oh, they share affinities with, this is why I did that video yesterday. We already covered the Green Sahara paper before, twice. One time with a Sahara and one time during a live. I had to do it again because I keep hearing these same mistakes. That paper is clear when it says the people that draw towards the Takakori people are the admixed sub-Saharan Africans, meaning sub-Saharan Africans that have non-African admixture, like your Fulani. Why would they cluster with the Takakori people? Because the Takakori people themselves have out of Africa or non-African admixture with the Levantine, like at a 7% or 27% clip. That's what's drawing admixed sub-Saharan Africans towards Takakori, because the Takakori itself does not have any sub-Saharan African autosomes in its genome. So the only thing that would draw someone towards that sample or any ancient or modern group is the non-African segments. We literally went over this last night. I had to, because I knew people like him would butcher it. And I've been hearing people like him butcher this over and over. And I'm just going to go straight to the paper again. Just to readdress it. What group of people, have the affinity with the Takakori people? It's not sub-Saharan Africa, just sub-Saharan. No, it's the sub-Saharan Africans that have the admixture. So here's the paper here. Ancient DNA from the Green Sahara, as you guys see, reveals ancestral North African lineage. You want to see a full reading of this and a breakdown, just check my video from last night. Literally just went over this. So we're going to admix, and it says admix top raw. It says this finding aligns with reference which observed a non-sub-Saharan ancestry component in the Fulani A, similar to that found in the Tafra and late Neolithic Moroccans, right? What are they doing? It says when restricting the comparative groups to present-day African and Near Eastern populations, we found that a group of individuals defined as Fulani A in a previous study, which includes individuals from relatively less admixed Fulani herders from the 8 Sahelian countries, show an increased genetic affinity to Takakori, although less so to Tafara. Again, why is this? Because these are admixed groups. That's what's drawing these samples to that. Why? Because of the out of Africa ancestry. It goes on to read, this finding aligns with our reference, which observed a non-sub-Saharan component in Fulani A, similar to that found in the Tafra and late Neolithic Moroccans. That's what's drawing and causing the affinity. Why? Because The Takakori individual has no sub-Saharan African genome, no sub-Saharan African autosomes, right? Let me just illustrate that real quick. Go down to the chart here. As you can see, 93% of the Takakori has ancestral North African, and 7% is Levantine. And if we go to the alternate model, it's 27% Levantine and 73% ancestral North African. No sub-Saharan African ancestry. So he just threw that in there, maybe because he don't know what he's talking about. Maybe he's all over the place, or he just got excited because, well, if I just say there's an affinity to sub-Saharan African groups, then that proves my point. But this is what these guys do. No. The paper itself tells you that this sample cluster closest to out of Africa groups. It says it right here. This unknown North African population is closely related to out of Africa populations and branches off the lineage leading to out of Africa later than the ancient individual from Moda Cave, Ethiopia, who represents the sub-Saharan African lineage most closely related to out of African groups identified so far. There you have it. Whoop, there it is. Reading is fundamental, but when we do these damn pieces, let me copy this and put that in there. In the chat so y'all can have it. When we watch these damn videos and these infographs, and there's always a bunch of misinformation and disinformation because you guys are enamored with the idea of Africa being homogenous. And these papers are showing you that it's not homogenous. And the funny thing is, he keeps saying diversity. What does diversity mean to you guys? It's literally in the word. Diverse, to be different, distinct. That's what it means. So let's go back to the video. So we already 2 minutes and 42 seconds in, we already fucking up. We ain't even getting too far. Let me rewind that so we're gonna find that.
Below the Sahara.
Hey,
So
real quick before you play that, John. Real quick. So I got to jump out real quick because I'm in between doing a couple lives. I just did a live. I'm about to do another one real quick, but I just want to say y'all niggas ain't from this set, bro. Y'all don't get it in like y'all get it in, fam. Like stay getting it in. You understand what I'm saying? I'm about to jump on this. If he's still alive, I'm about to jump back on when my live is done. You know what I'm saying? Y'all ain't from the set like that, fam.
Yeah, they ain't from the set. Yeah.
Yeah.
He put in the work, G.
Indigenous population diversity. According to the Nature article, the Takakori genome data shows affinities with other Saharan Africans and Central African Sahelians, but they also carry distinct signatures not fully shared with Africans below the Sahara or populations outside of the continent.
So read the stream. The unknown North African population is closely related to out of African populations. And don't say what he said. The only sub-Saharan Africans and Sahelians that the North Africans have some sort of affinity to are those ones that have been admixed with non-Africans. That's it. We all know the Fulani, they have like a Tafara ancestry. So that's how you have a connection between two groups, because we know the Tafaras mix with ancestral North Africans. The paper tells you this. The Tafara is about 60% Neolithic Levantine and 40% ancestral North African, which is probably why these two women have about 7 to 27% Levantine ancestry. It's probably coming from that Tafara or ancient North African source, right? So that's what's drawing the affinity. But he's not going to say this in this video, maybe because he doesn't know, or maybe he's just trying to purposely disinform you, or he just misinformed his damn self. But this is what we hear: waste management cleaning up the mess, man, that you guys are creating. You're not properly teaching this stuff, and you just hear the word Africa and you go nuts. You go crazy, you go berserk. Oh, Africa, ancient Africa, we're all there. We're all there. Oh, the rock art shows black people. That means that's our ancestry. Not necessarily. Just because someone has a dark pigmented or heavily pigmented skin tone does not automatically mean ancestor. Oh, that's my ancestor. We can show in ancient North Africa, real quick, and go do the cheat sheet right here. This is from the ancient genomes from North Africa, evidence of prehistoric migrations to the Maghreb from both the Levant and Europe by Rosa Frego et al. And here's a segment of that paper. Just to show you real quick, you had light and dark skinned people in North Africa. No, it does not tell you who you descend from at all. Phenotype is plastic. Phenotype overlaps to other populations. We got to stop doing this, right? So when we look at this, it says, lastly, although limited by low coverage, phenotypic predictions based on genetic variants of known effects agree with our estimates of global ancestry. The IAM, which is an ancient Moroccan population, by the way, people did not possess any of the European SNPs associated with light pigmentation and most likely had dark skin and eyes. So these people would be dark, right? Heavily pigmented people. Does this mean, oh, this is the ancestor of the Niger-Congo people? No, not necessarily. It just means they had dark skin. That's it. That's all you can say. End of goddamn sentence. The IAM samples contain ancestral alleles for pigmentation-associated variants present in SLC2485, SLC4582, and OCA2. On the other hand, KEB pop individuals exhibit another Moroccan, this is a later Moroccan group, right? Exhibits some European-derived alleles that predispose individuals to lighter skin and eye color, including those on genes SLC2485 and OCA2. So these people will most likely lightly pigmented, probably pale, with blue eyes. With blue eyes, right? So this is what you're going to have in ancient North Africa. This is what's going on to the Neolithic and Mesolithic period. You have some dark-skinned people and light-skinned people, which kills a lot of these nonsensical stories that you learn from like Reggie, Dr. Smalls, white people and lighter skin didn't get there until the invasions. The Romans and Greek nationals came in and they invaded. No, it's been there for a long time. It's in the KEB population, right? So let's go into the supplemental here. And if you guys are in my resource group on Facebook, you have access to these papers as well, access to these pages and screenshots as well. This is from the supplementary of that same paper by Rosa Frego et al., 2018. And it says here, the SNP RS1426654 of the SLC2485 gene is related to light skin pigmentations in individuals with European ancestry. So these ancient North Africans would have had this, right? They would have had this. They would have had this variation. And look, just because you see someone dark skin or light skin, it doesn't tell you any goddamn thing. We got to analyze the genome. You got to see what population that they cluster with. And just because these people have dark skin, they're going to cluster with other North Africans with that ancient Neolithic Levantine-like DNA. Which the Green Sahara paper shows you, by the way. The damn Green Sahara paper that y'all are pretty much salivating over. The paper literally shows you in the PCA that these ancient North Africans cluster with ancient Levantine people. It's literally here. There it is. Oop, there it is. Let me blow it up. Let me blow it up real quick. Y'all see? You see where it says Near Eastern? Okay, there's overlap with the Morocco Middle Neolithic and Late Neolithic, and even with the Morocco E-Neolithic, as you can see here. They're all clustering together. They're all in the same vicinity, meaning they're interrelated populations with overlap. Because these people literally descend from back migrations. My brother said, son Israel said most sub-Saharan Africans with E haplogroups arrive from Eurasia. It's possible that it is possible to arise outside of Asia. Scientists have said that. This is an argument. E1B1 is Eurasian in origin. It's also plausible or possible that that could be the case. But either way you slice it, it's not going to change the nuclear genome of these samples, which is primarily non-African, right? So even if someone says, oh, E rose in sub-Saharan Africa, who cares? Doesn't change any damn thing. You also, some of the Israel also put ancient Ibero-Maurusians came from West Asia and the Near East. A lot of their ancestry did come from West Asia and the Near East. How do we know this? Because the Tafarot or the Ibero-Maurusians have 60% of their genome tying back to Neolithic Levantines, which this paper talks about. This paper that these Afrocentrics are gravitating towards, don't know what the hell they're reading, don't understand what they're reading, don't know what they're looking at, and they keep chopping, strewing it instead of just sitting back and accepting the information. Because we can go right here and we can talk about the Takori, the Tafarot, which are the Ibero-Maurusians, and again, there you go, 63.5% Natufian, ancient Levantine foragers. Again, 60.8% with the revised model, 60.8%, 1.8% contribution from Natufians. These people are literally a people descended of ancestors from the ancient Levantine region. Literally. This is not up for debate. This is literally their ancestry. Okay? Some of the Israel said people don't understand that back migrations into Africa happened. He also said the Fulani literally come from Eurasia. Some of its components, because some of its components is Tafaron-like. So some of its ancestry, some of those people's ancestry does, again, as we just explained, come from ancient Levantine ancestors, because the Tafarot themselves come from it. What else you got here? We got my brother Sean in the building. So let's get back to the video, man. It's just a lot of crazy talk early. No, let's get back to the skin color thing. They make a huge emphasis on skin color. So Rosa Fregel et al. 2018, the phenotypic analysis of these ancient Moroccans, right? It goes on to read that basically these people had the genes for lighter skin that we see in the European ancestry or European population. It says the derived allele was already fixed in Anatolian early Neolithic populations, suggesting that its high frequency in Neolithic Europe was related to endemic diffusion from the Middle East. Endemic just means the people actually migrated from the Middle East into Europe. And this is why you see haplogroup G and what's the other haplogroup? Not haplogroup G. Yeah, haplogroup G. Haplogroup G coming in, and some small E1B1B samples coming in during that period, and removing haplogroup I in the indigenous components that were there before them. It goes on to read, in Neolithic Europe was related to endemic diffusion from the Middle East, and our sample set TOR present the derived A allele 3 reads, while IAM has the ancestral G allele related to dark skin phenotype. So you have this one Moroccan population, the IAM population, and they were darker skinned, right? But then you got the KEB population, which were lighter skinned. This is, however, in line with previous results. KEB is similar to European Neolithic samples and presents the derived alleles. Other SNP associated to skin pigmentation in Europe is RS16891982 of the SLC45A2 gene. In this case, having both derived G alleles will determine light skin. So again, that's no, we have a great, we got a good idea what these people look like. These people would have been similar looking to how Europeans look today as far as skin tone is concerned, and they're an ancient North African population. But if you let these people tell it, all of these people were black Africans back then, and no, that's not the case. You always bring up this damn rock art. Yes, there's dark-skinned people on the rock art, but why don't fixate yourselves on the lighter-skinned people? It's the same thing with hieroglyphics. Oh, look at all these darker-skinned people. Yeah, but there's lighter-skinned people too, and you don't say shit about them. You special plead, you cherry pick, you ignore what you want to ignore and focus on what you want to, and hyper focus on what you want to focus on, because you're pushing an ideology and a worldview instead of just researching ancestry for ancestry's sake. right? You got to input yourself into the ancestry. You got to be everybody that's great in times past. You got to be everybody that's dark skinned. Your ancestry has to stretch back to everybody dark skinned. This is why I had a debate with somebody claiming that China was started by African. Anyway, but it's just silliness all around. It says both the IAM and KEB show the C allele, while the TOR has the G allele. The RS1800401 SNP on the OCA2 gene is also related to pigmentation. The SNP is one of several variants associated with increased probability of having dark eye color in Caucasians. Again, the IAM present the T allele related to dark pigmentation, while KEB and TOR present the C allele with increased probability of having light colored eyes. There we go. The KEB had lighter colored eyes. It probably was blue eye. Come on now. It says another SNP of the OCA2 gene, RS12913383832, was fixed in Europe during the Mesolithic, and it was the major determinant for blue eyes color. And our sample set only IAM has coverage for that position. On all three reads show the ancestral allele, indicating again that the IAM people had dark eyes. Then it goes into the lactose persistence, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Don't want to get too far ahead of you. With that being stated, ancient North Africans had the lighter skinned people there with the KEB population. They had the IAM people, which would have been darker skinned people, right? So if we go into the KEB population, North Africa, to give you an idea when these people lived. The KEB looks to be 5,000 to 6,000 years old. If I'm reading this correctly, hold on. Yeah, the KEB samples, let's see. 5,000 to 6,000 years old. Here we get the timeline. Early Neolithic. Timeline. Just real quick. Then we'll get right back to the video. Yeah, so between 6 to 2000 BCE and the genetic studies right here, this is what I'm looking at. I just went to AI overview real quick. So I had to be searching for the paper. Approximately 5000 BCE. Genetic studies suggest the ancestors of modern-day Amazigh population are already present in the region, showcasing a long history of genetic continuity. So they would have had that European input, European introgression, and they would have been lighter-skinned people as well, existing 7,000 years ago. Let's go back. I just want to nip that in the bud. Let's rewind that so we can define that. So again, he's wrong about the idea that, the Takakori people are related to sub-Saharan Africans. He left the part out that it's the Admix sub-Saharan Africans, and they're related to them because of the out-of-Africa components, which the out-of-Africa components exist in the Takakori because they're 7% Levantine.
Big lineage that diverged early from the lineages typically found in Africa below the Sahara. So what does this mean? Simply put, they were part of Africa's indigenous population diversity. According to the Nature article, the Takakori genome data shows affinities with other Saharan African and Central African Sahelians, but they also carry distinct signatures not fully shared with Africans below the Sahara or populations outside of the continent. This may be challenging for individuals who seek to obstinately subscribe to any particular set of absolute beliefs concerning African history and African people. In other words, the data is showing some complexity. It's difficult to simplify ancient North African history into a this or that. However, those in the African diaspora are often confronted with narratives that phenotypes typical of Africans below the Sahara were not indigenous to the North, as if the Sahara was some natural barrier of that particular phenotype. This simply wasn't the case. To demonstrate this point, consider the famous so-called Black Mummy found in southwestern Libya, another Saharan site not too far from the Takakori women. This child mummy, dated to roughly 5,000 years ago, was naturally mummified by the dry desert air. Researchers suggest the child likely belonged to a dark-skinned population with clear phenotypical affinities to Africans below the Sahara. This finding illustrates that those phenotypical features deemed sub-Saharan were likely common throughout ancient North Africa. Some researchers point to Neolithic cave paintings in the Central Sahara that depict people with dark skin tones, hairstyles resembling tightly curled hair, and distinct cultural attire. While these images don't depict the Takakori women directly, they reflect the phenotypes of populations living in broadly the same region and period. Caution should be considered, however, because cave art can be interpretive, and pigmentation is not necessarily always literal. However, most archaeologists seem to agree that dark skin would have been common in that region and time period. For those of us in the African diaspora, this is a self-evident reality. Many in our community have grown wary of the excessive parsimony when it comes to Black African contribution to ancient North African history.
Yeah, but hold on. I just got to say something to this, man. This is crazy.
Genetic diversity and
he's on point for the most part. This is not black or dark skin is not alien to ancient North Africa. We just proved it with the IAM people. They had darker skin. But I take issue with what he just said, right? The Black African contribution. No, that's not our contribution. Again, just because the darker skinned people in a region does not mean anything else, but there were just darker skinned people there. That's all you can extrapolate from that. That's it. The people that we're talking about here, the Takakori people, are not related to sub-Saharan Africans directly. They're mitochondrial haplogroup N, a basal haplogroup N. Majority of sub-Saharan Africans don't even have that mitochondrial DNA. Most of the women don't descend from that. Most of the women are various L markers like L1C, L2A1, L3E, just for a few examples. And we got U6A there, right? That which shows that we have a connection with Northwest Africans, but that's a whole different discussion. But what I'm trying to explain to you, this is an isolate group, has nothing to do with sub-Saharan Africans. But what you do is, if I say they're Black and they're African, that's all I gotta say. Now we can all, kumbaya together and celebrate. Oh, look what these Black Africans did. And then that turns into, look what our ancestors did. No, these are very separate and distinct people. Like, stop this shit. Stop this shit. I bet you if I read the comments, let me go down to the comments. Let's see what we got. Someone says 9 million kilometers squared of Africa's desert. For reference, that's about the size of Canada, and it's been 99% on search. We had no idea how much history is buried in the Sahara, North Africa. If it was once a lush green environment and human beings have been around for over 300,000 years, there's an extremely high chance you have undiscovered civilization there. So nothing too crazy here. Here we go. It is why sub-Saharan African is a dumb term. The Sahara hasn't been there for very long, but Africans have been. And it's here today, and it was in the past. And we have a term that defines people below the Sahara and people above the Sahara. Just get used to it. I don't understand the issue with it. Oh, it's a racist term. No, it's a it's a geographical term. This Iconoclasm XI says, I kept saying for a long time that the real North Africans are native Blacks. See, here's the issue. This is why I'm taking the time out to go over this video. You hear this shit? I kept saying for a long time that the real North Africans are the native Black Africans and not these occupiers we see today. Motherfucker. The people that we're reading about in North Africa literally have their ancestry in North Africa today. And who are we talking about? We're not talking about the Takakori because their sample, their DNA, most of it is extinct. But the part that survives is the Neolithic Levantine DNA via the Moroccan ancestry. Most of these North Africans today have a huge amount of their DNA to the Maghrebi component, or what we call the IAM or the Tafara, or these ancient Neolithic Moroccans. They owe majority of their ancestry to that. Those are your ancient North Africans. So for you to say not these occupiers today, that's a very ignorant ass statement. And you probably listen to people like your Dr. Reggie's, James Smalls, Dr. Benz, all of the witch doctors of the community. This is just an extremely absurd statement I kept seeing for a long. First of all, it's a true Scotsman fallacy as well. The real ones are the Black ones. The occupiers, the invaders, are the white. Shut the hell up. We got 22 replies. That probably became a flame war. Archaeologists know, and they have known for a long time, that the original people of the Sahara region had dark/black skin. And let me see what was said here. Peace, fam. Let me see what the flame war was. Okay, but the Berbers have been the oldest and most widespread group across North Africa. Yes, their ancestry is represented across North Africa. It says that's because the original North Africans had a tropical body plan that nobody brings up, very similar to modern jungle Africans. This is also me when my hair is long and bigger and suntan, yet North Africa didn't produce Afro-tropical peoples like West Africans or the rest of Africa did. What the hell does this mean? It says no white Berber or Arab gene for me. I got enough Northern Spanish from the blonde Visigoths for that. No need to add more. What? What does this even mean? This is a bunch of garb. What is this? What is this? Come on, man. This is crazy. They aren't the oldest. See Jebel Arhoud. These remains are the oldest remains found in Morocco, North Africa. Additionally, the Berbers are the result of back migrating Eurasians. Also true. But you know, Jebel Arhoud is a very old, archaic hominin. So why would you bring that up? Look at these comments, man. It just lets you know where we are, you know, in this damn weird ass community. Someone says, meanwhile, the dark-skinned Somalians have 1C, 2C hair, with the majority having wavy hair like modern Berbers and curls like Southern Europeans. Racializing people can always backfire using hair and face types. Both define West Africans like the Somalians with European faces and Indian-like hair, while being dark as midnight. Yes, that is true. Someone has some sense here. I mean, they're indigenous to North Africa. It doesn't mean they're indigenous to North Africa. Oh my God, they're having a flame war. It says, as for occupiers, are you really unaware that what you call Black Africans are the people who took the southern half of Africa away from the Bushman type? Oh, someone's got it. Hey, someone's intelligent here. Someone's intelligent here. It says, as for occupiers, are you really unaware that what you call Black Africans are the people who took the southern half of Africa away from the Bushman type? And what he's making reference to is what we call the Bantu expansion, or just the expansion of Niger-Congo speakers in general, pushing these older, archaic, or, you know, at least older in relation to the Yap markers that are there, you know, out, or making them go into isolate groups because they would have been more widespread. There's even studies about the rainforest hunter-gatherers, even have them in their reach all the way further east into Africa. A lot of these groups, you know, got cut off. Either they died out or out-competed with, but that did happen. And then Bantus began to spread southeast. And as they spread southeast, they either absorbed the populations there or just removed them and eliminated them. So whoever said this actually knows a little bit of history, knows a little bit about something of the sub-Saharan Africans and how the displacement of rainforest hunter-gatherers and Khoisan type of people took place. Not only on the west from West Africans descended, also on the east. Because these African hunter-gatherers became pastoralists, and as they pushed down, they started pushing the Khoisan south. We know that they were more north at one point, and they got pushed south. So we're going to call them occupiers and invaders too. He says, what you Americans call Black Africans are a small subset, mostly West Africans. They are no more like people in other parts of the continent than an Inuit is like a Peruvian. Okay. Yeah, because there are differences between groups. So this person has some sense. Let's leave a like on that one. Okay, this is just silly. And this is what usually happens. You get the ignorance from both sides clashing with each other. This person says, there is not a single truth in your comment. North Africans were never Black. That is a false statement. That is a false statement. So this is probably, you know, a racist North Amina type person going against these people here. But it's a yes, but only in what is today's sub-Saharan Africa. Don't know what the hell you're talking about. North Africa in the past is the blackest of all African natives. What does that even mean? Y'all having black offs? Y'all having melanin offs? North Africa is the blackest of Africa. Your grandma told you that. In North Africa's climate is hottest in the continent, jungle, blah, blah, blah. You can beat that ass. North Africa was jungle like. You can bet that ass North Africa was a jungle like West Central Africa at one point. No, North Africa has never been a jungle. During the Green Sahara, it was filled and inundated with savannas, not a jungle. It wasn't filled with jungles. I don't know who told you that. At one point, or else, why call it a tropical paradise? A savanna doesn't fit that description. A savanna does fit the description of the African human face because that's exactly what we expect to see there, not no damn jungles. Anyway, deserts of Namibia are also hot. The indigenous population there was light-skinned Khoisan people. Arabian Peninsula also has deserts. Yeah, people there are very colored, but still not phenotypically black African in parts of Central Asia. There's also a desert, but people are not black. Black Africans are not the only people who can live in hot climates. That is true. That is true. Anyway, I just had to read some of that. I was just interested in the flame war that was going back and forth. This person said the Libyan mummy was a natural mummy. I'm sure I read that the mummy was mummified in a committed fashion while predating the early Egyptian mummies. You probably read that from a pseudo. Anyway, we'll figure it out. Correction, that child mummy found in Libya was not dated to 5,000 years ago. It was 5,000 BC. That's 7,000 years ago. This is why some say that Hannibal was black. Great research as usual, brother. No. Terrible. Everyone on Earth in this period was brown, either light, medium, or dark. Light skin didn't appear until much later. That is not true either. Light skin appeared, or what we call pale skin, appeared about 12,500 years ago in Sweden, and that's due to the up-to-date information. This guy named Anton Klass says, thank you for covering this. It is possible that phenotypes we now associate with sub-Saharan Africa originated in North Africa. See the Wadi Halfa skull, as well as the human remains of Nabta Playa. Okay, that's not really a big deal. He says, I've been on my Green Sahara binge for a while now. I think you check it out, even if you haven't already. Black Genesis by Robert Bavio and Thomas Brophy, Gary Reed, blah, blah, blah. The term sub-Saharan Africa is wildly racist. Here we go. Wildly racist and willingly ignorant. Oh, my God. We can't use the word sub-Saharan Africa. It's racist, y'all. It's inherently racist. Mali, Niger, North Nigeria, Burkina Faso, and Sudan are all in the Sahara. And the only difference between those countries and the other Sahara countries is that Eurasians didn't migrate and colonize them. There's no such thing as an African that's not black. Anyone in Africa that's not black migrated or invaded, period. Oh, here we go. Here's the nonsense. Here's the tomfoolery. And this is what these type of videos engender. These type of people here. Anybody that's in Africa that's not black migrated or invaded, period. Really, because RV88 in Chad, these people are dark-skinned people, and they migrated. We know these people originally come from Central Europe. Central Europe, hunter-gatherers like your Villabrunna people. So that doesn't make any goddamn sense at all. See, that's why I'm saying they hold too much stock in this word black and African, because when they combine these two and say we're all homogenous, we're all one, and the only real Africans are the black ones. Silly, nonsensical shit. And what he said here, Nigeria, Burkina Faso, and Sudan are all in the Sahara. And the only difference between those countries and the other Sahara countries is, shut up. Anyway, if you look at a map, let's just look at the map real quick. Oh, we bored. We want to hear this. I want to read this because it's just crazy. Watch this, y'all. When we go to a map, Africa, let's just type in Africa map. Let's get a quick map. I want the map that shows the desert. See, I can get an idea of the physical geography. Here we go. Of what we're discussing here. See if I can get one of higher resolution. Perfect. There you go. Here we go. Here's a good one. Here's a great one, actually. Open image, a new tab. Share this tab. You see this? You see what he tried to do? All these places are in the Sahara. Yeah, but the people are living more towards the green. Not to say there's not oasis communities. We do know there's oasis communities. People are living more towards the rivers, more towards the greening areas here. That's where you see most of the population density in West Africa. You don't see most of the population density in deserts because they're deserts. It's a harsh living biome. People normally don't just live in the damn desert. You might have pockets of oasis communities, but that's it. They're going to live in these little green areas here. That's where you're going to see them living at. Oh, these people, they're in the desert. They in it. Shut up. Most of these populations are below the Sahara. There's nothing wrong with the word sub-Saharan African. It's just a geographical term to say, okay, the people with these type of genes clustered with the population or people that are below the Sahara. That's it. Geographical designation. Anyway. Someone else says there's a prehistoric North African rock art in Morocco that show people with a sub-Saharan African phenotype. Sure. Thanks for the work, brother. You're a hero, African brothers and sisters around the world. Great topic, but I'm curious about the haplogroup regarding these mummies. I haven't heard anything regarding the haplotype. And he even commented, it's haplogroup N. It said, it seems the deeper you dig, the blacker it gets. I'm Swedish and just discovered the earliest inhabitants of Scandinavia were black-skinned people, black people from the elder race. No, you're wrong. Ain't no black people from the elder race. If you're mentioning direct people from Africa, I'm just guessing that's what he may be meaning. Hopefully he's not meaning that, but you know, this is the wild, wild west, the internet. Someone actually quoted the paper here. Let's see what he says. He said the Takakori individuals plot intermediate between West African and Near Eastern groups on PC1, albeit closer to West Africans. Both Takakori individuals maintain a distinct position intermediate between Sahel, West, and East African populations and form a tight cluster overlapping 95% confident interval ellipses. The researchers put a hard spin on this and use semantics to make it sound like these people weren't black, like they sprouted straight hair and olive skin in the Sahara. That's not what the paper says. I don't know how the hell did you even come up with this? Y'all just make shit up. It says, y'all still want to regulate us to sub-Saharan? Y'all still want to let them tell you Egyptians were red people? Come on now. Shut the fuck up. This person actually quoted the damn paper and don't know what it says. The paper don't say nothing about them sprouting out straight, stringy hair. None of that. Oh, what are you talking about? It doesn't say they had olive skin. What the hell are you talking about? Just saying that these people are intermediate between these people. They're distinct. They're neither sub-Saharan African or anything else. They're just ancestral North African and a little bit of out of African with the Levantine DNA. Come on, Africa was and is a continent that nurtured black people for generations. I don't know what you're talking about there. 7,000 years ago in Sahara was green and lush, most likely not a barrier between northern and sub-Saharan Africa. In fact, we know that throughout history, that region of Africa has been lush and green in the desert on and on for billions of years. Well, again, this person did not read the paper, because if we go to the paper, it clearly says right here, let me get to it. First, let's look at the map. It provides you a map. It wasn't just green and lush. It was semi-desert and desert and steeps, which is shrublands. As you can see, these brown regions right here represent steeps of shrublands. And then these like darker or yellow-ish, yellow-green, lime green, I would say. That's semi-desert. This is getting ready to turn to a desert. That's what's happening. And then the yellow, the bright yellow is an actual desert. So you're not really reading these papers. Y'all just watching videos or you're watching TikToks or some shit. Because during this period, it will look more like this, not just overly green or luscious or woodland savannas or whatever. And it clearly says here, furthermore, the Takori individuals exhibit a close genetic affinity to Northwestern African foragers, but no substantial ties with sub-Saharan African lineages, implying no detectable genetic exchange across the Green Sahara during the African human phase from sub-Saharan to Northern Africa. The paper literally says this, and you got these bozos making these crazy-ass claims on videos and comments. Literally says this. And we went over this last night, by the way. Exactly. Shalom. Peace, peace, peace. Let me go back. They buried this in the paper, but closest related modern-day population, Takori women, were the Fulani. They did not bury that in the paper, and that's not what it said. There was a study linking North African populations, which was relatively isolated to the outer African event population. If you look across the world, all the oldest populations across the world are all dark-skinned. I don't think it's too much to assume, also given the evidence in the video, that the ancient North African population was dark-skinned. I do think that replacing Eurocentrism with Afrocentrism is the wrong way to go. I can see why centering blackness is an effective way to counter this. Eurocentrism, but I am more interested in how ancient civilizations saw themselves and the world around them and the political purpose they can serve. Okay. The oldest African mummy is of a black child from Libya. It's called the Tashawanat. Please provide a link to the said article. We already know the whole world was dark brown skin afros. No need for testing Gaddafi. Said it himself, who was on the land before they got there. Okay. First time, there's a lot of platitudes in the comments, right? It says, first time that I've seen you reference North African rock art. I also saw the Eurocentric slight where you said they can't be taken to be accurate depictions. I've never seen any academic say that ever, but I've seen this repeated by Eurocentrists. There are artistic representations, even the Caliphate depicting black Berbers during the Byzantine era. There are only black Berbers and white Romans during the Egyptian era. There are only black Berbers. Shut up. No, it's not. You're wrong. The Tamahu would be a quote-unquote Berber-like people, and they were light-skinned. You're wrong. So if North Africans are proven to look more like sub-Saharan Africans, then that means, hypothetically, the Hyksos, the Semitic people invasion into Africa, didn't stop at Egypt, which sounds very much like what a lot of us were saying already. No, that's not true. North Africans were displaced. No, they were not displaced. They literally connect to the ancient Moroccan people. What are you talking about? Obviously, people would have also left because of the desertifications, which resulted in a massive migration to the region that still had greenery. There's some truth to that. But what you said about North Africans were displaced, that's ostensibly false. We have the genetic information to show that they connect with ancient North Africans. It says, I've always been interested in science since a child, but I find it very problematic disrespecting the deceased remains. Definitely one of your very best videos, blah, blah, blah. Great video, another sample, forehead sample, showed the Saharan dental traits. The North Africans look like they have black ancestry to me, UK. Leave in the comments so you, okay, whatever. This is definitely. All right. Oh, How Music says Google Cheddar Man. We got somebody that I know here in How Music. East Africa has an ancient East African hunter-gatherers, but modern Horn Africans look nothing like these hunter-gatherers. Still not proof of that the population of the past equal original. Black African women, Egyptians called North Africans invaders and strangers. Europeans acted as if the Egyptians laid out a map and claimed they were from Africa. They didn't call themselves invaders. What are you talking about? I don't know what. This is getting crazy. This is just getting crazy. Biblical DNA says 20 to 30% of the ancestry of the Takarot was from Eurasian black flow with close affinities to the late Pleistocene. Tafrod of Morocco. This makes absolute sense. The Tafrod is composed of the graph also models Tafrod as a mixture of 40% contribution from the Tuckercory related branch and 60% from a Natufian related branch, consistent with our QPAT results. That is absolutely correct. Look, somebody said ancient Eurasians were black. See, they think the word black just homogenizes everybody. So basically it's just as old as the Chinchorro mummies. Who cares? Who cares? I'm just reading a lot of nonsense at this point, man, going through these comments. What is dark skin? What's light skin? Is Aboriginal first people. That Africans are a whole continent, not one country. That diversity is key. I want to hear about the other ancient African cultures beside Egypt because they existed and were also great. Sadly, the slave trade caused deconstruction of these civilizations, but surely the physical and cultural memories must remain. And then this dude's bring up albinism. Why? Regardless of the skin color, they were born on the continent. Yes, I agree with that. Don't know what you're talking about, though. 0% genome, sub-Saharan or Black Africa, 0.1% genome, Denisovans minus 10 times other humans around the world. That means it's a native human of North Africa. Sure. North Africa is diverse because of its geographical location. There aren't many places in the world where 3 continents are very close to each other, as the case of the Mediterranean area where people of Asia, Africa, and Europe cross-traveled 4,000 years. That's intelligent. North Africa, Oxford English, please. All people were black back then. My grandmother was the first generation out of slavery, and we have been white for about 2,000 years. Drop the pigment thing and talk about the rulers versus subjects instead. Why y'all never just say melanated people? This dark skin, light skin, medium skin is nonsensical and not very academic. What else? What else? Is there anything interesting? Because, it's a lot of nonsense here. Why are we obsessed with North Africa and not where our ancestors are from, which is West Central Africa? Because over here in the West, white people like ancient Egypt and the Phoenicians, or the Bible talks about these people and not our ancestors in West Africa. We want to be close or part of the Bible because it was forced on us. Whatever. Yeah, but there's a obsession of just looking for black people and then saying we connect to them. Those are our ancestors. There is an obsession with that. This is crazy. Descendants of Ham. What the hell? Okay, we at the end of the comments. I'm sorry I had to go through that, but I was just intrigued. I had to read those comments. Just to remind y'all, the paper says implying no detectable genetic exchange across the Green Sahara during the African human phase from sub-Saharan to North Africa. Yeah, black. Yeah, black is it really is a social status, and they try to use it as a DNA test, bro.
In Africa is a fact, and it gives the continent its salience. This new discovery of the Takakori women represents this fact quite well. Studies consistently show that African populations have more genetic variation between them than populations on other continents. The genetic divergence observed in the Takakori burials suggests that these people were not a homogeneous group. The Nature article emphasizes that their genomes are not only distinct from present-day sub-Saharan populations, but from modern North African groups as well. This suggests long periods of regional isolation with occasional gene flow across the Sahara. Now, let's take a journey into some speculation regarding the possible appearance of these ancient North African women. I know we can't resist imagining.
See, he just read that. There was occasional gene flow, a restricted gene flow, that these people are not related to sub-Saharan Africans. But by reading the comments, they're getting the impression that they are. And even somebody said they hid in the paper that they're related to the Fulani. Nonsense. Just straight nonsense.
What these ancient North African women look like. If we were to envision the phenotype of the Takakori women based on genetic data, climate adaptation, and other comparative studies, it's likely that they had dark skin, a reasonable assumption given their environment. They may have had features commonly associated today with dark-skinned Saharan and Sahelian peoples. Although the Nature study didn't express specific pigmentation genes, considering the timeline and the environmental context, it's doubtful that lighter skin was ubiquitous in these populations. I mean, combined with the evidence from the so-called Black Mummy also found in southwestern Libya, in addition to the ancient North African rock art throughout the region, it is a reasonable hypothesis that the Takakori women were within the range of typical dark-skinned Africans. I think this is an inference to the best explanation for what they may have looked like. But enough with the speculation. I'm curious to hear what you guys have to say. Given the data and all other variables, what would you consider a reasonable assumption? Regardless, the Takakori women offers a glimpse into the cultural lives of these Neolithic Africans. Their graves include ritual objects, stone tools, and evidence of early pastoralism. They were raising livestock in a green Sahara that no longer exists. Their story also reminds us that Africa's past isn't static. Climate change repeatedly reshaped the Sahara. Each transformation left its imprint on the genetics, culture, and movements of people across the continent. The Takakori women and their ancient neighbors belong to a lineage of African humanity that was innovative, resilient, and diverse. I imagine the complexity of these findings challenge some assumptions we all have about African history and its people, reminding us that Africa's genetic and cultural past predates the borders, divisions, and ideologies we often subscribe to today. Well, I'm all out, guys. If you like these videos and want to help in its continued production, support the home team on patreon.com. The link is in the description box below. Know thyself. Remember your ancestors. Peace.
Love thyself. Remember your ancestors. Again, these guys just see black people and say those are and associate that with ancestry. I'm guaranteed that he don't descend from no damn Takakori people at all. But anyway, let's go to his video. He also did a live. Just tried to muscle through that. I know I spent a lot of time reading the damn comments, but he also did a live. So let's see what he says in the live.
What's going on?
And look what he made it about. Black African Agency in ancient North Africa.
Guys. All right, guys. So I'm trying a different format. I'm doing this from my phone, so please let me know if you can hear me. Please let me know if everything is good. Give me 1 second. Okay. I think it's working now. Oh, that good stuff. Let me see here. All right, so today we're going to be talking about, Black African Agency in North Africa. So, give me 1 second. Like I said, I'm doing this from a new format here, so I'm doing it from my phone. Man, what you know about Brian Norman? What you know about Brian Norman? Asaju? Man, Brian Norman he's a beast, man. I know he's fighting on, what's his name? Devin Haney. That fight is coming up soon. I'm looking forward to that, man. And I got to give a lot of props to Devin Haney, man, because he doesn't avoid the smoke, man. So I'm excited about that fight. But yeah, that's some boxing stuff. You know, I'm a huge boxing fan. So if you guys ever want to distract me, just start talking about boxing. All right, but yeah, and I know some of you, you guys, some people don't like the term Black African. Ultimately, for the sake of this video, that's the only way I can kind of describe it. And again, let me know if you guys can hear me because I'm doing a different format and style and everything. I'm doing it from my phone, so I don't know if the audio is good, the visual is good. So please let me know if there's any hiccups. So yeah, some people don't necessarily like the term Black African, but for the sake of this video, I feel like I kind of have to use it to make that differentiation between Black Africans and other Africans within the continent who are historically a part of North Africa as well. Let me say off rip, like North African history has always been diverse, always from the very beginning. That's my personal opinion from the data. That's what I see. But it does seem as though Black Africans were principal, if you will, in North African history, just as much as anybody else, if not more. So in ancient North African history, that's what I'm talking like ancient, prehistoric, the Neolithic area. That's pretty much the context of this particular video. So it's going to be mostly prehistoric and then, you know, including some ancient. So prehistoric would be referring to like, say, 7,000 years ago or the Neolithic period. Because I know somebody mentioned, hey, you know, like, why don't you talk more about the Neolithic aspect of African history? So that's what I'm trying to do. What's up, guys? What's up, Buwana? I'm doing well, man. Appreciate that. What's going on, James? Sometimes you got to use these terms for me. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Because, you know, I'm kind of iffy on using the term Black African or whatever. Like, it's kind of, I don't know, seems redundant to me, but what's going on, Princess Christy? Appreciate that. Elite samples form their own distinct Black African population, much like how they're okay, yeah, let's get into it. So I don't know if you guys saw the video I did on the Takakori woman. This is a new discovery that they found very recently, and there was an article done by Nature. I put a link. Well, I didn't put a link, but in my video, like in the end, you know, I put my sources, and they recently did a study in 2024, and so they found these bones of these Neolithic prehistoric African women in southwestern Libya. Man, Libyan history is just, it's really an enigma, man. Like, it's almost anything you want to find in Libya, you can kind of find it. What I mean by that is, like, if you look at, say, ancient Egyptian history and how they portray the Libyans, like, you can almost see like any phenotype you want to, and so you can kind of highlight and say, hey, these were ancient white Africans, if you will, and you know, on the other end, you can say, hey, these were Black people, type of thing. So ancient Libya is a really unique and interesting sort of area within the continent of Africa. But anyway, so the Takakori women were found in southwestern Libya. Have you guys heard of the Takakori women before? But like, even before I did the video, because it's relatively new. It came out, the study came out in 2024, I believe. Sorry about my voice. So yeah, they discovered that these women, they found the skeletons, and it seemed as though they were buried with care. They knew what they were doing. It was sort of ceremonial to a degree. So they buried these women, and there were several women found there, and they found that they did their DNA. I believe they found the whole genome. I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that. But they found this genetic data, and they said that these women diverged, I guess, branched off from an earlier sub-Saharan or Africans below the Sahara group, ultimately. And they were isolated in this particular area in southwestern Libya, and over time, their DNA became distinct from those of sub-Saharan Africa and those of modern North Africa as well. So that's very layered and complex. So first of all, I'm not a geneticist, so, you know, like, take everything that I'm saying with a grain of salt. All I'm doing is interpreting the data, so you guys can look at the same information and come to a completely different conclusion. So this is how I'm interpreting the data. So basically, I'm interpreting the data like, hey, they saw these, they found these skeletons, they did their genome study, they found this genetic data. And from this data, my interpretation is, at least from what they're saying, is that they diverge from an earlier, what they call sub-Saharan group. And we know in the literature, sub-Saharan means Black African for the most part. So they diverge from this group. They, you know, I guess I don't know exactly where they came from in sub-Saharan Africa, but they ended up in southwestern Libya. And over time, this people group, their DNA started to, I guess, mutate. This is my interpretation. Again, I'm not a geneticist, but and then they became sort of this isolated, very sui generis genetic group of people. And so now when we look at their DNA, we interpret their DNA. They are distinct, but we know they came from sub-Saharan Africa for the most part, or diverged from sub-Saharan Africa, as they say. Over time, they became distinct and from sub-Saharan Africa and modern North Africa. So they're their own group, if you will, but they are an indigenous African population. Now, when we talk about them, you know, in the video, I did some speculation about, you know, what their phenotype may be. And, you know, from all the information that I gathered, man, like, it's obvious to me, like, that was my immediate assumption. They're going to be nearly indistinguishable from anybody from, say, sub-Saharan Africa. They said that they had a genetic profile that was similar to, you know, modern Saharan and Sahelian peoples, and we know there's some diversity there too. So this is complex and layered, but at the end of the day, these were indigenous, in my opinion, Black African women. Let me read some comments here. What's going on, Marcus? 1.0 was on one's growth and development. Man, so I should create a book list for you guys, to be honest, man. That's a really good question. I have to give that one some thought, Marcus. to give you guys like a really solid book list to kind of start off with African history.
Hey, Sean, all you gotta do is use the word black in Africa and say our ancestors and say this represents our ancestry and we got to be proud of who we are. And boom, there you go. You got 10,000 subscribers. You got a bunch of followers and a bunch of views, man. You know what I'm saying? This is how it works, man. It's all about the tickling of the ear. All right. And these people want to hear shit like this. They want to hear that, oh, yeah, we were all over Africa. And Bayet was trying to punch at Ivory, talking about so Ivory out here false flagging. No, he's not. He's not false flagging because Ivory would get on here and tell you that the Green Saharans would not have been inundated by sub-Saharan genomes or people that are related to those populations as far as having that nuclear genome. We don't see it. No evidence of it. And what we do see is this, that these Takakori people are an example of an isolated North African group that is not related to sub-Saharan Africans directly. 93% of its genome is ancestral North African, which is not sub-Saharan African. Yes, all populations diverge from sub-Saharan Africa, as he tried to make a point of emphasis. All populations do, because we all start in a common population, then split and diverge into different directions on the globe, right? That's what the Out of Africa theory is telling you. But when we see these people lived 7,000 years ago. This is far removed from the Out of Africa event and far removed from the point of divergence, which was probably about 70 to 60,000 years ago. Right? 70 to 60,000 years ago. These women lived about 7,000 years ago. But what we can learn from their genome is that they belong to an isolate group and they don't relate to sub-Saharan Africa. They are not connected to them. As we just read in the paper, implying no detectable genetic exchange across the Green Sahara during the African human phase from sub-Saharan to Northern Africa. So that's what we expect. Anyway, he said he was talking about Ivory using the name, the Green Saharan name, but he should ask him why he's using it. Bro, Ivory, if Ivory watching, you don't hear and talk to Bayet, you know what I'm saying? But Bayet was trying to throw a shot, and my brother not here to defend himself, so I had to go ahead and speak up on that, on his name, man. Speak on his name. But we follow the evidence right here. We accept what the evidence say. You understand? And that's the scientific method. You might have older ideas. You discard those ideas and you go with where the evidence leads you.
Listen, promises. Yeah, I think we should push academia to start referring to SSA, Black Africa, as tropical African. I like that. Or tropically adapted African. Nice. It's less ambiguous and more specific. I like that. Very well said, man. I appreciate that. That's yeah, I hear that. And that's why, like, I feel like people of African descent, we need to study African history. We need to look at these studies because we can interpret it very differently from.
There's another thing too, African descent. African descent. That is very, like, what does that mean to him? Oh, well, that means if I'm reading about any portion of African history, anything of the dealing with Africa, then it's mine. No, it's not. It does not mean you are directly, correlated with these two women. It does not mean that you're directly correlated with every group in Africa, because again, I can show you this paper here. And this will hurt your feelings. These are ancient North Africans, right? Ancient genomes from North Africa, evidence prehistoric migrations from Maghreb, from both the Levant and Europe. And this is what it has to say about one of the oldest African Homo sapiens sapien groups that we have available DNA from. Well, there is one more older one, 18,000 years ago. But this one's about 15,000 years. And it clearly states this about the people here. Let me find it. Hard search it here real quick. No, it's down here. Just had it highlighted. This is also why I like doing PowerPoints, but I start just showing the papers. Oh, how we know that? All right, so I'm gonna show you the goddamn paper. This is where it came from, right? It goes into the IAM people. Right here, it says here that consistently all comparisons produce significant positive values and it indicate a higher similarity of the IAM with Natufians and Levantine farmers. This suggests that most of IAM ancestry originates from an out of Africa source, as IAM shares more alleles with Levantines than with any sub-Saharan Africans, including the 4,500-year-old genome from Ethiopia. There you go. There you go. Whoop, there it is. What I am, these are your Ibero-Mauritians. These are early Moroccans. And they're all the way on the west side of the continent, northwest side of the continent, in this place called Morocco. And their ancestry goes all the way back to the Levantine region over here to the right, to the Sinai Peninsula. You see Egypt over here. It goes all the way back here. And they obviously, this migration encompassed Egypt. Obviously, it went across North Libya, Algeria to get to Morocco. And this is why the Egyptian paper said what it said. This type of ancestry was widespread across North Africa, which should be common sense. If they're coming from the Levant, they got to sweep across North Africa to get to Morocco. These are your ancient Moroccans. And they have Levantine DNA. They are literally the descendants of Neolithic Levantines. It says here, this suggests that most of IAM ancestry originates from an out of Africa source, as IAM shares more alleles with Levantines. In order to share alleles with anybody, that means you have to have some sort of common ancestry. Because the only way you can inherit alleles, the only way you can inherit genes is through the act of sex and reproduction, becoming an offspring of that group. That's it. You can't airmail it, you can't Wi-Fi it, you can't download it. You can only inherit genes through the act of sexual reproduction, copulation. It says to further test the hypothesis that the IAM is more closely related to out-of-Africa populations, we determined whether we could detect Neanderthal ancestry in IAM, which is typical of non-African populations. A signal of Neanderthal ancestry has been detected in modern North African populations. A lack of Neanderthal ancestry in IAM would imply that the signal observed today is a product of more recent migration to North Africa from the Middle East and Europe in historical times. Compared with the Neanderthal high coverage genome sequence from Atli and the low coverage sequence from the Vendiha cave, and using an S statistic, we detected Neanderthal introgression signal into the IAM, suggesting derivation from the same event shared by non-African populations. I mean, so I keep reading this. This is a beautiful paper, man. This is a beautiful paper. And again, this is what the title of the paper reads: Ancient Genomes from North Africa Evidence, Prehistoric Migrations to the Maghreb from both the Levant and Europe. That's what you're going to learn when we're talking about North Africa. Back migrations. That's what you're going to learn. Anyway. So this idea of a homogeneous Africa doesn't exist. Even though this dude uses the word diverse and everything, I don't know if you understand it, because he'll still say our ancestors, our ancestors, our ancestors. These are our people. Why? Because he's just looking at the word black and he's looking at the word Africa and he's using that to represent all of Africa and represent everybody that's on Africa has to all have this shared common ancestry. It doesn't work that way. Sean says this is an isolated group, EM2 as well as RV88. EM78 1M13 was in the Green Sahara. I would have thought you read this paper, but the isolated group apparently may guard it to keep their genome isolated. Yep, for the most part. Seems like they just died out. You know, there's a lot of ways that can happen, man. If you stop reproducing, your lineage is going to stop, right? You starve out, your lineage is going to stop. So for some reason, this population that was in the Central Sahara died out. It could have died out during the drying of the Sahara. You know, wasn't able to move out in time or whatever, or just ran out of resources, starvation, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Anyway.
Mainstream, and we can come up with our own terminology and we can popularize it. Like saying tropical African or tropically adapted African, like that's gold right there. I really like that. And that's one of the reasons why, because, you know, people were telling me, one of the critiques that some of you guys had was, hey, you know, stop calling ancient Egypt, Egypt, essentially, because that's the Greek term, which I totally understand that critique. My rebuttal to that was ultimately, hey, man, like, you know, we can't have that energy toward Egypt and not toward other African countries or empires.
Hey, you got the volume turned up on that, bro?
For example, like the people of the Greek.
Oh, you can't hear it?
Yeah, I'm just wondering. That might be me. Hold on, let me turn. Let me turn mine. No, you good? That's me. Hold on, that's me.
Okay, yeah, I turned it all the way up to when you said that.
Yeah, that's me. Yep, that's me.
Okay.
Rios didn't call it the Mali Empire; they called it Mandang Kurfaba. So we should keep that same energy for other African nations. But I understand the critique, and I think it's important for me to start more so introducing the indigenous names of the African continent when it's available to us. So calling Egypt Kemet is important, and you know I hear you guys with that. So yeah, they found these Tekakori women in southwestern Libya, and I'm assuming you guys know where southwestern Libya is. It's in North Africa. It's like, if you're looking at them, actually I have it right here. Libya is right here. So in North Africa, yeah, the angle is kind of, anyway, it's right next to Egypt. So Libya is to the west of Egypt. So they found these women there, and you know they found out that, you know, they carry distinct genetic signatures, but they diverged from sub-Saharan Africa. So in the video, I was just kind of talking about like, you know, my speculation was that these were Black African women. You know, they would have had dark skin, and they would have had, you know, some very similar features to sub-Saharan African peoples, or peoples that we identify as tropically adapted Africans, if you will. So I'm trying to use consistent promises terms here. So yeah, that was my assumption, and that is my speculation. And I was curious what you guys thought about that, like, because in general, when we look at North African history, ancient North African history, there is diversity that we see. But when it comes to the Neolithic period, this is like the prehistoric era. When we look at the rock art from ancient prehistoric North Africa, we see some really interesting things there. We see that, hey, like, a lot of these images were of seemingly Black people. They had Black features. They had, you know, the hairstyles of Black people, if you will. And it seems like it was just proliferated all throughout Neolithic North Africa, in Algeria, modern day Algeria, modern day Libya, in those areas, the Maghreb. So I think personally, at least in the Neolithic period, a lot of these ancient peoples, Neolithic peoples, were typically.
No, not true. Again, you had darker skin types and lighter skin types as well. This is why I went over this paper here earlier. The KEB population had a lighter skin. They were literally European introgressed. We can go into the ancient Tunisian population. They were Southern European introgressed. So you would expect a mix of phenotypes there. But with the KEB population, we actually do have a phenotypic analysis here. And this population would have had light eyes, light skin, like what we see in the European individuals associated with European ancestry. The IAM, the older Ibero-Mauritians, were darker skinned people. So you would have had that, both of those phenotypes in North Africa early on at the onset. Not, you know, or when the Romans came, no, you would not. You literally got Sicilian people, or people that are from that region of the Asian and Greek regions, coming over the Sicilian Strait into North Africa around 6,000 BCE. Literally got people coming from the Levant around 6,000 BCE, 7,000, 8,000 years ago. And again, with this population of KB in Morocco, these European hunter guys coming down, bringing in lighter skin pigmentation into North Africa long ago. So this idea that everybody are just, no, that's not the case. That's not the case at all. And again, for people that just got here, this is from the paper Rosa Fregel et al. 2018, which what we were just reading. And it clearly states here, this is from the supplementary. It's the S&P at RS1426654 of the SLC2485 gene is related to light skin pigmentation in individuals with European ancestry. And again, we see this amongst the KEB population. And if we go back to this paper, this is where that paper is from. And it will tell you that those people have a European-like ancestry, right? Because of endemic diffusion. And again, endemic diffusion is the actual movement of people, right? When we're studying demography, we're studying the movement of peoples, and these people came from Europe. This is why this says here, ancient genomes from North Africa, evidence prehistoric, meaning before writing, migrations to the Maghreb from both the Levant and Europe. So he was emphatically wrong on his stance of, the Maghreb would have been X, Y, and Z. These people would have all been darker skinned people. He even took it to another level and said they would have been sub-Saharan like or whatever. No. Not at all. So if we read this here, to the extent to which prehistoric migrations of farmers influenced the genetic pool of West and North Africans remains unclear. Archaeological evidence suggests that neolization process may have happened through the adoption of innovations by local Epipaleolithic communities or by endemic diffusion from the eastern Mediterranean shores or Iberia. Here we present an analysis of individual genome sequences from early and late Neolithic sites in Morocco and from early Neolithic individuals from southern Iberia. We show that early Neolithic Moroccans, approximately 5,000 BC, so this is about 7,000 years ago, are similar to later Stone Age individuals from the same region and possess an endemic element retained in present-day Maghrebi populations. So again, earlier we read a comment about, North Africa is filled with people that just got there. Like the population changed because we're all the black people that we see on the rock art. We're all the black people. Those people are still there. Their descendants are still there because, again, their DNA matches with the ancient ones that lived 7,000 and 15,000 years ago. That's what that Maghrebi component is showing. Again, it says confirming a long-term genetic continuity in the region. This scenario is consistent with early Neolithic traditions in North Africa derived from Epipaleolithic communities that adopted certain agricultural techniques from neighboring populations. Among Eurasian ancient populations, early Neolithic Moroccans are distantly related to Levantine Natufian hunter-gatherers, approximately 9,000 BCE, and pre-pottery Neolithic farmers, 6,500 BCE. Late Neolithic 3000 BCE Moroccans, in contrast, share an Iberian component, supporting theories of the trans-Gibraltar gene flow, indicating that neolization of North Africa involved both the movement of ideas and people. Lastly, the Southern Iberian early Neolithic samples share the same genetic composition as the Cardio-Mediterranean Neolithic culture that reached Iberia approximately 5,500 BCE. The cultural and genetic similarities between the Iberian and North African Neolithic traditions further reinforced the model of an Iberian migration into the Maghreb. So again, as we read earlier, if you got lighter skinned people in Southern Europe, which we know already existed, again, the oldest SLC2485 lighter skinned individual would be the individual 12,500 years ago in Sweden. We see these people come in, and we see that these people that are buried in the KB population, the Neolithic Moroccans, they have the alleles for what we see in European ancestry, which is used that lighter or pale skin. It was there in ancient Africa. Don't need no Roman impetus, no Greek impetus. Don't need none of that. These are not Roman and Greek nationals coming in, changing the whole complexion of North Africa, by the way, because you would have to change from east to west, all these groups, to fit this damn weird idea that we don't see these skin tones until recently. Anyway, let's get back to my man Pots and Pans right here.
Sub-Saharan African or tropically adapted African, as my man Consistent says. But yeah, I wanted to give some quotes to you guys as well from some scholars concerning what these ancient peoples would have looked like. Because why am I doing this video, first of all? I think it's important that we understand that, like, when we talk about North Africa, like every video I've done on North Africa has always been controversial. There are people who are on both sides of the fence. They come out of nowhere. You have people who are more Eurocentric in their thinking that definitely disagree with all my videos on anything I do about North Africa, essentially. Because all my videos on North Africa focus on the Black African agency or the Black African populace, if you will. And this is not to say that North Africa wasn't diverse. No, that's just the focus of my channel, is Black people, ultimately, right? So every time I talk about the agency of Black people in North Africa, in ancient North Africa, in Neolithic North Africa, it's always like a problem. Like, it's always controversial. And I feel like that's problematic, ultimately. Because when we look at the sources, when we look at what the scholars say, when we look at the rock art, when we look at the skeletal remains, we see a very different picture from what they're trying to assert. So I have some quotes here from several scholars concerning ancient North Africa. Valerie, so are they saying the women diverged from Berber or Tuareg, Fulani, or are they hinting they were Nubian? That's a good point. That's a very good point. I don't know specifically what they mean by sub-Saharan when they say they diverged from them. So it could be anything. James, Africans and Sub-Saharan Africa diverse from each other. Tropical adaptation is a good way to engage this. Yeah, you guys may know more about, genetics than I do. We should also be careful with the term. We should also be careful with the term prehistoric because technically there's no such thing. That's more of a Eurocentric phrase to describe a time when they weren't recording. Okay. Appreciate that. Southern Europeans diverse from Eastern and Northern Europeans population, but we never question. Wow. That's a really interesting point, James. I appreciate that perspective, man. Thanks, man. I got the idea from African Center Circles on Quora. That's what's up. Yeah, I like that. I like that terminology, man. I may steal it. I appreciate that. All right, so here's some quotes from different scholars concerning ancient North Africa and the agency of Black African people. So we have one by Christopher Eric. I quote Christopher Eric like all the time, guys. He's one of my favorite scholars when it comes to ancient.
What is he meaning when he says agency of Black African people? I don't understand that.
Man, I'd be lying if I told you. I'd be lying if I had to guess from watching this live earlier. Is that I guess he's just saying because agency don't mean what he's trying to say. He's trying to say Black people are always in North Africa. That's
right.
Pretty much trying to get to. What does that have to do with agency? I don't know.
Is he talking about their ability to move around or like?
Maybe. I have no idea. I never heard somebody use the word agency.
Yeah, he got me confused. This is the second, third time. I'm like, what is you saying? What's cold though is he got that tone in his voice, right? Like he's recognizing. He's like, damn, like he don't completely understand what's going on, but some part of him get like, damn, there's a pushback on this whole like blackity black narrative going on right now, and like it's like I don't understand how to push back on it correctly, and there's stuff going on I don't understand. It's above my pay grade, but what I'm understanding is it ain't sounding like I thought it was in some way, shape, or form. Like he gets it ain't the same. But he doesn't. It's like I feel like he knows enough to be scared to look into it now. You know what I'm saying?
Right, man.
Like he don't want to find out like how deep the rabbit hole actually goes, and like you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man, yeah. And he not really getting it, and all he sees is all he's focused on is just establishing dark-skinned people, Black people in North Africa. That's it.
He understands there's diversity there, but it's the when and where. You know what I'm saying?
You don't even understand that all the way because every time he bring it up, he be like, well, but these people do come from sub-Saharan Africans. Like they diverge. Yeah, 60, 70,000 years ago, we all did.
Right.
You're not saying nothing. But I don't know if he genuinely doesn't understand that. That doesn't mean
he genuinely doesn't get that part. But that's what I'm saying. Like he knows he recognizes as a content creator, he finally got in over his head. And like he's saying, damn, y'all might know more. Like he's stuck right now. And he's trying to figure like which way do I go with this thing? You know what I'm saying? He knows he got to keep going with some kind of blackity black thing for his supporters or whatnot, because that's his moneymaker, right? But on the other hand, like he recognizes he's like, damn, like how do I understand and explain this diversity thing? Because he understands. You can hear him talking about the Phoenicians and Carthaginians and all that type. Like he got videos where him and Metatron are going back and forth and whatnot over this whole thing and whatnot. And he understands there's diversity there, right? He just doesn't understand. He's trying to understand the when and where, and he understands the counterclaim is, hey, that diversity has been a lot longer than what you think. He just doesn't know how to fight back against that. And the reality is, he's like, you can't, bro. Like, bruh. I hate to break it to you, but you and your whole crew on the home team are gonna have to learn the word of the year is back migration.
Yep.
And with my sources, guys, like I use white authors and scholars. I use Black authors and scholars, Middle Eastern authors and scholars. Like anybody who's talking about Africa who has some credibility, I try to include them in my videos. Anyway, so Christopher Eric, he says the Sahara itself was until about 3000 BCE a place of diverse African peoples, many of them ancestral to today's Niger, Congo, and Nilo-Saharan speakers. It is clear from rock art and archaeology that these populations include people of sub-Saharan African appearance. So it seems as though he wants to make it pretty clear, by using the word sub-Saharan, as he says, that these were Black people in ancient North Africa. I don't know why he gives the caveat of until about 3000 BCE. I'd really be interested.
And Christopher Eric was wrong to try to attribute the whole goddamn Green Sahara to Niger Congo people. That don't even make sense. He said many of which were the ancestors of the Niger Congo speakers. No, that can't be. That's hard to That's hard to prove. So no, that's a statement that can't be, because the Sahara stretches from the west all the way to the east. So you're saying it was, you have to be saying that it was heavily inundated by these people or these ancestors, and we don't have any evidence of that. We would see it in the genetic. I make sure we don't see it. Again, the people that Niger Congo speakers cluster with are normally Northwest Africans. Normally Northwest Africans. That Tafara component in the Yoruba, Tafara component in the Fulani. Northwest Africans. It's more Berber-like. It's going towards the Northwest. None of it's really pinging towards the East. So that don't make no sense, man. Yeah, it don't make any genetic sense, Sean. Don't make any genetic sense.
In like interviewing him or discussing that particular aspect of his quote, because he's saying, that had a limit, if you will, until about 3000 BC, a place of diverse African peoples. So it wasn't diverse after 3000 BC. So I'm not really sure about that. But basically, he's saying that the peoples that they're seeing in ancient North Africa through the rock art and things of that nature are ancestral. They look similar to the Niger Congo, Nilo-Saharan people groups.
Hey, pause it right there.
We have another one by Gab.
See, yeah, like OG, like he doesn't understand how the genetics doesn't make sense, because for him, he just does everything. He's doing everything. He's been trained to do everything off lookerships. Like, so he understands, the rock art's black and this is black, and blah, 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 blah. And so he's just now starting to get smacked in the face with genetics means different lineages and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? And so you can be black and not be West African, right? You can be black and not be sub-Saharan African and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? He's just now getting slapped in the face with the concept of black does not mean sub-Saharan African. And so he's on the back foot trying to wrap his mind around the whole thing, you know what I'm saying? Because like he's being thrown for a loop, because he's smart enough to know that he's above, like everything that's happening right now is above his pay grade, right? And he's also smart enough to know that like he's hearing the arguments, he's like, damn, I'm hearing what they're saying. I don't quite get it all, but I'm hearing what they're saying. Is like the diversity and what I like the time period and the chronology of my diversity concept is way off. Because he wants to make everything like he's thinking everything's a recent migration of the European stuff, right? And we all know what it is, right? And so he's just starting to get smacked with like he's having to deal with the fact that the bigger channels like the Metatrons and whatnot are finally starting to hit him back like, nah, Negro, you need to double check this here. He's struggling with it because he's struggling with it he's struggling with the implications. Like, if this is true, then that means, oh shit. You got it, man.
Hey, he used the word our ancestry, learning the history of our ancestry. And if you know that these people are diverse, you know they're distinct, then how are you using that word our ancestry if they're from a different group, different lineage? So it goes back to what I was saying. And what you were saying, like, he doesn't really grasp. He generally don't grasp this information like that.
Gabriel Camps, and he's an archaeologist. Here's what he has to say. He says, before the arrival of Phoenicians and later Romans, the Maghreb was peopled by various groups, including Black Africans coming from the south through the Sahara. So that quote is salient because it goes to my point where, whenever I'm talking about North African history and I include the agency of Black African people, how they contributed to North African history, there's always a problem. There's always some sort of controversy, because the narrative is essentially that North Africa, the Sahara, if you will, was a sort of barrier for the Negro. And so, like, when you talk about Black people in North Africa, in ancient North Africa,
so I have to speak with nuance on this position, because it has been proven that there is sub-Saharan African DNA in Spain 4,000 years ago. We know that for a fact. So we know they had to go Northwest Africa. They had to go possibly the coastal route to get there. So these interactions do happen. L3E5 was found in Tunisia 6,000 years ago. So we know these migrations happen, but it wasn't a widespread event where it just the whole Sahara was inundated with these people. All of the Moroccans were these. No, that's not how it goes. But y'all try to paint that narrative, and that's not the case. There are interactions between what we call sub-Saharan African people and Northwest African people. I'm of the camp that who we call Ghanaians, Niger Congo speakers, were originally more north, Western Sahara, Mauritania, North Mali. They were more north before the desiccation of the Sahara. And this is why they relate to Berber people, or they have haplogroups that are known to be E1, EM78 downstream. They have U6 mitochondrial DNA, women amongst them with their own particular clade that is specific to West African groups, is because there was an interaction between these people because they were closely together at one point. Right, and whatever their autosomes would have been, maybe their autosomes would have been more Taffarel-like in the past and become more sub-Saharan African as they travel south. That's probably going to be the best explanation for that. Or either way, that's the best explanation. But that is not saying that majority of North Africa was sub-Saharan-like or sub-Saharan adjacent, like you guys are always alluding to, just because you see black people there or black rock art or, oh, these are black Africans and y'all go crazy. No, that's not saying it at all. That is not saying it at all.
Real quick, that's why I like to point out that we see something consistent with the Y-DNA of North Africa and Moorish Spain, to where only 5% of the DNA is considered sub-Saharan African lineages amongst the men. That's consistent from the times of Moorish Spain to modern times right now in North Africa. 5% sub-Saharan African lineages, man. That is nowhere near a majority. That is all the way near a minority, fam.
Yep. So it wasn't this big sweeping population that these guys be dreaming about, man.
It was there though. You can't say it wasn't there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
but you just can't say it was everybody, bro.
Mm-hmm. And the thing that kills me, the people that relate to the North Africans the most, they discount them, which are the modern North Africans. They call them invaders. Johnny come lately. They came and flipped the population. They pushed the real North Africans out. We read in the comments earlier, someone put, they pushed the real North Africans out. And, you know, the real North Africans are black Africans. Like, stop it.
Meanwhile, all you niggas go to the same cookouts where y'all got mixed cousins and whatnot, nieces and nephews and shit. And all y'all niggas know y'all niggas family and whatnot. Y'all getting all kind of fights if someone put hands on them niggas. You know what I'm saying? Light-skinned or not. Light-skinned or not. Trifling ass.
For whatever reason, there's this discomfort in popular culture, I would say. Not popular culture, but, you know, in popular spaces where people are talking online. I have to say that I see most of this online, like not necessarily through the literature. So that's an important point to make. But basically, you know, yeah, there's always this controversy every time I include Black African agency in North Africa. And here, what he's saying that before the Phoenicians, before they came to Carthage, before the Romans, before they came to that, you know, North Africa, they conquered North Africa for the most part, or parts of North Africa. You know, it was peopled by, you know, a diverse group of Africans, including Black Africans from the South through the Sahara. So ultimately, there's this narrative, and I think a lot of scholars are aware of it, that, you know, Black African people are somehow not indigenous to North Africa. And the way they came into North Africa was via slavery or through more modern North African history. And ultimately, that couldn't be further from the truth. So I think that's important to know. You guys got a lot to say. Ray, what is Black African? And I don't know if you were here. And that's kind of like the issue, you know, with these terminologies, because I don't necessarily like to say Black African. It can be problematic. I get it. But, you know, for the sake of the video, I feel like I had to differentiate between Black African and the other Africans, you know, we would consider, I guess, not Black or whatever, or not Niger Congo or not Nilo-Saharan. Most North Africans carry languages, Somalians who are Black share this. Okay. Yeah, I think the flatness of Blackness based off one job rules America's confusing narrative. Yeah, I totally agree. Totally agree. Black Africa was a concept created by the Arabs. David Hume. It's basically y'all are funny, man. Yes, that's exactly points in some regards. Yeah, man. So that was a quote by an archaeologist named Gabriel Camps. Now there's another quote by ancient scholars, an ancient historian named Herodotus. I think a lot of you guys know him or have heard of him before. He was a Greek scholar or a Greek historian. Now a lot of people, some people question the authority of these Greek scholars, and they question some of their credibility. And there's a space for that. I get that in general, but there's a consistent theme when we marry the information together. When we see the rock art, when we see the skeletal remains like the Takakori woman, and I'm about to talk about some other remains. So when we marry this information and we include some of the perspectives from, say, Greek scholars or ancient writers in general, it paints a pretty clear picture. It's not nebulous to me. So Herodotus, he was talking about the Garamantes. And I think when we talk about the Garamante peoples, I believe the Garamantes were like in the middle of the Sahara for the most part. They were active. You know, the Romans seem to engage them. The Greeks seem to have seen them. And there seems to be a lot of descriptions of their phenotypes. And when we discover that literature, we see that, at least from what I see, the Garamantes seem to have been, a diverse group of people when it comes to their phenotype. But for the most part, they seem to have been brown to black-skinned Africans, which is typical of, say, ancient North Africa. We've seen that consistently over and over again. And so Herodotus, he says that, according to his sources, the Garamantes were in ancient North Africa. They were on chariots, sort of chasing or hunting down, as he called them, Ethiopians. Now, in ancient times, the word Ethiopian meant black people, black African, if you will. So the Garamantes, who had I guess a diverse sort of phenotype, brown to black skin, whatever, they were there alongside the black-skinned Africans who were more. This is all very layered stuff. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is that I'm trying to debunk this narrative that so-called black African people were not indigenous to North Africa, that the Sahara was a barrier to black African peoples. And that couldn't be further from the truth. Ultimately, when we talk about the geography of ancient North Africa, we see that the Sahara wasn't always a desert. The Sahara is, my goodness, man, the Sahara is huge, and it deeply impacted African history. That's one of the things that Chancellor Williams talks about. He says one of the reasons why the African continent fell, if you will, is because of the drying of the Sahara, and many Africans were displaced because of this. Many cultures were lost. Some information was lost, and so a lot of history was lost. And I tell people all the time, at least I tell my friends, like in my personal opinion, there's so much history under the sand of the Sahara. I don't even think we really touched the surface of what's in ancient North Africa, or what's in North Africa in the Sahara. And so the Sahara, at one point, it wasn't always this dry desert. It was a tropical region. If you look at the rock art, it's very clear. The Africans there make it very clear. There were giraffes there. There were elephants. It was filled with wildlife. It was lush. It was flourishing for the most part. I'm confident that a civilization could have flourished there. There's no doubt in my mind about that, honestly. So, Herodotus, he talks about essentially these Garamanti peoples chasing black people chasing black people. Ultimately, if we want to kind of distill this down to its core, black people chasing black people. Now, again, there's some nuance there. The Garamantes.
But you don't know who the Garamanti people are. There's been other North African people. We don't know who those black people are. The Ethiopians he's talking about, we don't know who they are. We got to stop this trying to identify people on their skin color. But let me read a few comments. Then I got a paper I want to go into. The raw truth about everything says, I am a black American. I get North African DNA, autosomal DNA, and my closest matches on my true ancestry are the Moors. I have my true ancestry. Again, it's not showing you close matches in that regard. It's talking about people that share those autosomal segments, yes. And you probably pinging with that more from the 10th century caliphate, which has the E1B1A clade, so that makes sense. E1B1A is a sub-Saharan clade, so you're pinging with that more because of your sub-Saharan African DNA. We just make that known. That's why you're pinging with him. And you said you get North African DNA. I also have, I think, trace amount or 1% North African DNA. So yeah, that's not out of the norm. And that North African DNA is going to be shared with like your Berber population, Amazigh populations. Well, see, y'all would do this like, oh, I have some North African DNA, but then ignore the people that got majority of it. Explain that to me, the raw truth. Why y'all demarcate the people that got majority of their damn ancestry derived from other North African populations, modern and ancient? Explain that. I know West Africans tied to North Africans. I just explained it because we were in closer proximity with them in times past. That's why we got mitochondrial U6. That's why we got EV259 amongst West Africans. That's why we have those clades. That's why Yoruba have 12.5% on average of their ancestry tracing back to the Tafarat, which is an ancient Moroccan ancestry or population. So I completely understand that. But my question to you, after answering what you just put, the statement you just put, why do y'all demarcate majority of North Africans when they have majority of their ancestry deriving from ancestral North Africans and other modern North African populations? From there, let me go to this paper. You see what this says here? We did a whole video reading this paper from top to bottom. It's not a hard read. High continuity of forager ancestry in the Neolithic period of the Eastern Maghreb. Mark Lipson et al., 2025. Here's the abstract. Ancient DNA from the Mediterranean region has revealed long-range connections and population transformations associated with the spread of food-producing economies. However, in contrast to Europe, genetic data from this key transition in Northern Africa are limited and have only been available from far western Maghreb. Here we present genome-wide data for 9 individuals from the later Stone Age through the Neolithic period from Algeria and Tunisia. The earliest individuals cluster with pre-Neolithic people of the Western Maghreb around 15,000 to 7,600 years ago before present, showing that Maghrebi ancestry profile had a substantial geographic and temporal extent. At least one individual from Djebba, Tunisia, dated to around 8,000 years before present, harbored ancestry from European hunter-gatherers, probably reflecting movement in the early Holocene across the Strait of Sicily. Right, so when we're dealing with Garamantes, we're dealing with these people in Carthage, you got to deal with this ancestry here, man. You got to deal with, it's a hodgepodge of ancestries, including European, Levantine, early North African, which within Maghrebi within itself is ancient Levantine DNA within itself. It's a back to Africa group. It says later Neolithic people from Eastern Maghreb retained largely local forager ancestry, together with smaller contributions from European farmers. By around 7,000 years BP before present, and Levantine groups by around 6,800 years BP, and were thus far less impacted by external gene flow than were populations in other parts of Neolithic Mediterranean. If we go down here, just real quick, here's the populations in question here. Algeria, Tunisia, and of course Morocco to the left. But I want to go down to their admixture bars here. Here's the KB we were talking about earlier. Majority of its DNA is European farmer, and this is that group of North Africans that we were discussing that would have had the lighter skin alleles, right? Here's the SKH population of Morocco at 6,400 years before present. Most of its DNA is of Levantine ancestry, European farmer, and Maghrebi. The IAM 7,000 BP is majority Maghrebi and a little bit of European farmer. The KTG, most of its ancestry is European farmer. So when you talk about these ancestral groups and who they come from or who they are related to, here you go. Here you got it. You got it right there on the screen. There's their ancestry. Just calling them black won't explain this. This is why you can't just look at people and say, oh, that's a black African. That must be my ancestor. Oh, the Garamantes, the Carthaginians. And y'all should have learned y'all lesson with the Punic paper. Most of those people are Southern European, right? So again, here we go. They've got the Djebba is mostly Maghrebi with a little bit of Western hunter-gatherer DNA from Europe. The DEK1 population, majority Maghrebi. Again, Maghrebi is an ancient, it's a toxin North African component, but that component itself derives from a back to Africa movement. The DEK2 is majority Maghrebi, a little bit of European farmer, and Levantine. That's 6,600 BP. And then the Ergula sample is Levantine, European, and you get the trifecta on that one with the Maghrebi component being the rest of the ancestry. So we got the genomes of these people, and we can see where their ancestry comes from. And it's not looking too good for you guys. Remember, he made a point of emphasis in the video. It's like, oh, well, they saying the people that south of the Sahara didn't come there until later. Well, we know that's not true. We're gonna get into that because remember this DEK2 individual, as we see the ancestry, majority Maghrebi, a little bit of European farmer, and some Levantine ancestry. But when we get to this haplogroup here, it's L3F1b. So this is most likely a sub-Saharan African haplogroup, which may have originated in where? Eastern Africa, and spread through other parts of the continent. So we do know there was some interaction between sub-Saharan African components or peoples in North Africa, but this haplogroup has been in this population for so long that majority of its DNA, as we're going to read here, DEK2 has one source plus additional European farmer and Levantine ancestry, has 74% of its ancestry, of this person's ancestry, going back to the Maghrebi. the ancient Maghrebi component, and then 13% of it at European, and 14% of it being Levantine. None of it is sub-Saharan African. So meaning the ancestors of this population or this person, rather, probably migrated there and, more anciently than this time frame here at 6600 before present. All right, so the rest of the haplogroups are typical. You got your U6 haplogroup, you got T1A1A, you got E1B1A1, and we see these haplogroups there today. We see all these haplogroups there today. But guess what you guys would do? You would look at these people and say, oh, they're lighter skinned Berbers, they're Bedouins, they're invaders, they're Arabs. And here we go. We can see their paternal and maternal ancestry being there for thousands of goddamn years. Because several back migrations went into North Africa. You can't talk about North African ancestry without invoking back migrations. And yes, they are indigenous because they've been in North Africa for a long ass time. That's what makes them indigenous. You see how that works. And then we got the individual 122866 from DEK2 carried the haplogroup, mitochondrial DNA haplogroup U5B2B1, which is characteristic of pre-Neolithic Europe, and it's probably derived from European hunter-gatherers, either directly hunter-gatherers crossing the streets of Sicily or by means of Western hunter-gatherer ancestry in European farmers. All right, so let's get back to the video just to give you guys. We don't have to play these games or just look at, color probing everybody's skin tone probing. And, black people on the rock art. We literally have samples now. We can get an idea. And even Moore's haplogroup. I believe Moore's, was yours fine here, E1A, or was that the Phoenician?
Yeah. They found they got my DNA in Spain. They got my DNA in Sicily. They got my DNA in Tunisia prior to the Moors getting there.
Got you. Right. Which your haplogroup was on the move, and we see it in Central Europe, North Africa, Sub-Saharan, all over, man.
Jeez, haplogroup E was not trying to stay stationary. You understand what I'm saying?
That's a fact. Here's the rest of the video, y'all.
They are described with different phenotypes. That is typical of North Africa. We know that. Ultimately, ancient North Africa was diverse. But to say that Black Africans did not contribute or were not primary or were not indigenous or whatever, like it's problematic. It's a big problem. What's good, fam? What's going on, James? How you doing, man? Yeah, when Prince Harry's son and daughter are Black, that's a modern concept due to the dirty. Yeah, the Windsor rule is an inherently racist idea, to be honest. James, are you familiar with about 4 people and Mauritania government special statement on them? No, I am not, James. Antarctic people, but there's an Arab culture that people have done it. All right, so I have another quote by Henry Lott, and he's an archaeologist. And again, this is talking about the Black African populace of North Africa. It says, among the depictions, some figures, and he's talking about the Tassili rock art. I believe the Tassili rock art, I think it's Algeria. Don't quote me on that, but I think this rock art is in Algeria. So an archaeologist, Henry Lott, he says, among the depictions, some figures are clearly Negroid in appearance, suggesting the presence of Black African populations in the Central Sahara during the humid Holocene. So this is ancient North Africa. These African people were painting themselves on rock art. They were giving us history. Yeah, okay, Algeria is correct, got you. Yeah, I think it's in Algeria. So we have Libya, we have Algeria as well. I'm sure we can discover more. But anyway, so you have this rock art, ancient rock art, and in his opinion, this archaeologist, he says some of the images that they can clearly see, because some of them aren't, as clear, but some of the images, just through lookership, if you will, some of them are clearly Black people, as he's saying. He says Negroid, he uses that term, that's outdated, but some of them, he says, they are Black Africans. And so if we're seeing Black Africans in this rock art, probably prehistoric times, probably ancient, whatever, not probably, it is ancient. There's a differentiation between ancient and prehistoric, by the way. But so, yeah, to me, this evinces that these Black African people were indigenous to that region. Like, there's no ambiguity with that. I don't see the controversy. So throughout my YouTube career, if you will, like if I'm speaking about Black people in North African history and ancient North Africa, and I'm sort of centralizing them or focusing on them, that is legitimate. It shouldn't be controversial. It doesn't negate the fact that ancient North Africa was diverse. Again, we saw that diversity. But to ignore the Black African contribution to North Africa, again, is problematic. How many of you guys heard of the Black Mummy before? There's actually a term. Is it a term or was it found at a particular? I don't know how to pronounce where they found it, but they call it the black mummy. And just like the Takakori women were found in southwestern Libya, this black mummy, as they call it, was also found in southwestern Libya. Mauritania states that about 4 people are black African people who precede the Berbers. Their official site, really? Oh, I gotta look that up. Yeah, the Tashwinit child. Yeah, I believe that's correct because I've seen that term, Tashwinit. Yeah, the Tashwinit child, or some people call it, some writers call it the black mummy. So basically, this child was found in southwestern Libya, and he was naturally mummified. Now I have to look at that again because I believe I saw a source that says that he was not only naturally mummified, but there was like a mummification process as well. Like those people were taking out some of his organs, and so that to preserve him, for I guess whatever cultural reason they were doing it. Basically, it was very similar to the Egyptian process. It wasn't a full Egyptian process, obviously, but it was in part close to what the Egyptians were doing. It was a purpose-filled mummification process. So there was a natural mummification and a purpose-filled mummification process where they would take some of the organs and put it in a jar. I believe I saw that somewhere. I'm not sure if it's true or not, so don't quote me on that. But I believe that it was kind of like a dual process of natural mummification, which perhaps I don't know if they intended or not, and then purposely doing a mummification process. And if that is the case, mummification clearly didn't start in Egypt. It clearly advanced and graduated in Egypt, if you will. But yeah, what's going on, Trayvon? Hey, home team. I don't want to sound like Hotep, but but have you ever noticed that whenever you see a picture of Arabs in the '60s and land, from what I've seen, they all okay. So let's not garner any, and I'm not saying that you're like this, Trayvon, but let's not garner any insecurity about being Afrocentric or African centered, because too long have our history books been Eurocentric, and they stand on that. And so we as African people, we can be wrong too, just as much as them, and that's okay. And we can graduate into. I think I cut out there for a little bit. Yeah. So to me, yeah, like don't worry about being a hotep or whatever. If you're wrong, you're wrong. If you're right, you're right. It's cool. It's cool, bro. So Um, yeah, I have noticed that. I've noticed the same thing as you, definitely. A lot of some pictures that I see, and granted, I haven't seen a lot of pictures.
Just imagine if, because this reminds me of what someone said in my Facebook group. It was like, oh, Diop didn't have DNA before. So did the racist scientists before him that he extrapolated a lot of information from. They didn't have DNA either. That doesn't excuse the damn work they did. It's still very hateful and bigoted work they did, or misinformation, disinformation that they did. They did the same thing. See, Diop did what they did, but reversed it, right? Oh, well, we believe that these are all Caucasian people. He reverses, and they're all Negroid people. We believe that white people invented every damn thing. He just reverses, and no, everything comes from black people. That's all they did. It was just reverse. It want to reverse all those things. You see what I'm saying? Just because they may have been in a state of ignorance on certain things, it does not excuse the damage that was done in the propaganda that was spread. We can still all today in 2025 agree what they taught was incorrect, harmful, and doesn't serve anybody a good purpose at all.
The Uno reverse card is not an academic argument, man.
Exactly.
From that time period, but a lot of the Arabs back then, they were brown skinned, dark skinned, black skinned, almost like they were very dark for the most part. So I don't know if those pictures were very selective from a given region and period. I can't say it's reflective of all Arabs of that period, but I'm not sure. But I have noticed that. But I can't, I'm not going to rely on that ultimately because I don't feel like I have the full picture. But yeah, but again, like don't be ashamed or embarrassed or scared. Eurocentric people, they legitimize their Eurocentrism through the history books, and I think they've grown over time, and they're starting to become more honest, I feel. But we have the right to be that as well. So don't worry about that. Okay. I've seen browner skinned Dinkas versus the dark chocolate ones in Sudan since they're in West. Okay. It's so irritating for a hotep to be used. Yeah. Right. Yeah, they always take our terms and just brutalize it, just adulterate it. And it's kind of like, because somebody asked me about Dr. Umar before, and I support Dr. Umar, whatever. Like, I don't know if he's perfect or not. I mean, obviously nobody's perfect, but I'm just saying, like, people have their critiques of him, but he's a man who's trying to uplift his community. That's what seems clear to me, personally. So he's kind of been made out to be like a meme, if you will, and kind of like what I was talking about last time. I don't know if he's aware of that. I think he is. He's a smart dude. But yeah, they kind of make a joke of us, of our intellect, of our orators, and it's a consistent common theme. And I think it's going to continue to happen. And we have to be the ones to champion our scholars and not make them out to be a joke. And unfortunately, you know, people in our community, we do that heavy, I think, because Umar Johnson has been memeized. Like, and maybe it's a strategy to popularize African-centered thinking. Is that the right strategy? I don't know, but hey, Hometeam, as much as I do not agree with the one-drop rule, but do you think an individual who is 3/4 white and only a quarter black from grandparent can still identify as black? Man, that's a touchy subject, bro. That is a touchy subject. So my thing is, as Afro-descendant people, we have to be the one that drives our own narrative in our community. We have to be the ones that define our own reality. Ultimately, all people groups do this. And so if we want to accept that idea, then it is what it is. I'm with it. But in my personal opinion, I don't know if I would, because some of them, we don't know what their loyalties are. Like, we don't know what they were cultured into. You can have people dark as night being cultured into something very different from what's conducive or salubrious for their own community, their own phenotype that looks like them, pretty much. And you can have those who maybe, you know, have a lot more admixture, and they can be 100% cultured within a sort of Black African mindset, if you will. They've conceptually decolonized their minds, if you will, and they've embraced their Blackness, and they want to live by that. And I don't know if I can say, you know, we should deny them. If we want to do that collectively, I have no problem with the direction we want to go as a people, ultimately, whether we're right, wrong, whatever. Like, we have to stick to something, we have to commit to it, and we have to be unified into it. We have to have a critical mass. Not everybody's not going to agree, but if a critical mass agrees to one set goal and purpose, you know, it's a wrap. I think that's important. So I hope I answered that question. I hope it makes sense to you.
It don't make sense. That was a weird ass way to answer that question. And this is what happens when race becomes a focal point. I'm guessing the guy was asking about, do you accept somebody with a mixed ancestry? And he said if his brain isn't colonized and he embraces Blackness, what does any of that shit means? What does that mean at all? I don't know what that means. It must be some cold language. Maybe somebody in the chat can tell me, what does it mean to that your brain is colonized? And then what does it mean also to embrace your Blackness? Because I hear that a lot. And you can't accept this person if he's a mixed ancestry if he doesn't. And I don't know what that means. Does that mean that he doesn't accept that his skin's dark? What does that fucking mean? Is it figurative? Or he doesn't accept my ideas, which I deem as being Black? Y'all are crazy. And here's the funny thing about asking a question like this. Most African Americans are admixed. The person I'm watching is admixed. I'm admixed. More is admixed. Everybody that's in the African American ethnic group, majority of us, are admixed with Europeans. So do you got to go through that same test? Oh, we got to make sure that this person accepts his Blackness. And then he also said something about we got to define our own reality. We've been doing that, and that's why we're having this discussion tonight, because y'all keep doing it. Y'all don't like reality, so y'all define your own damn reality. Now you the Egyptians. Now you the Israelites. Now you represent every ancient North African. Like, when do we draw the line in the goddamn sand and say, okay, enough is a fuck enough? If we're going to educate people, let's educate them. We need to do it properly. All this talking about if we're wrong, we're wrong. No, hell no. Y'all been doing that shit too long. That's how we got all these goddamn coats. That's how we got IUIC, ISUPK, how we got old boy with Planet Riz. They got locked up, Polite. All these guys now Saint look like he about to be the next major cult leader out the community. Right? No, man, we need somebody to step up and properly teach people about ancestry, because a lot of y'all are confused about this situation because you do what you did majority of this video, which is just worry about, oh, there's darker skinned people here. There's Black people here. When there's more to the story than your damn pigment.
Whoa, I never heard Farrakhan say that. That's interesting. Okay. Yeah, man. So basically the point I'm making is that Black African people have always been indigenous to the African continent, man. Have always been indigenous to ancient North Africa. The Sahara was not a barrier to the Negroid phenotype. That's absolutely ridiculous. And I'm combating that narrative right now, because every time I've done a video on ancient North Africa, it's always been a problem, because I centralize the agency of Black African people. I'm sorry, my voice is.
What he's saying is not wrong. You do have darker skinned people living in it and that are indigenous to North Africa, not only ancient times, to this day. That's still the case. But the implication of it is wrong because he's thinking that there was a major group of people that were related to Niger Congo people. Thank you, Eric. Rest in peace, Eric. By the way, I think he passed away, but still, man, you did a lot of damage too. You got people believing the whole goddamn Sahara was inundated by the ancestors of the Niger Congo speakers, which is completely wrong and incorrect. That part of it's false. But just simply stating that there were darker skinned people in North Africa that are indigenous to North Africa, that is absolutely true. The Neurot sample was dark to black skin. The IAM population was dark skin. So yeah, darker people were indigenous to North Africa, and they still are. So it's just the other side of the argument because y'all look at dark skin as a way to connect ancestry. Like, oh, well, that's my ancestor, or that's our ancestors, and we need to be proud of that.
The reason I'm asking is because I have a classmate in my college who was very knowledgeable and pushes very hard for Black community and Black strength for a while. Yeah, yeah, that's a blurry line, man. It's not an easy answer, to be honest. In my personal opinion, it's not an easy answer because we do have, for example, in the Congo, in Angola, the Congo Empire, a lot of Portuguese who came, they settled on the coastline, and they had children with Black women, and a lot of these people were, half Black, half white. But where was the power in that particular area along the coast? The power was with the Portuguese, and so a lot of them did the biddings of the Portuguese, if you will. A lot of them identified with the Portuguese. It's kind of the same with how a lot of Arabs would have children with Black women, and some of these were Moorish leaders. But if we were to zoom back and go back in time and talk to these men who would look indistinguishable from a sub-Saharan African, they would be 100% Arab, 1,000% Arab. Their whole mindset, their whole culture, their language. So they might as well not be Black. You feel me? So to me, it's what you're cultured into. That's really important.
That don't make no damn sense either. How does that make any sense? So your culture determines on whether or not you're Black, right? Well, which we already know that's a social status shit. But according to y'all think it's like the panacea that connects everybody. But you can shut it off. Y'all treat it as a damn biological connection, right? But you can shut it off based off what language you speak. And you don't got to go back in time to interview people like that. There are people like that live today that are dark, that are Black, that are Nilotic, that are Arabic in culture, Islamic in culture. You don't have to go back thousands of years. You can go to West Africans, Bagar tribe people are culturally Islamic, Arabic. They identify as such. But how do you shut down? Because y'all treat this word Black as being like a genetic component or some shit. So how do you shut that off? I'm sorry, Moore. I see you trying to talk, man. This shit just blew my mind, man. But
no, you good. Like, hey, Hometeam, my nigga. So here's what I need you to do, my nigga. I need you to take every video you got about the Moors all off your shit. Because they spoke Arabic, my guy. As their lingua motherfucking franca. I need you to take every video you got about the Fulanis off your motherfucking thing. I need you to when you make a video talking about, hey, these are the top tribes that came off the slave trade. I need you to mark off the Mandinka. I need you to mark off the Fulani. I need you to mark off the Wola. Hey, fuck all them niggas. All them niggas was rocking with Arabic. What is you saying? We have them writing in Arabic when they got off the slave ship.
This shit's crazy, bro.
They wasn't African though, bro.
They're not Black,
bro. Bro, I need you to take like a good 20-30% of your own genome and just shoot that shit in the face, bro.
The houses, shit. God,
all that. Yeah, how's all the bro? Come on, bro. There's at least seven good tribes I can show you coming off the slave ship, rocking with Arabic, reading and writing. You know what I'm saying? Bro, we had motherfuckers who wasn't even Muslims. You understand? Not even Muslims. Literate in Arabic because what? It was the lingua franca of West Africa. What the fuck is you talking about? Hey, you know what? You're not Black because you speak English, bro. You understand?
Exactly. Why didn't it work that way? It should have worked.
Fuck is you talking about?
Damn, my nigga, damn. Like, he not the only one to say this dumb shit. It's other people too. Like, oh, if they don't do this, they not black. Like, why? So being black is conditional based on what you think of a person or what culture they align to. That is crazy. That is, and then, oh man, it's the absurdity, the level of absurdity. Let me rewind.
Y'all finna give me my Lucifer shit, bro. He played the coldest clip in the back chat the other day. I talking about niggas not on the set, bro. I'm about to run that shit in a second, bro. Y'all niggas got me on my shit, bro.
I gotta run it back. I just can't believe my ears, even though I know this is what niggas be saying. It's just crazy.
Morris leaders, but if we were to zoom back and go back in time and talk to these men who would look indistinguishable from a sub-Saharan African, they would be 100% Arab. 1,000% Arab. Their whole mindset, their whole culture, their language. So they might as well not be black. You feel me? So to me, it's what you're cultured into.
They might as well not be what? And then y'all wonder what, like, y'all racist, man. Like, it don't make no damn sense. That go back to the immutable changes that go with race. You got each race have to be a certain way. And like Moore said, you speak in English, nigga. What are you talking about? But what's your culture? You are imitating Eurocentric races. You're literally doing that right now. And you want to talk about, oh, you might as well not be black then. So you might as well not be black, right? Come on, man. Terrible damn talking points.
Really important. What are your thoughts on the new Assassin's Creed game, AC Shadow, where Yasuke is the protagonist? I'm still waiting. AC game said Mali Empire during the 1300s. You know, I'm not really a gamer like that, so I wish I could answer that question. What's wrong with Yasuke being the protagonist? Maybe you can delineate that for me. I'm assuming. Oh, okay. I think I've seen some. Okay, so he was in Japan. It's a video game based in Japan, and they centralized this one black African, Yasuke, when they could have centralized a Japanese person. Maybe that's the point. Let me know if that's the point. Especially, okay, so to me, especially if that's the first time you're doing a game on Japan, and then you have, you centralize a black person as like a samurai, I think that's problematic. Because like if you say
see, these niggas just be racist as these niggas. I'm telling you, bro, y'all know different. How's that problematic? That's racial essentialism. Oh, if it's a game about Japan, it got to be about a damn. Yasuke is a historical person that was in Japan, and again, it's fucking fiction. I can make a game about any goddamn body and anywhere. Why is that even an issue? Oh, it's problematic to have a black person. They should. If they're going to put a black person in any game, it need to be in the Congo some damn way. You niggas sound crazy. It's just like we were talking about that last, what's that, How to Train Your Dragon movie. Oh, they got a black person playing one of the lead roles. Black people were in Vikings. It's fucking fantasy. We can't even have fantasy. We can't even have fantasy because of your racial fucking views. Your racial views have to affect fantasy. A fucking world about dragons, an assassin. Y'all know what Assassin's Creed is about. Assassin's Creed is a story of these people that have built this machine. I forgot what it's called, where they can trace the memories of their ancestors. So if they are related to someone, or somehow share some common ancestry with a famous person in the past, they can jump into this machine and then they can live out the life of that person back then. That is fantasy. And you are pretty upset because they made a goddamn game about a Japanese person, a black person named Yasuke, which is a real historical figure in Japan. This don't make no goddamn sense. And the whole fucking theme of the damn game is about people sitting in a machine and then tracing the memories of their ancestors and going back in time, fighting a evil force. I forget the Templars. They're going. Thank you, the Templars. But it's just so y'all, you guys are silly.
We're talking about Assassin's Creed.
Yeah, Yasuke, a whole real nigga in history, bro. A whole real nigga in history. Like, no, you can't be fucked, bro. Was he in Japan? Did he learn how to sword fight? Was he samurai and shit? Yeah.
No. He was a retainer, and the retainers are not samurai.
Hey, Avery, I need you to cover your virgin ears right quick. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm about to place this shit. Your shoe dropped in the back chat. Y'all niggas got me on my motherfucking Lucifer shit. Hold on. Listen to this shit here, bro.
Bro, ain't no African American tell me shit, nigga, cause my gang subjugated your gang, nigga. You niggas came from West Africa, nigga. All type of shit, believing in APIP and all type of shit, nigga. Fuck you talking about it. Believing in motherfucking Mommy Wanta and shit, nigga. Old Dulamari head, and nigga, we was really smoking shit, nigga. Ran through that nigga, flipped them niggas sets, nigga. Fuck them niggas bitches, nigga. Fuck you talking about, nigga. You better do your research, nigga. Man, we ran shit from 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, all the way to now, bitch ass, nigga. We really running shit, nigga. Real Catholic gang, nigga. Big Catholic energy, nigga. You not from the set, nigga. You can't claim shit, nigga. You not a Hebrew. First of all, first and foremost, you not a Hebrew. You not from that shit, nigga. I know some real Jews that get on your ass, nigga. Real Jews got nuclear weapons, you bitch ass nigga. What are you talking about? Like, rank number 3 in the world, the army gang shit, nigga. You not from the set, nigga. So I don't want to hear no motherfucking Hebrew, nothing out of you, nigga. Real Christian shit, nigga. Fuck you talking about real Catholic shit, nigga. Flipping shit, nigga. You niggas hoe.
Now he claiming Catholic. I claim that Morris shit, nigga. We was running. You talking about? Oh, you can't be African because you was running the Arab, nigga. Fuck is you talking about? Stop claiming the set then.
Stop claiming this. Stop making videos about the set, bro. He might as well not be black more. What? How you gonna make a video about black agency? He didn't go around. No, that motherfucker's Arabic. He might as well not be black. He speak Islamic and he speak Arabic and he follow Islamic traditions. Like, it's about your culture. He might as well not. Hey, Avery, how many times have we heard people talk about blackness where you can shut it off or say someone's not black based off of their religion, their cultural choices, their mannerisms? How many times have you heard it? Because I've heard it 1,000 times.
Meanwhile, if y'all had to rely on a picture of one of us niggas, like, hey, in the back, in future times, right? If you had to look back and say, like, use us as a representation of like what black people, like, hey, they had the phenotype, they was black, see, blah blah. You be turning it on and off like it was some bullshit, bro. Like it was some bullshit.
Avery, what say you?
When have we not heard it? That's what I'm asking. When have we not? Bro, just go on Clubhouse and enter into a room for like 5 seconds, and a black room at that, and then you'll get all the rhetoric right then and there.
I was called a cracker earlier because I didn't agree with Alkebulan being a name for ancient Africa.
I'll be hearing that too. Yeah.
You fucking cracker.
Wait, was that on Clubhouse or was that in YouTube, like on the YouTube? Or was that on Facebook?
Yo, you a white man anyway, you hunky and all type of shit. I was like, dude, can you just give me a source proving the shit you saying, man? No, I'll never teach a white man. I'm a white man because I don't agree with your bullshit.
They'll never teach a white man, but yet it was black people who sailed around the entire world teaching people.
Oh my God.
It's not what you know, it's what you can prove.
This nigga, he really on some bullshit. I was kind of shooting him some bail, but this segment here, he went from the basically black people that are like Arabic like or mixed with anything. And here's the thing too. African Americans are mixed. What does that even like? How do you even do that? How does that even work? You are fucking mixed.
I ain't mixed. I ain't got no black or white mama.
They even literally saying earlier, somebody asked the question, should we accept mixed people? Nigga, you mix. What the fuck is you talking about? So should we accept your ass, nigga? Boy, this shit is getting crazy. And then the Yasuki thing is just even more like, it's just, he has a problem with one of the leads. He's not the main lead.
Over that. Bro, I can't shake that. Yasuke is a real nigga in history, bro. Real nigga in history.
Mm-hmm. I kind of missed something. So y'all are 40 minutes into the video. I haven't seen this video, but are you saying that he said that Yasuke, like he doesn't want Yasuke as a video? Hold on, give me a second. As a video game character,
he said it's problematic to have Yasuke as the lead in a story about Japan. It's not race correct, Avery. It's not race correct. That's his problem. He thinks the lead should be a Japanese person to fit his fucking racial ass ideology.
I mean, technically, in Assassin's Creed Shadows, you get to play as an Asian person. You get to play as an Asian woman, and so you actually can play as an Asian person. You can choose which character you want to play as.
Yeah, it's a dual. It's a dual plot. It involves Yusuke and then the Asian woman.
Yeah. So what's the issue? Like, you can play as
the issue is a black ass nigga being advertised as the main character. That's the issue. Your black ass, if it's gonna be a game about you, it gotta be in a fucking Congo or some shit, nigga.
Hey, Hometeam, my nigga. What I need you to do is I need you to stop fucking watching Naruto. I need you to stop watching fucking Dragon Ball Super and shit, nigga. I need to stop watching One Piece, nigga. You understand what I'm saying? All that shit. Cultural appropriating ass nigga.
Yeah, show me the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Japanese person. Show me that one.
Naturally, oh yeah, Naruto show his blue-eyed blonde.
Show me that one, please.
Goku turns his hair turns blonde when he goes into Super Saiyan.
Yeah, come on, man. Show me these characters, man, in real life. Because most of these and none of those characters look like real Japanese people. That's just keep it a buck. A lot of Japanese people, black-haired, black-eyed. Very, very pale. But when you look at the anime, it's all type of different. A lot of European,
big round-eyed, blue-eyed people and shit. Nigga, come on, man.
All right, how many? And then the women are voluptuous.
Every time, bro. Every time. Long, blonde-ass hair and shit.
Sailor Moon.
Bro, there's some anime that's literally just Europeans, like Attack on Titan, that me and Shari talk about. Like Eren Yeager. That's a German name. And obviously the characters are all depicted German looking. So it's and the architecture as well, very German. And also another thing I noticed in Japanese fantasy, quote unquote Japanese fantasy, is that a lot of it is set in like medieval Europe. Like some is set in like, feudal Japan, but a lot has like a lot of anime, like isekai anime, has a lot of like European architecture and European character names. And there's a lot of Christianity as well. Like demons and angels and stuff in various different anime stories. Like it's crazy.
So when they actually show you the historical East African nigga that became a samurai in this bitch, you got beef with that. Fuck is you talking about, bro?
Yeah, they'll love Eren Yeager, who's literally a German in Japanese anime, but they hate Yasuke. Yasuke, who's a real historical figure.
This nigga, what's that show? What's the movie? 51 Ronin. When the white man became a samurai, or was it The Last Samurai? One of those movies back in the day, bro.
There's two. There's one with
no, that's both. That was both of them.
Yeah.
They got a third one. They had one back in the day. It was a blind white dude was a samurai. You know what I'm saying? It was a blind swordsman samurai movie. He was a white dude and shit. You know what I'm saying?
The nigga that had, where was the race police then? Where was all these goddamn race police trying to correct all forms of media and shit? We can't have a video game of Yasuke or Yusuke, however you say his name, because it's hurting your racial sensibility. That's not right. You got to have real Japanese people. We can't have black people there. Black people only belong here. Now, if it was a game about Tyrone in the streets of Cincinnati, then we'll then we would support it. You know what I'm saying?
Grand Theft Auto head ass nigga. You know what I'm saying?
The funny thing is there's been several video games, like Japanese made video games, not American made, Japanese games with Yasuke in it. Like he might be like a unlockable character, or he might be like a villain in a boss fight or whatever.
Bro, they love that shit.
Yeah, the Japanese, yeah.
A lot of people don't understand that anime in itself derives from Walt. It was inspired by Disney, right? That's how anime started. They started to emulate the American writers over here, and they made their own cartoons, which what we call now anime. Also, when we did with One Piece, right? When you look at One Piece, we had the same discussion about One Piece. Race police all on the internet. Oh, they did a live action One Piece on Netflix, and they hired a Brazilian to be Luffy.
Bro, if only they knew.
bro.
Oda literally says these characters are from the Caribbean.
Exactly. Thank you. Why? Because it's a story about fucking pirates, and we all know about the pirates of the what?
Caribbean. Yeah.
Blackbeard. Come on, bro. Like, this is so fucking stupid, man.
It really is. And Oda even said, like, he named all of the Straw Hat crews like actual like racial or ethnic identities in the real world. So Luffy, like Oda said, Luffy would be a Brazilian, and I think Robin is Russian, and there goes white character right there. And Usopp, I think, is like black or whatever, or mixed or something like that. So yeah, like all the characters, Oda already said, like all the characters races or ethnicities, whatever.
And Sanji, come on, blonde hair. Come on, bro.
Yeah, Sanji. I think he's supposed to be German, according to Oda.
Oh my god, man.
You know this. Yeah, go ahead. My bad.
No, it's just him saying, "Oh, I think it's problematic to have Yusuke." All this damn race guarding and race policing, man. This is all bullshit, man. We can't even enjoy fucking movies and video games because you niggas on the internet getting upset because you want to racialize every goddamn thing. Racial essentialism head ass. But then want to talk about, oh, well, you're not really black if you identify with the culture of the Arabs. If you identify with Islam and you speak, you might as well not be black. Well, you identify with some German shit, which is racial essentialism. So I guess you're not black. That shit don't come from fucking Niger Congo speakers. They don't come from Ghanaians. They don't come from the Congolese. So I guess you ain't black either. So we're gonna use your fucking ideology against your ass. That was fucking idiotic. Go ahead, Avery.
No, I was just gonna say this discussion, with Yasuke. There's a really good video that actually breaks down how dumb it is that people are angry at the Yasuke situation. I was actually gonna say you should play it because this dude also made a good video on how everything's dumb about the How to Train Your Dragon, but I want to stick on Yasuke. I want to get off subject too fast. Let me see if I can find this video. Hold on. If you wanted to play, it's up to you.
Wait. This ain't it right here that you just put in the Yap
game? It looks like it's it, but I want to double check before I tell you to play it. I think that might be it. I think he has 2 videos on Yasuke breaking down like how dumb it is that people are mad about it. Let me see.
5 minutes. Is it this one? Look.
Yeah, that's one of the ones I put down. I want to see real quick if this is the right. Wait, hold on, right there. Actually, it's that one. Exposing the grift. I can't pronounce any of that.
Versus Shohei Kondo versus Ubisoft.
Yeah, I believe it's that one.
But this one actually has the Black Samurai in it.
Right, both videos kind of touch on Yasuke. But hold on, let me skim through the 5-minute one on my own and see if this is it. And then
all right. We'll come back to it.
Yeah.
I'll let this play because I'm gonna rewind it a little bit so y'all can get. I know we ranted for a minute because he just said some. He went for a combo on this one here, man. He said some dumb shit.
I'm assuming. Oh, okay. I think I've seen some. Okay, so he was in Japan. It's a video game based in Japan, and they centralized this one Black African, Yasuke, when they could have centralized a Japanese person. Maybe that's the point. Let me know if that's the point. Especially, okay, so to me, especially if that's the first time you're doing a game on Japan and then you have, you centralize a black person as like a samurai, I think that's problematic. Because like if you say, I don't know, say you do a video on, they do a video game on the oil empire and you had this one Portuguese traveler there in the oil empire and the only character you can play is that Portuguese guy. That's a problem.
Why is it a problem? Bro, if I got a video game company and I hire directors or whatever, I say, hey, look, this is my story. It's about the Oyo Empire. I want the main character to be a Portuguese trader. He comes in, he learns, he fights, he kills, he shoots, he discovers, he loves, or whatever. Blase. I own the right to make that fucking story. I'm not writing my story to appease you fucking racial nuts on the goddamn internet because you feel like, no, we got to have. Why would you even bring up the Oyo Empire? You just said if they're Arabicized, if they follow Islam, if they speak Arabic and they have an Arabic culture, then they're not really black. So why the fuck you bringing up the Oyo Empire? Wasn't the Oyo Empire Islamic? Like, what are we doing, man? You can't even be logically consistent. But back to my fucking point, man. If I own a damn video game company and that's the direction that I want the story and the plot to go, and I want the motherfucking main character to be the Portuguese goddamn trader, then I got the agency to do so. That's actually used the word agency correctly. I have the agency to say, hey, I want a story about a Portuguese trader, and he's working within the confines of the Oyo, right? And he's there and he's fighting and he's doing whatever, right? We're going to have a fucking adventure and we're going to sell millions of goddamn copies. That's up to my volition, not yours. Mine. That's goofy as hell. Oh, no. You got to have, if you want to talk about the Oyo, you're going to have indigenous black people play the main character. Says who? Y'all got these made up ass rule books in y'all fucking head, bro. Made up ass racial rule books, and then get mad when I point out to say y'all just like the people y'all claim to be criticizing. You just like these white racists of the past. They did the same shit because they believe in racial essentialism. They believe your black ass is supposed to be doing this set of things. This should be your mannerism. You should not be educated was one of them, and the list goes on. Right? And that should not be changed. Culture should be tied with your race. And that's what you are doing. Oh, you can't make a fucking video. Give me a goddamn break. Go ahead, Moore.
No, I forgot what I was going to say. You're good.
My bad, bro.
No, you straight.
Yeah, you can play that 5-minute video and then I have a second video of his. You can play a piece of it.
Avery, real quick before we play that video, what's your opinion on him saying if you had a video about the Oyo dynasty?
Yeah.
And a Portuguese trader or a Portuguese person played the main character?
It's funny that you said that because I was actually thinking about making a video. I am going to answer your question, by the way, but I'm going to kind of combine it with what I was thinking of in the past. I actually was thinking like if they wanted to make an Assassin's Creed game like set during, and I want them to do this, set during the Songhai, Ghana, or Mali Empire. I think Mali would be the best if they made it.
Fuck all them Muslim niggas. What you talking about?
The nigga was just dissing this.
Oh, he was?
Bro, he said you want me to rewind it back, bro. The nigga said basically if a person if you went back in time and you spoke to a Moorish person, they may be indistinguishable from other Africans because the way they look. But via this is his words, bro. Just follow me. But via their culture, their language, and everything else about them, they're basically not black.
Okay.
And he said that in response to should we accept mixed people that are mixed? And he used that as an example.
I mean, all humans are mixed. So
I know.
That's literally how like new ethnic groups form is when two groups of people mix. Like,
but Avery, how can you basically demarcate and diss people for having Arabic mixture or an Arabic culture, then follow up with saying that's just like having this person in the Oyo.
But this is what I can't stand about this nigga. He's the same nigga who want to be using pictures of Moors and this and that. Like, hey, see, look, they was black. Nah, bro, not if they was Muslims and speaking Arabic and shit like you talking about. What are you saying?
Yeah, Moors were culturally.
And what I can't stand, no, not to cut you, but what I can't stand is like he's the same type of nigga who let him get his hands on the Assassin's Creed game. Nigga, you playing Yasuke like a motherfucker. You couldn't wait to be Yasuke, nigga. Hoe ass nigga.
Oh, that's for real. He would have chose Yasuke over the Asian chick.
You would have been the first nigga playing Yasuke. Let me get this dude right here. But you'd been the first nigga rapping some Moorish nigga to play. What the fuck is you talking about, bro?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Stop claiming the fucking set.
Yeah, you're not from the set, my nigga. Hey, Ibri, and that's so funny, bro, because I only bought that Assassin's Creed game because these racist motherfuckers on the internet was getting upset about it. I bought it.
Yeah.
I downloaded it. It's on my PlayStation 5. I haven't played it yet, though. But
I need to play it too. I need to get it. I haven't got it yet. Yeah.
I bought it just because niggas was over here complaining about it. So, and vice versa. If they come out with a Portuguese motherfucking lead character in the Oyo motherfucking Confederacy, I'm buying that game too, just to spite these type of niggas.
I mean, it would make sense. Didn't the Oyo interact with the Portuguese depending on the time period? So yeah.
Yes, it's historically accurate.
Yeah, so if they had a Portuguese like assassin or Templar, like yeah, that's going to make sense in the Oyo Empire or in the Yoruba Empire or the Sokoto Caliphate or whatever.
Why you naming all these Muslims?
Well, okay, relax. I didn't see the full, but no.
You might as well not be black if you associate yourself with Arabic or Islam or anything of that sort.
No, that's wild. But it's funny because in the there was another Assassin's Creed game. I can't remember if anybody complained about it. This was a while back, but in Assassin's Creed 3, the main character was a Native American named Connor. But early on in the game, you played as his father, Nathan Hathaway, who was British.
Yep.
And it's like I don't remember complaints then. Like historically, it's accurate. Because the game was set, by the way, in the time of before the American Revolution. So it's like, okay, no one's complaining about this. It makes sense story-wise. So I don't see why people are complaining about the Yasuke thing. Like that's also historically accurate with the with Yasuke being in Japan. I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking it.
It's just that we're dealing with idiots. Avery, this guy right here, just reminded us so much what's wrong with the goddamn community for the shit like this. And then I was on DMG's platform, right? And the guy came on there saying, "Oh, do you agree that racism affects black people?" I said, "Yeah, from other black people. Other black people are affecting other black people with their racism towards black people." And this is the type of shit I'm talking about. Because again, what you say, no one complained about the Native American thing in Assassin's Creed 3. But the minute a nigga represents Japan, you gonna have niggas on the internet talking about that's problematic. We shouldn't have no motherfucking, we should have a Japanese person there and respect their race. No, man, that's some racial essentialism shit. And we're not hearing it from no goddamn white German. We're hearing it from an African fucking American. That's what we're hearing it from.
Yeah, that's wild. Oh my gosh.
You can't even enjoy a video game because these racist assholes. You can't even go by and enjoy a goddamn video game because they got these imaginary rules in their head. No, yes, he's a nigger. We can't have niggers over here. No niggers over here.
Be careful about that word, by the way, YouTube.
Oh. I said niggered with the D on the end, which is the actual word, niggered.
Okay. YouTube, but
YouTube, the YouTube community guideline police out there, right? This is the word I use. Niggered. A stingy or ungenerous person. I said the niggards. We can't have the niggards.
By the way, you can play that clip, by the way. The first one, the 5-minute one, and then the second one, I have a timestamp.
All right, G, I got you.
By the way, this is the Birdman. Check out his YouTube channel. He's actually pretty decent with his commentary.
In case you don't recognize the genetic dead end on the screen, this is Kang Min Lee, an infamous anti-black grifter who couldn't cut it here on YouTube, so he found his footing sucking up to racist white people on Twitter. He and I came into contact a while ago, where he cried about his incredibly small inclusion in my critical drinker video. Like the little sniveling bitch that he is, he ran when I called him out for not being able to define the word woke. And I'll never understand how you're anti-woke when you don't even know what woke means. But hey, no one ever said racists were intelligent. Speaking of his Twitter, yeah, I'm sure to him the resemblance is uncanny. Anyway, the reason we are here today is to talk about his take on Assassin's Creed Shadows. or rather his most recent take. You see, this idiot has been whining about this game for over a...
Hold on, did that post say what I think it said?
Yeah, read it. Yep.
Still can't believe Ubisoft created a game in 2025 where a black man goes around killing Asians. Oh, you niggas are something else. I mean, you niggards are something else. You guys are something, bro. God, bro, you can't even play games no longer. Y'all trying to destroy every goddamn form of enjoyment, man. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? So it'll be I played the other what was the other The Ghost of Tsushima. So I was killing a bunch of Asians in there. It was just
Mongolians. Japanese and Mongolians.
Japanese and Mongolians. I was destroying shit from the start of the game to the end of the game. You know, so sneaking up on people, poisoning them, doing everything I could, man. That's why he became a ghost, because, you know, Japanese samurai, they're all honorable and stuff. They don't fight people unless they announce themselves. All that crazy stuff. So I did all that, right? It was cool because as long as the main character was Japanese himself, right? It was cool then. I could kill everybody. And I bet you this motherfucker play Grand Theft Auto and go shoot every goddamn body. You know, like this is just red flags all over this goddamn post. Hey, you got a black person killing. Shut up.
You know, the funny thing, these same people love playing Call of Duty and World War II video games or World War III video games. And all you're doing in these games is shooting up Arabs or shooting up other fellow Europeans, like if it's set in World War II. And, you know, it's like no one complains when they're playing like these Call of Duty games, like, oh, you're killing a bunch of like white people or whatever. And it's like, it's funny when you see the hypocrisy.
The race police, bro. Fucking race police.
Recent take. You see, this idiot has been whining about this game for over a year now, campaigning for the game's financial failure. And since it appears that Shadows is going to do well financially, he has to do what all grifters do. When
hey, I bought mine. I pre-ordered and bought that shit. I ain't even played it yet. I just bought it because y'all niggas made a big fuss about it. Let me go back real quick. Look at this. All Ubisoft had to do was have a Japanese main character for a game that take place in feudal Japan. But they couldn't help but shoehorn in a DEI black guy and repeatedly market him as a real-life samurai based on zero historical evidence. Now a whole nation is pissed off. Is it a whole nation or just you weird motherfuckers on the internet? Like, y'all always try to speak for every goddamn body. Black people do this shit all the time. Black people don't want to accept that. No, you don't want to accept. I don't know don't speak for me, goddammit. The fuck is you talking about? And I'm pretty sure it's sold well in Japan. I'm probably, matter of fact, let me look this shit up, man.
Yeah, in the video he goes over what countries it does well in, including America and Japan.
All right, I'll let him go. I'll let him do it.
Been whining about this game for over a year now, campaigning for the game's financial failure.
Oh, and they lied. Remember they lied. Remember they said the game was canceled because people are racist. Remember that? People.
Yeah,
they said. Yeah. And I was like, where y'all getting this from? Y'all just say any goddamn thing. You want it to be canceled. That's what you need to put. I wanted it to be canceled. It wasn't canceled. It just was postponed for several reasons, like polishing and shit like that. There's a lot of these games get postponed.
It happens all the time. Like the biggest game that's going to come out this year, if not in the next 10 years, Grand Theft Auto. That got postponed a whole year. Mm-hmm. Is it because of like DEI? No, it's because they're polishing the game.
Right. They're trying to iron all the kinks out of it, man.
And since it appears that Shadows is going to do well financially, he has to do what all grifters do when faced with the reality that go woke, go broke is not a real thing. Change his talking points. On today's episode of The Idiots of Twitter, Lee says that he can't believe Ubisoft created a game in 2025 where a black man goes around killing Asians, which of course makes one wonder where he was when Neo came out, a game where a white man was killing Asians. Neo just so happened to also include Yasuke in that game as the Obsidian Samurai. The more astute of you will notice that because Yasuke is a samurai in that game, that was created by Asians, by the way, the implication is that Yasuke killed some Asians in that game too. You know, because he's a samurai. There are many examples of a game depicting a character of one ethnic background combating enemies that don't share that background. In Far Cry 2, you can be the Asian man Xiangyong Bai, and funnily enough, he kills Africans. Hell, this is most of the Assassin's Creed games themselves, and of course, he has nothing to say in these cases. But this is what Kang Min does, though. He is a cuck for racist white men and is an attack dog for them, a useful ignorant, if you will. The sad part is he LARPs as a Christian, and as a former Christian, I don't remember ever being taught to hate other groups of people. In fact, I'm almost certain Christ said to treat the foreigner as native born. In other words, people that don't look like you should be treated with kindness. Apparently, Kang Min is a different kind of Christian. And, you know, this is pretty funny, considering he's attempting to claim...
Hold on. This nigga said, are they going to add fried chicken in the DLC?
This dude is wild.
Oh, my God, bro. Racial essentialism.
that Ubisoft is being racist by having Yasuke kill Asian people. So I guess it's okay to be racist as long as other people were racist towards you first. Except that's also not very Christ-like. But this idea that the game is racist because there is a black character that engages in combat with another ethnic group doesn't make much sense. I mean, these people are clearly attacking him and his clan, and he's defending himself in the daimyo, no? Self-defense would seem like something you'd agree with, right, you piece of shit? I mean, otherwise, this tweet makes no sense, and you should call the Koreans in this photo racist. But we're starting to notice a pattern here, and in case you in the audience are not, this photo is Koreans shooting at black rioters in the 1992 Los Angeles riots, and the part he's leaving out is this started because a Korean store owner killed a 15-year-old black girl who she falsely accused of attempting to steal, and as if to add insult to injury, was let off with an incredibly light sentence after being found guilty. But we all know how Kang Min loves to leave out the actual facts. Like how he blames black people for the Stop Asian Hate campaign when it was Trump and his followers that blamed COVID on Asians, and from all available crime statistics, it was mainly white criminals attacking Asian people, something he's spectacularly quiet about. You see, his problem is black people. He hates them, which, again, is strange because here he is kikiing with black people in Missouri. It could be that he's a paper tiger keyboard warrior and can't say these kinds of things in the presence of actual black people.
This nigga wow. Oh, this nigga wow. This nigga said MLK parties were the original Diddy parties.
Oh, snap.
Not to mention MLK was a staunch communist and he literally watched his friends. What?
MLK, the Republican, was a communist?
He said he literally watched his friends grape a woman.
Yeah, I don't know nothing about that.
He said they're with black people. He picked some interesting black people, to say the least. If he gonna be around black people, I guess he gonna be around these types. These niggas look like fucking these North Africans. Those fucking green Saharas right there.
Well, they got a little bit of orange or ginger in their beard.
Yeah, what we got going? They look like Chris Broussard's son. Shit, the hell?
With black people in Missouri. It could be that he's a paper tiger keyboard warrior and can't say these kinds of things in the presence of actual black people, you know, being a dwarf and all, but I really wonder what his issue is with black people. Maybe some black dude, probably me, took a girl he was interested in and he never let that hate out of his heart. Who knows? The point is that his racism is where this nonsense is coming from, not any real criticism of this game. He doesn't give a shit about the Japanese characters being killed in this game. He's a Christian Korean. These people hate the Japanese, as shown by his own fucking tweets. Hell, he hates Chinese people. What he's doing is LARPing as an Asian.
This guy's
These
Korean,
people
not even
hate
Japanese.
I feel the inner anti-Japanese leaving my body.
I thought y'all knew, like, yeah, that's not a kanji. That's Korean lettering that he got by his name.
Imagine a Korean repping the Japanese because a black guy's in the game. Black people united the Japanese and the Koreans.
Wait, so he's Korean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn, man. I thought he was Japanese because he said the whole country of Japan. He was speaking for the whole country. Wow. I mean, I guess it's like
you know, racists like to speak for everybody, bro.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, I'm about to make an example of this shit. That nigga speaking for a whole different African countries and shit they ain't never been a part of.
The Japanese, as shown by his own fucking tweets. Hell, he hates Chinese people. What he's doing is LARPing as an Asian ambassador to racist white people who don't even like him, but use him because he's an attack dog against other groups, especially black people. Because if what I'm saying were not true, he'd have the same complaints about Hitman, where a white dude kills Japanese people while wearing a kimono, or Resident Evil 5, a game where a white man not only kills native Africans in a city, but decimates a local African tribe as well. And that was a game made by Asians. He probably thought that was based. Hell, he has literally 0 tweets mentioning Neo, the aforementioned game where a white guy kills Asians. Nor do I see him complaining about Ghost of Tsushima, a game where a Japanese man kills scores of Mongolians. But I guess that doesn't count because all Asians look alike. Am I right?
Oh, his second video goes into the stats in terms of how much the game made, how much money. You can start at the 17-minute and a 58-minute.
Right, I don't know one care about that dumb shit.
Just you literally asked about it.
Which one is it? This one exposing the grift?
It's in the. I put it in our chat. The second video. Start at 17 minutes 58 seconds.
Yeah, it's that one.
Yeah.
We'll go broke. That's what you. Okay.
Yeah. He's going to get into how much money it made. The game made. And to some more the race
to last. A science fiction film by Gareth Edwards named The Creator blew me away. The themes surround
17 and 58
and trying least films that have compelling marketing strategies speak for themselves. That isn't a cute little rhyme, but it actually reflects reality. Interestingly, I think we're coming up on another example that will prove this mantra wrong. Assassin's Creed Shadows. I mean, look at the pre-order data. And while I think pre-ordering games is a silly, archaic practice that no longer should be a thing in this digital world, I do think it.
Oh, hell nah, bro. I'm not watching this shit, bro. I pre-ordered this shit. I got some stupid ass DLC or some shit. To smooth the deal over. No, they play. Oh, it's number 1 in Japan, number 1 in the UK, number 1 in Germany, number 2 in France, number 6 in US.
Wow. So in Japan, the actual country, as well as 3 European nations, and then of course America, a melting pot, this game is doing well. Interesting. There ain't that many Japanese and black people in the UK, Germany, and France. Well, I mean, they're there, but they're not a lot.
Because most people are normal and not these crazy motherfuckers that we see on social media. They really exist outside of reality. So most people don't look, oh, I'm going to go buy a game if it's a nigger on it. Oh, it's a nigger on it? Oh, I don't want to watch it. I don't want to play it. It's a nigger on it. So fucking dumb.
It sheds light on this topic in particular. So let's talk about Yasuke. First of all, Yasuke was a real human that existed in Japan during the Sengoku period. He was written about by Jesuit missionaries, specifically the Portuguese Luís Frois, who documented most of what we know about Nobunaga and Yasuke's relationship in the book Historia de Japan, and the Italian Alessandro Valignano, the man who literally brought Yasuke to Japan back in 1581. Luis wrote about Yasuke performing feats of strength, up to and including sumo matches, and in this 17th century painting, the Sumo Yurakuzu Byobu depicts an African man performing sumo, which is almost assuredly a depiction of Yasuke, as there are no other known African figures in Japan during this time period. So without a doubt, Yasuke existed. As for him being a samurai, he, without a doubt, was. We know he was a retainer. In 16th century feudal Japan, retainers that were in a militaristic or security role were samurai. Being that Yasuke was the bodyguard of Nobunaga, as written by Luís Frois, this places him as a part of the Bushi. You may recognize this word as being the root word for Bushido, or the way of the warrior, a code of ethics followed by samurai. I could stop there, as that satisfies the requirement for someone to be considered a samurai, but Frois also wrote that Nobunaga gifted Yasuke a katana, which in that time period was highly significant, as it conferred not just the right to bear arms, but also signified a form of social elevation within samurai hierarchy. All of this is why Yasuke has appeared in many Japanese created media properties where he is depicted as a warrior, such as Omega Force's Samurai Warriors 5 and Team Ninja's Neo as the Obsidian Samurai or the Black Samurai. So Ubisoft depicting Yasuke as not only accurate to history, this has already been done before. When presented with this evidence, grifters and their parrots switched to a new talking point, that this being the first Assassin's Creed game set in Japan, the playable character should be Japanese. When pointed out to them that there are 2 playable characters, one of them a Japanese woman who is very likely going to be the assassin of Assassin's Creed Shadows, they are left again scrambling for excuses to hide their obvious racism. But, like I mentioned before, those that are able to hide behind anonymity reveal exactly what the grifters are too pussy to admit. So we'll see.
Did they say we're sick of seeing black actors? And look, weird. They always got to speak for everybody else. Shut your ass up, man.
Literally.
Anyway,
Black
bitch ass nigga, you probably fold up if somebody actually says something to you in real life. Probably fold up, man. Fold up like wet laundry, nigga. Stop playing with me. All right, back to this dude, man. We went on a long tangent on the stupidity of this nigga talking about it's problematic.
Question. What's wrong with Yasuke being the protagonist? Maybe you can delineate that for me.
Oh, this was a live stream.
Okay, I think I've seen some. Okay, so he was in Japan. It's a video game based in Japan, and they centralized this one Black African Yasuke when they could have centralized a Japanese person. Maybe that's the point. Let me know if that's the point. Especially so to me, especially if that's the first time you're doing a game on Japan, and then you have you centralize a Black person as a
Dang, Birdman just made this point.
Because like if you say I don't know, say you do a video on they do a video game on the oil empire, and you had this one Portuguese traveler there in the oil empire, and the only character you can play is that Portuguese guy. That's a problem. So I can see why people could be upset by that.
Assassin's Creed normally doesn't do that. Assassin's Creed lets you play one. Like it's always been in Assassin's Creed that you can play 2 characters especially with the latest games. And there's a reason for this. They let you play as an outsider because essentially it's like a fish out of water story. You play as an outsider in the beginning and get acclimated to the world and learn about the world, and then they let you play as the native, and you already kind of know what things are about, and so you kind of get to play both characters. That's why I brought up Assassin's Creed 3, where you play as Nathan Hathaway, a British man coming to America around the time of the Revolutionary War. He's an outsider, but then you get to play as Connor, who's a Native American who already understands the land and stuff. Same thing with Assassin's Creed Shadows. You play as Yasuke, an outsider coming in, and then you get to play as the Asian woman who's already like a native of the land. Like Assassin's Creed has done this a few times, not in every game, but they've done it enough where it's like you can see a pattern. So if they did an Assassin's Creed game in the Oyo Empire, it would make sense to have you play as an outsider in the beginning of the game, like a Portuguese, and then you also play a native African. Like they'll likely these days with video games, they'll likely be able to have like dual characters, like you can choose to play as. So not a good argument based on like the latest Assassin's Creed games that's came out.
It's not a good argument, period, because it's fantasy. The fuck? You're making all these damn rules. Like, who gives a fuck? Is the game good? All right, the game good, I'm gonna play it. What the fuck wrong with this nigga, man? Goof ass nigga. If they make a game where you play as a Portuguese trader, I'm playing that fucking game if it's good. Don't got nothing to do with, the Portuguese. Why is there a white man in a game about the Oyo? Shut your bitch ass up, man. Whole ass nigga, bro.
Personal opinion. It was until guys, definitely in my lives I try and have a period where I'm interacting with you guys and just speaking. So share your thoughts, share information. You guys share some really salient information sometimes that I definitely appreciate. I kind of want to change topics, to be honest, because I feel like I really hammered the point home with Black African people being indigenous to ancient North Africa in the prehistoric or Neolithic time period and ancient time period. Black African people were always there, and it's not controversial in the slightest to give Black Africans that credit for contributing not only genetically to ancient North Africa, but culturally to ancient North Africa. And I'm going to be talking about Egypt in a later live. Don't worry. My next video, I think is going to be on Egypt.
Shut up, because it don't even make sense. What do you mean genetically? Oh, you mean the sub-Saharan African component? I got it. That it doesn't exist in North Africa in great numbers. We don't see it.
Yeah, this dude went live 10 hours ago. I didn't even know that. I might have to catch this personally on my own time.
Yeah.
Because I missed like half of it. I came in at like 43-minute mark is when I came in.
There's a bunch of misinformation, disinformation, man. He keep conflating dark skin with his ancestry and who we are, and he keeps using the word Africa to mean like we all the same. And then you see it in his comments, because in his comments somebody will be like, the real Africans, hold on, let's see if the same person, the real North Africans are black Africans, and the people that are there now, the occupiers, are the fake ones.
Well, they're going with that rhetoric that the North Africans today are a bunch of Arabs or something. Is that
something to that effect, man?
Are they a bunch of descendants of the Barbary slave trade from Europe? Bunch of white slaves descendants.
Let's see. I'm trying to see what they didn't go too crazy on this one. The other video he did on the Green Sahara, they was bugging the fuck out.
Did you cover that one?
Yeah, I did. I did that one first.
You did today?
Mm-hmm. On the same live we on now.
Oh, okay. I missed that. All right.
Yeah.
Dang. Yeah, I was curious to hear your thoughts on that video.
Oh yeah, I already went over it. You missed it.
Yeah.
I destroyed that video. But this video here, right here, is about 8 minutes long.
You know what? Since this dude does live streams, we might be able to catch him one day and have a discussion with him. I'll actually be very curious to see how a discussion would go if we were to break down the DNA to him, what it like actually means, and if he would understand it or not.
Well, probably not.
I mean, you never know, but I think I'm going to try to catch a live stream and see if I can get in contact with him.
So look at these comments, man. Somebody said the real North. Where is it?
Let me see.
Everybody on this earth is brown. Sub-Saharan type. Thank you, brother. Great topic. This was stupid. I had to explain this because the paper does not say this. It does not say the closest related modern day population to Takakori women were the Fulani. It does not say that at all. It's basically saying within the African, when you just look at African populations, the closest are going to be Fulani and Sahelian groups. Why? Because they are admixed. Anyway, yeah, they was just going crazy. I read all these, well, the ones that were most interesting earlier. This is a bunch of bullshit. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is.
Where?
Here's one of them. So if North Africans are proven to look more like Sub-Saharan Africans, then that means
whoa, what's going on?
Come on, man. Then that means hypothetically the Hyksos, the Semitic people invasion into Africa, didn't stop at Egypt, which sounds very what a lot of us were already saying, that North Africans were displaced. He
went a 180. He's talking about North Africans being proved to look like Sub-Saharan Africans, then goes to the Hyksos. Like you jumping all over the place, my brother. Like, what's going on here?
He's saying the real North Africans are the black ones, are dark-skinned Sub-Saharan Africans, and they were pushed out by the Hyksos. That's
right. But the Hyksos were only in Egypt. They didn't even go all the way to like Morocco.
He said he said they did.
Oh, well, that's true. Oh, that's.
He said it didn't stop at Egypt.
Oh, he did say that. Okay, never mind.
Uh-huh.
Well, that's pseudo. Hyksos were only invaded Egypt. They didn't even go all the way into Nubia.
Look, here's another one. Jesse Longbottom 1088. That's a crazy ass name. Egyptians called North Africans invaders and strangers. Europeans acted as if the Egyptians laid out a map and claimed that they were from Africa, and they didn't. They called them invaders. He basically saying North Africans are invaders.
I mean, the Egyptians called everybody invaders. They didn't like anybody. The Egyptians didn't like the Nubians. They didn't like the Libyans. They didn't like the Canaanites. They hated everyone. So, and again, they hated the Nubians too. They hated everybody equally because Egyptians thought that they were better than everyone else.
Right. It's a nationalistic thing. Look, it says here, North Africans that say North Africans black, it's because they're not natives in that region either.
Wait, what? North Africa.
I know it's a little confusing how he wrote that.
Yeah, it's weird. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, it's kind of confusing.
But yeah, they commented under biblical.
Huh?
Who commented under biblical? What was the comment?
Ancient Eurasians were black, LOL.
Oh, okay. That's all.
So fucking stupid, man. This thing is so damn dumb. How many times you said African? Yeah, but there's a comment here where he's like, the real Africans are...
You probably already read it, right?
I mean, I did. I read it earlier.
Yeah. Not a lot.
Oh, here it is. There it is right here. This is the top one. I keep saying for a long time that the real North Africans are natives, are native black Africans, and not these occupiers we see today.
Yeah, he did. This person definitely didn't understand the material in the paper.
But he's going off what this fucking dude is saying too, because he's thinking everything's got to correlate with skin color, and that's all he's hyper focusing on. So therefore, black equals real North African in his mind.
I mean, everybody was dark skinned. What, 7,000 years ago, 8,000 years ago, when the Takakori population existed? Like everybody was dark.
Majority of the population, you still had lighter skinned people, like in the KEB population.
Yeah, but KEB is like 5,000, I think. And yes. Takakori is 7,000. So they would have been, Takakori would have been dark. But yeah, everybody was dark 7,000 years ago.
Yeah, the Takakori were dark, but not every North African was dark during that time. Because you also got to factor in the Jebba, the Tunisian, all these populations that are in Algeria are not all dark skinned.
No, I get that. Well, I'm saying 7,000 years ago, because light skin comes into North Africa 5,000 years ago. And Takakori was 7,000. So at that point, like most of the earth was kind of dark.
Yeah, saying somebody's dark, that's, man, I've said, in the beginning of the video, I said all this shit already. Like,
yeah, just because someone's dark skin don't mean you're related to them. Chatterman was dark skinned, but not everybody is a descendant of Chatterman. Or Chatterman, that doesn't make Chatterman, a Nigerian or something, because he was dark skinned. Yeah, we all get that. I mean, there's still dark-skinned Eurasian populations to this day. Dravidian Indians, Andaman Islanders, Australian Aborigines, Papua New Guinea people. They're not African genetically speaking, but they're dark-skinned. Some of them even have kinky curly hair and prognathic jaws. They're still not sub-Saharan Africans genetically speaking. And the Takakori population simply represents a population that is neither sub-Saharan nor Eurasian, but they are dark-skinned, just like Australian Aborigines, who are not sub-Saharan African, but they are dark-skinned and even have, cranial features that kind of resemble sub-Saharans to some extent. Every human was dark-skinned up until like pretty much recently in human history. A new paper even came out showing that Europeans, were dark-skinned as recent as like 3,000 years ago, 4,000 years ago. But that doesn't mean that they were Zulu, doesn't mean that they were Mandinka. All humans are dark. We're once dark skinned. Some still are, like I said, Dravidians, Papua New Guinea, Andaman Islanders. Like, I wonder if he thinks that they're also African, Dravidians and
Probably do. I haven't seen any of those videos. I've pretty much just was introduced to this dude, so I don't know too much about him, but from what I've seen, he's a baffling idiot.
Yeah.
He's a baffling idiot. And he doesn't care if he's right or wrong. He just cares about pushing this damn Afrocentric bullshit. He literally says something to that sort.
He's normally better when he sticks to West Africa. When he gets outside of that, it gets a little wonky. Because I've seen this guy before. He's better when he sticks to West Africa than going outside of that. He doesn't really have the genetic expertise.
Nah, bro, because he just said the Moors can't be black. What is you saying?
That's not West Africa. That's North Africa.
No, bro.
What?
No.
Hold on.
You don't watch his videos on this shit then, bro. Because if you claim he cats from West Africa all the way through North Africa with that shit. He just shot on anybody in West Africa who was speaking Arabic, fam.
Well, some of his West Africa videos are good. I'll put it that way.
With that one statement, he just muddied up all of them. What did you say?
They might as well not be black, Avery.
Well, have you seen his video on like the Roman incursions into West Africa? Like stuff like that is pretty good. Where he talks about how Romans came into West Africa, those trade routes. I'm not saying every video, but he does have some pretty good videos. You gotta specific ones.
I gotta remember, you still got a little bit of BHI Hotep in there still. You know what I'm saying? I gotta watch you. I gotta watch you.
Well, you don't know about the Romans?
Chew the meat, spit out the bones. Oh man.
You got me standing over you like, you know what I'm saying, Luke Skywalker and Kylo Ren. You know what I'm saying? Don't get caught up, Avery. Don't get caught up.
Or his video on like Bantu technology. Like it's certain videos where he talks about when he sticks to West
If
Africa.
you tried to tell him, like, okay, anything about Bantu technology, right? If you tried to tell him that Egypt received all kind of technology information outside Africa, he'd be calling you full of shit, Avery. You know he would.
That's what I'm saying. Like, listen to what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. When he's sticking only
to listen. So listen to what I'm saying. So now apply that all the way. So everything we know, right, about everything, how it extends, moves, travels, all that type of stuff, right? Everything he's going to try to say everything that's West Africa that like completely was isolated to West Africa, originated everything all there. You know what I'm saying? Didn't get nothing from outside. You know what I'm saying? Anything that came from outside was some invaders type shit. It's gonna be the same shit he read.
Well, I don't know any of his videos saying that. Like, has he said that in any of his videos? Is there a video like
Avery? I need you to not be autistic right now. I need you to read between the lines right quick.
No, I already said earlier, when he gets outside of West Africa, that's when his videos.
I'm going to ask you a simple question. Do you think that he believes that the technology, language, all that type of stuff originated solely in West Africa with no outside intervention in any way, shape, or form? Or do you think he believes in any kind of diffusionary process?
I think he's talked about diffusion in some of his videos. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, have you seen like some of
I've been watching him for years, bro.
Yeah, I think he's talked about diffusion. Like he might say it in a bit of a unsavory manner. Like I think he's talked about diffusion.
All right. You know what we're gonna do? Since you said that shit, we're gonna watch that shit together live on air, bro. Not right now, but we're gonna do that shit.
No, I could probably pick out a video right now. There's
No, we're not. I just said we're not gonna do that right now. But we're gonna sit down and watch his videos, plural, like plural, like I'm talking about. We're gonna walk through this.
Well, how come not now?
Because I'm not trying to do that right now.
I gotta get up in the morning too.
I did 2 lives early, Avery. I'm on my 3rd one right now.
Spinning the block on you niggas.
Yeah. Talking about you want to jump with somebody live and do some shit, bro. I believe it when I see it.
Avery been asleep all day too, probably. He probably just woke up.
He just got up for playing Yasuke on the Assassin's Creed. You know what I'm saying?
No. I've actually been out all day. I actually been out in town doing stuff. So I'm the one who should be sleepy.
Let's listen to this dude, man.
For the super chat, if the Sahara was supposed to be a barrier between ancient Egypt and Black Africa, then why wouldn't the Sinai Desert be a barrier between? I think that's a decent point. That's a decent point.
That's not a good point.
Wait, what happened? What did somebody say in the comments? He was reading a comment. What?
He said if the Sahara is a barrier between I think he said Egypt and sub-Saharan Africa. Then why not the Sinai Desert be a barrier between Levantine groups? And they didn't say Levantine groups, but I'm just throwing it in there. Or West Asian groups, right? In Egypt. And he said that's a good point.
Yeah, that's a weird comment. I don't know.
But
Especially since we know about the Hyksos.
You got to address that. Was it a damn barrier?
Shoot, the Hyksos proved that it wasn't a barrier.
It wasn't a barrier because oh my God, bro.
And even the trade and stuff.
Obviously, it wasn't a barrier. I remember we were talking to somebody. It was like Israel is a dust bowl. Yeah, today.
Yeah, it's those people like Teo and them who believe that true Israel isn't in Israel; it's in sub-Saharan Africa. It's, that's probably where we heard it.
You go to different segments of time, which is ironic because they're talking about the Green Sahara. Then those areas are drastically different than what they are today. And then vice versa. Then you have people traveling through the desert, but you have that same issue with the Green Sahara. So what are you saying? This don't make no damn sense. Oh my God. People obviously traveled from the Sinai Peninsula into North Africa. We know this because sheep, goats, wheat, barley, grapes, figs, date palms, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The pottery wheel.
See, every time this dude gets outside of sub-Saharan Africa, his information just starts to.
He said it was a good point, Ibrahim. He said it was a good
point. I know. This dude needs to stick with African American history and Bantu.
Decent point. And the point is, it wasn't. And I'm gonna get into this later.
And the Sinai Peninsula is not as big as the damn Sahara.
I mean, you don't even have to go through the Sinai. There's the entire Mediterranean Sea or the Red Sea. Yeah. You can, like, boats have been around for a very long time. People can just use that if they didn't want to travel through the Sinai.
Yep, that's true.
And plus, we all know about the story, whether you believe it or not. We all know about the story of the Exodus. Literally, you had Asiatics, the Israelites, go through Sinai to get to Israel. And then we all also know about the Hyksos, who clearly went through Sinai to get to Egypt. So it's like, I don't know.
Yeah, just like the Sinai Desert, it wasn't always a desert. We literally had this conversation when somebody else said Israel was a dust bowl. I'm like, actually, it's a dust bowl today. It doesn't mean always a dust bowl. But how do you have these people saying the same shit, but they're talking about the Green Sahara?
Yeah, I was thinking about that too. Like the Sahara today is a dust bowl, so it's like if applying that same logic to the Sinai, it's like you can apply that to the Sahara. I don't get it. What point is trying to be made? And
you could just use the coastal route. Like there's different ways. Like it's so dumb.
Yeah, just travel along the coast, which is what humans did. Like during out of Africa, people for the most part traveled along the coast because you can fish, hunt, bathe, drink water. That's why most ancient cities and even modern cities to this day are on the coasts. The highest human populations in the world is near the coasts, not really inland, unless you're following, rivers and stuff and streams and all that.
Here you go.
Yep. Green, all that greenery.
Picture to the right. Look at that.
There's evidence that the Sinai once was green as recently as 4,500 to 8,000 years ago. It's right around the like mid Holocene, maybe late Holocene. Anyway, cave painting found there depicts trees and plants. Records in the 1,500-year-old Saint Catherine's, but yeah.
Where were you reading? Oh, Catherine's Monastery near Mount Sinai. Charlie Harvest of Wood. There you go. There you have it. Whoop, there it is.
Actually, it's kind of interesting. I think on the end where it gets desert, I think that's a river right there. If I remember correctly, that's the I forgot the name of that river, but it's mentioned in the Bible.
Ehon?
I can't remember. It's a famous river, but kind of famous, I guess. But it's funny the greenery stops right there. Anyways,
but kind of like a teaser. If you guys study like ancient Egyptian history, man, to me it's so clear what was going on. The northern Egypt, the Delta region especially, that's where a lot of Mediterranean and Levantine people came in to northern Egypt, and they created their own homes. They settled there. At one point, they conquered northern Egypt or whatever. So northern Egypt was diverse. It was. When we're talking about the originators of Egyptian civilization, it did not start in northern Egypt, and that's the problem that people have. I mean, that's what people don't understand. Egyptian civilization, and I'm gonna hammer this home in my next video and my next live as well. Egyptian civilization was started in Upper Egypt, which is southern Egypt, and northern Sudan. That's where Egyptian civilization started, principally. Yes, there was some influence from like the Western Sahara, yada, yada, yada. But principally, Egyptian civilization, the Kemet people, they started at the mind behind Egypt was southern Egypt and northern Sudan. And so when these archaeologists, when these geneticists, they go into Egypt and they do these DNA tests, and they look at, hey, we're going to look at these ancient Egyptian mummies. Oh, we found a mummy, these skeletal remains in northern Egypt. This is going to imply or evince that, if we find out their entire genome, it's going to be representative of the mind behind Egypt, and that is not the case. It is not. It is not. It's salient information. It's salient data. That I think if you study Egypt, it's not going to be a surprise, because they actually did a recent study on northern Egypt, and they found something that reflects very clearly what I'm saying. But anyway.
No, it doesn't. It does not reflect very clear what you're saying, because the old kingdom Egyptian is older than those events that y'all try to attribute to these things. It's 4,800 to 4,500 years old.
It was around the time of the pyramids.
Right. So it actually flies in the face of what y'all be saying. But you trying to heal up, I guess, like Wolverine, because you hurt. But the Urag Institute, have southern Egyptian samples that they have. I'm guessing they have genomes on, because that's how I'm reading that paper, the abstract. And basically they said what we already know is going to be affirmed anyway. So what the evidence has shown so far is going to be affirmed in the southern samples as well, which makes sense, because we had the Jehudi Knock was 4,000 BC in the goddamn Upper Egypt, before the Hyksos, before all that. And that sample, she had U5, which is a European hunter-gatherer haplogroup. So it doesn't look like it's changing the further south you get. The Kadruka sample has 45% of its DNA, and that's northern Sudan, Eurasian. So it doesn't look like it's changing. Like this idea, that this mythicized idea of, oh, well, if I just say everything starts in the south, that solves all my issues, and there's my Black Egypt. Yeah, they can be dark skinned, but this idea that they're going to be overwhelmingly sub-Saharan, the data is not pointing towards that direction at all. At all. Fuck wrong with you, man? He holding on to hope, though.
That's one of the reasons why they don't necessarily look too deeply into Upper Egypt. And I think somebody was saying that earlier in our discussion. I gave away, some of the video, but there's a lot more information.
And also, it is incorrect to believe that everything came from the south, when the Fayum complex is just as important, and the Badarian complex is very important. Like, these are the oldest complexes. Oh well, not the Playa. Badari and the damn Fayum complexes are very important and integral to the peopling and civilization of Egypt.
Bro, it's everybody up and down the Nile, not just one central area. Human populations were just all up and down the Nile, from the north all the way to the south, and they all developed the Egyptian culture, not just the south.
Yeah, that's so stupid.
Yeah.
The beginning of the dynastic period is about what? The unification of the goddamn Egypt.
Literally, bro. Literally.
So stupid, man.
They all culminated at once.
Yeah, this damn again. This idea of race. The reason why they keep invoking the South is because, there's dark people there. Shut your dumb ass up, trying to racialize every goddamn thing, man.
I'm gonna show and prove ultimately. Okay, so yeah, let's switch topics, man. Like, what do you guys think about Ibrahim Traore and what he's doing, man? Because I'm seeing a lot of information, especially like on Instagram, that he's doing this, he's doing that, he's sharing blood, and I'm just like, man, like like so much is coming out on Ibrahim Traore.
Where's Sean when you
and
need him?
it's just incredible, man. I don't know if
Who?
it's all true or not.
I said, where's
Like, everything's
Sean
happening so
when
fast,
you
it
need
seems.
him?
He probably asleep.
But I mean, the main focus, what I really wanted to focus on, is not just Ibrahim Traore, but like what he represents, especially when it comes to, you know, Africa's control of their raw materials, Africa's ownership of their raw materials, of their natural resources. Because I feel like there's this new renaissance. Look, I can't say it's new. I can't say that.
Why do we act like one country represents the whole? This one country and the sharing of its. They don't represent the whole goddamn country, man. They don't represent Botswana. They don't represent Benin, Togo, and Ghana. Like, Africa, and it's y'all always speaking of Africa as a one unison country or some shit. Like, damn, dude.
I think there's a renaissance, if you will, happening in Africa concerning economically decolonizing Africa. Africa attempting to own and control its land and its resources, ultimately, in general. I'm really curious what you guys think. Ibrahim is the modern day Tarka. You guys got to, I talked about this in my last video, but you guys got to explain to me why you guys like Taharka so much. I never understood why. Because I guess what I'm trying to say is, why isn't King Payanki or King Pi more popular than Taharka? Like, I don't get it. You know what's funny? On my way home to work, I was on a Lyft. My Lyft driver was from Ethiopia. And he was just having a good dang conversation. That's what's up, man. It's always cool, like, when I encounter an African and we're just, like, talking about Africa in general. Like, I always love those moments. It's really cool. But yeah, in general, like, Africa, even before the colonial period, Africa has been treated like this sort of warehouse of raw materials that people can just come and extract. And to me, it's just kind of like, there was a period in time where Africans did control their natural resources. And when they did, they were some of the wealth. And this is the Arabs saying this, Europeans saying this. They were some of the wealthiest, if not the wealthiest nations on the planet. Like, to me, Mansa Musa is the most salient example of this. When the Mali Empire controlled their natural resource of gold, well, what did we see? We see that Mansa Musa, I don't know if you...
No, you can't bring up Mansa Musa. Why are you bringing up Islamicized Negroes? I thought you said they not black. Why is you using him as an example for wealth? That's just like saying Arab, right? An Arab.
Try to tell you niggas, always trying to use the same examples and shit. Want a friend. You know what I'm saying? Stop claiming the set.
That is, I wonder if Malcolm X and Martin Luther King is black to him. Because they, you know, Martin Luther King was Christianity. Malcolm X was Islam. So I'm wondering, does he have beef against Christianity, or is it just Islam?
I don't know, bro, but he clearly said that if someone spoke the language, had that culture, then they not black. He clearly says this in his fucking video.
Yeah, I'm curious what his thoughts are on Christianity, because there are a lot of sub-Saharan Africans that are Christians. Like, most of North Africa and the Sahel is like Islam, but a lot like the
you use a German way of classifying humans in taxonomy and taxa. So you're not black. That don't even make sense, bro.
Yeah, it is silly. We're using technically, as folks say, the white man's term to describe ourselves. Africans, like Somalis, like it was interesting being on Clubhouse for several reasons, because Somalis, Horners, East Africans, Kushites, Amhara peoples, they hate being called black. They call themselves by their actual tribal name. Like, I am Somali, I'm not black. And obviously African Americans get mad at this, but that's because they're not brain broken by white ideology. Like,
and hold on,
because they know who they are.
Exactly. And who wants to force it on them? Who wants to force it on them?
Niggas who don't know who they are.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. A racial dictatorship head ass.
He is now, but Mansa Musa for quite some time was considered what? The wealthiest man, not in African history, the wealthiest man in human history. That says so much about the African continent and what it is and what it could be and what we as Afro-descendant people could be in general. In particular, those on the African continent more so, but just the whole diaspora, man. Because to me, like, man, I think half the battle is just, I don't even want to say half. I would say most of the battle is Africa controlling their resources, owning and controlling their resources. That's more than half of the battle. If we can just do that, if African nations can just focus on that, you have a different story, man. A very different story. Very different. I read a source one place that said that about 70 to 80% of some of the energy resources in the world like comes from Africa. Like 70 to 80% of the world's renewable energy raw materials come from Africa. Like, that's huge. James, I'm very critical of Musa. He didn't take the well-built infrastructure in his empire. If he did,
Please be talking like they gonna partake, man.
Oh, interesting point. I've heard that several times. There have been people, especially from the African diaspora, who've been critical of Musa. I don't know if I can say that's true or not. I'm not sure. I'll say that because he did hire a lot of different people, especially to build some of the infrastructure, and it did take place. So I guess it just depends on how much he did. I don't know. It would be something to really investigate further. I think that's a really good debate topic, actually. And that's one of the reasons, again, why it's important for us as Afro-descendant people to really analyze our own history. Because, the world would have us celebrating, Mansa Musa, and we miss some of those nuances where we can, we would have the opportunity to critique. And I think that's a really good critique of Mansa Musa.
Wait, hold on. He critiquing Mansa Musa. How the fuck? Rewind it, bro. I'm sorry, bro. How you gonna do what?
Stop claiming the motherfucking shit.
Bro, he just.
I guess it just depends on how much he did. I don't know. It would be something to really investigate further. I think that's a really good debate topic, actually. And that's one of the reasons, again, why it's important for us as Afro-descendant people to really analyze our own history. Because, the world would have us celebrating, Mansa Musa, and we miss some of those nuances.
Nah, that's not your history. He was a Muslim, fam. What you saying? That's not your history. He was a whole Muslim.
Is he saying he doesn't like Mansa Musa?
Take your hands off the whole Mali Empire, fam. The whole thing. Songhai Empire, all that.
Mm-hmm.
All that. Get the hell out the. Hey, get the fuck out the Sahel, bro. Stop claiming the set.
Livry.
Yeah, what's he saying here? So he's saying
because he hired foreigners or some shit. That's a good critique on Mansa. Damn, I'm fucking his name up. I'm getting sleepy.
Okay.
Mansa Musa.
I thought he was having because he owned slaves or something, which he did, but okay. It's because he hired foreign
energy resources in the world like comes from Africa. Like
I must make sure I heard him right.
Renewable energy, raw materials come from Africa. Like, that's huge. James, I'm very critical of Mansa Musa. He didn't take the well-built infrastructure in his empire. If he did, some guy wouldn't have taken over. That's an interesting point.
Wait, hold on. I gotta slow it down, y'all, because I thought.
It sounds like he's saying that Mansa Musa should have focused his wealth in his kingdom instead of like
with foreigners.
Well, yeah, giving it away during his pilgrimage and all that.
James, I'm very critical of Mansa Musa. He didn't take the well-built infrastructure in his empire. If he did, some guy wouldn't have taken over.
Yeah, he said Musa shouldn't started balling like a nigga, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, what you saying, bro? He was making that shit ring wherever the fuck he went. He's like, nah, don't do that shit. Don't do that shit.
I mean, I don't blame that commenter because he created inflation in like Egypt and other places because he was just giving gold to everybody.
That's that nigga shit though. I'm gonna drop so much money. I'm gonna fuck up how much your shit worth, nigga. What you saying?
He should have stayed his butt right there.
hey, it's all Africa though, Ibri. What you saying?
Right.
Yeah, but he gave that money to Mecca.
It's one country, nigga. It ain't a continent, it's a country.
Yeah, Cairo ain't Mecca. Cairo ain't Mecca, bro. Mecca's with after Cairo. You know what I'm saying? He dropped hella money in Cairo. That's supposedly still Africa. Egypt was a black man.
Yeah.
Moorish leaders. But if we were to
listen
back and go back in time and talk to these men who would look indistinguishable from a sub-Saharan African, they would be 100% Arab. 1,000% Arab. Their whole mindset, their whole culture, their language. So he's
saying that there would have been.
You feel me? So to me,
yeah, go back once.
He said they might as well not be black.
Oh, that's interesting. So basically, saying that they will be culturally like a person can look phenotypically sub-Saharan African, but they are culturally Arab. Is that what he's saying?
He's saying 1,000% Arab, and they might as well not be black. Now, again, he's saying this because someone asked, should we accept people of mixed ancestry? And his answer to that was, well, if you look at the Moors, if you went back in the time machine, these people would be 1,000% Arab, and they wouldn't even be black.
I mean, I don't necessarily disagree. You can find the same thing in modern times with the Somali people. They don't call themselves black.
No, I agree with that. But he's saying he's not asking.
Avery. I need you to take a half step back and be a little bit less autistic for like 5 minutes, right? How about we just say West African instead of black? Do you understand the concept now?
Oh, if he's saying that is that what he's saying though? I don't want to like miss.
Yes, that's what the fuck he's saying, Avery.
They wouldn't be.
Yeah, shoot. Am I incorrect in my assessment?
No, you're correct because he's asking who we should accept. He's asking someone's asking who can we accept? Can we accept people of mixed ancestries? And then he brings up Moors, which are sub-Saharan African and what do you say, Arab mix. That was his example. And because they're mixed with Arabs, they would be more culturally Arabic. So therefore, we can't consider them black. We can't join with those people. That's what he's saying.
Or even if you were full black, he's saying if you're phenotypically black, you could look just like a sub-Saharan African, but you think like you're Arabized, right? Is what he's saying.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Never mind the Sahelian actual fucking culture.
Yep.
Never mind none of that shit. To him, either you're an Arab North African or you're like a Congolese motherfucking West African or some shit.
Yep.
And he's saying that if
you shouldn't join with them, you can't join with them. Don't categorize with them. They're not one of us. That's his whole point. That's his point.
So basically, in his estimation, right, all of the empires in the Sahel not black
because they were Muslim.
Yes, and Arabic was their lingua franca.
I mean, that word black I'm still kind of stuck on that because
right,
you can't technically call those empires like
it's not what we understand. The word black is a social status, but the way
I'm fucking with you right now, Avery. I'm not fucking with you right now.
No, I was just gonna say
the point is he's using black as a real thing that we all collectively identify as. And he's saying you cannot allow this person into our special membership of being black because of their cultural preference or their cultural rearing of them being Arab. Then they cannot be considered one of us. That's what he's saying, Avery. That's what he's saying.
Check it out. Dang. Look, remember? Nights like this, I wish raindrops would fall. Nights like this, I wish raindrops would fall. Nights like this, I wish raindrops would fall. Eddie.
You know Avery a hugging ass nigga, bro. You know Avery a hugging ass nigga, bro.
Avery. He knows how these niggas be using the word black. Black to them means this is our people, this is our group, this is our ancestry. And in their mind, they can, but at the same time, they believe it's something that's real and something that actually represents biology and represents ancestry. Right. But in the same breath, they can shut it off. They can
right. Just like they'll say, Avery, you're not black anymore because you're not Afrocentric.
Yep.
Okay, but why should I care about what they think though? In terms of that?
No, but it doesn't matter if we care about it. I don't give a fuck about that. But it just shows the hypocrisy and idiocy behind the shit he's saying.
So this is what Avery. This is Avery. Real quick. This is why I keep saying if he's gonna say that dumb shit, he got to stop claiming the Sahel in any way, shape, or form. Any way, shape, or form.
But he doesn't make a distinction there when he wants to talk about the world's wealthiest man. He doesn't make a distinction there when he talked about the Oyo. He doesn't make the distinction. He doesn't say they're not black. He doesn't consider them one of his people.
I think that right there is what confuses me the most because it's like he's not giving any hardcore like
Yes,
ideas of
he's
blackness
given a very clear
very
criteria.
vague.
He's given a very clear criteria. If you look black, I will claim you as black until I think I cannot claim you as black because I don't like your culture no fucking more. Very clear criteria.
To me,
but however, even if I don't like your culture, I will still claim you as black if it proves my point of blackity black.
And that's why it's vague. That's
I got great hair. I got you, Avery. I got you. Remember old girl from Kenya? You got the white man inside of you, Yashi. That's what he's doing, man. How many times have you been called white, Avery?
Yeah, I know.
Okay, so
even though you are white, that don't even matter. You know what I'm saying? But like, just understand.
I would love to know this dude's criteria though, because it's so weird. Because I want
criteria.
Bro.
I'm just saying,
Avery, you know what it is, bro. You've been around so many fucking Afrocentrics. If you don't know what's criteria by now, bro, I'm about to disown your ass, bro.
No, it's just weird because phenotypically speaking, the Mali Empire was Mandinka, and those people are biologically sub-Saharan African, phenotypically, genetically, et cetera, et cetera.
This is the whole point that we started off on. Like, so when can you reject niggas?
So he does reject the Mandinka?
No, bro.
He rejects them because they're fucking.
Go on, get your mind right, Avery. Go on, get your mind right.
Culturally Arabic.
That's what I'm asking. He does reject them. That's what I was asking.
No. This is
you're saying no. You saying
no,
yes.
no. Here's the bullshit, right? He rejects them and accepts them all at the same time, which is why we're talking about him being a motherfucking hypocrite.
He's confusing me. That's all I gotta say.
He accepts them when it conforms to his worldview. He rejects them when it doesn't conform to his worldview. Hence, he's a hypocrite.
Yeah, that dude's wishy-washy.
He rejects them. He accepts it when there's wealth and status and stuff like that involved, or notoriety.
Yeah. But he rejects them if they're poor or whatever. And there's no notoriety.
Video. I'm fucking done with you, Avery. I'm not doing this shit with you tonight. I promise you.
I swear to God, bro.
I'm not doing this shit with you.
Nigga acting all kind of brand new in this motherfucker, bro. All kind of brand new in this motherfucker.
It only came in at like 40-something minutes.
Bro, nigga.
Avery, right after that, he says someone can be black as hell and be culturally different and not our people. He won't accept them. No, it's not, because he's saying you're my people until you do some shit I don't agree with.
Avery, with your trolling ass, bro. I see you, nigga.
No. Like again, like I said,
he's not using genetics. He's just saying this motherfucker not one of us if he don't talk or agree with my points.
Oh, that's silly. Yeah, I agree. That's silly. Yeah.
Oh, thank God, we finally broke through.
Holy shit.
Yeah, like if he's saying if a black person talks proper, then he's acting white. Like, yeah.
Avery, yes. It's just like when someone sees a black person speaking proper and say, "Oh, you're not black."
Well, shoot, I should have ran with that.
I'm over here getting traumatized and shit, bro.
Emotional, damn it.
Avery, man, the shit you put us through. I'm trying to explain something so
hey, bro, I swear to God, I need you to put me 3 fingers or something. You should. You understand what I'm saying? 3 fingers or something, bro. God.
You know what they say? The Lord always sends someone to, test your patience and your wit. So,
hey, I need the Lord to send somebody with some shampoo in this bitch. You understand what I'm saying?
Hey, Avery, you will drive somebody to drink, man. For real. God damn.
Yeah, I'll get y'all some water.
I can't drink tonight. I got to get my ass up in the morning.
No, I'll get you some water. Help you out.
No, what I'm drinking look like water, though.
Hey, I need a water chase with my shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? I need my shit neat right now. Fuck the rocks and all that dumb shit. You understand what I'm saying?
It is straight. No chasing, man. Shit. You ready, Avery?
Yeah.
so many natural resources. Congo is so important to the renewable energy of the planet in general, the raw materials in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Oh my goodness, man. Just imagine for one moment you had a strong Congolese leader that was just like, we are going to own and control the raw materials that are coming out of our country. And this wealth is going to be distributed throughout the country. It doesn't even have to be fully distributed. Like just be a regular nation that owns and controls like your resources and builds your own infrastructure to do so. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, so here's a quote from Fatih Biro. He's the executive director of the International Energy Agency. So I think he's a Turkish guy. He said Africa is central to the future of global decarbonization and energy security. So he's echoing something that's been said so many different times by so many different people in so many different ways throughout history. This is not the first time an onlooker from outside of Africa saw how important Africa was to the world, saw how important Africa's natural resources Africa's natural resources are to the world. The Arabs talked about it all the time. Europeans observed it. And that's one of the reasons why I believe Africa was a target.
Bro, the dude's
So
talking about solar
basically,
fucking
Ibrahim
energy.
Traore, I feel like he's in a sense starting this renaissance, this new way.
The Turkish dude is talking about solar, like putting solar energy in the fucking Sahara, bro. Like, I'm
They
sorry.
put a bunch of solar panels in the desert.
Yeah, he's trying to make it. He literally just said it too. Like the dude's talking about like being central to the carbonization of the world's energy, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they're talking about like turning the Sahara into into a solar farm. You know what I'm saying?
So no more. That's his way of getting rid of fossil fuels.
Yeah, and so he's like, see that the world, Africa is so important to the world. Blah. One, that ain't you, nigga. First and foremost, that ain't got shit to do with you. That's a whole landmass. That ain't you, right? Second of all,
right,
bro, it's not like they're trying to like colonize the joint for fucking solar farms right now, bro.
No, they're trying to get other stuff like minerals,
yeah,
rocks, and all that.
Maybe you should let them exploit the minerals from sub-Saharan Africa so they can pay for the
solar farm in Sahara, bro. Hey, why not? It's all Africa, right?
Right. We're back at square one with this nigga.
Bro, I can't, bro. I literally can't, bro. I'm hurt too.
Wave of thought that Africa should really be intent on owning and controlling their resources ultimately. And you see this sort of domino effect on other nations. Now, I don't know if they were always on this tip, but it just seems as though this news is becoming more popular, perhaps due to Ibrahim Traore. But you have Zimbabwe who's talking about who's having the same sort of energy, like, hey, we need to control our lithium pretty much. You have the Democratic of Congo, not Democrat, I'm sorry. You have a Gabon saying something similar, I believe.
I thought this video was supposed to be about North
Namibia
Africa.
was on that same kind of time. There were several African countries that were saying like, we need to own and control what we create.
Well, talking about sub-Saharan Africa is talking about North Africa because to him, they all one and the same.
Dang, apparently.
Unless you got the wrong culture in this motherfucker.
Oh, yeah. Unless you Arabic, you speak of a doctrine or an ideology that he doesn't agree with personally.
He got to be mad as hell what's going on with this hell states and whatnot. You know what I'm saying?
Sound like he loving it, if anything.
Well, yeah, he get to claiming on some Wakanda type shit. You know what I'm saying? They black until they not black. Whatever the fuck that means.
Yeah, that's why I'm confused with this guy. Because they are Muslims, most of those.
It's the fucking Sahel, bruh.
Yeah.
By 90+%. You understand what?
Yeah, that's why I'm so confused about him. Because
if I went back to where my haplogroup dropped me off, bro, it's 97% Muslim. You understand what I'm saying? 97%. Bro, I ain't seen 97% of nothing in my life anywhere.
Well, except for that Tucker Corey sample. Now I'm playing. But
no, I'm talking about
I'm making
you've not gone anywhere in your life and seen 97% the same of anything. You see what I'm saying?
No, I'm making a joke. But I wonder what his views are on Christianity. because that's pretty heavy.
Same shit. Which means he gotta hate on the motherfucking Sahel too, right? He gotta hate on Mansa Musa and the gold he was getting from the Christians of Takrur. Fuck is you saying?
So he just has a beef with the Abrahamic faiths in general. Then
it's the same, bro. It's the same, bro. It's the same Afrocentric shit that we've been seeing since before you were born, fam. Abrahamic means not African.
Interesting. So he believes the only true Africans are those that practice
non-Abrahamic.
Yeah, indigenous African.
Fucking mommy water niggas and shit.
That's why I played that shit from YouTube earlier.
And ain't that many Africans that really practice there. I mean, I guess you probably got some that like maybe infused the.
Hey, it's more Abrahamic motherfuckers in Africa than not.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So
that's a fact.
I don't. I mean, I guess if he wants to, mention pygmies and Khoisan, like they probably still for the most part practice their indigenous culture, but other than like hunter gatherers.
So majority of the country is not black. Got it.
Yep.
Yeah, majority of the continent.
Excuse me.
That's why we're talking shitty. You understand what I'm saying? Because it don't make no sense.
Yeah. I'm starting to get it now. That's weird. So what's his thoughts on African Americans? Because majority of African American, well, maybe not now, but in the past and still today, a lot of African Americans are Christians, and then of course you got those that are Muslims. Then those
niggas was colonized, Avery. We were taught how to think how the white man taught us how to think.
All right, but weren't the ones in Africa also colonized?
Don't worry about that. They be white bring the bullshit.
Okay, all right.
He brought up the importance of looking at things from our own perspective, basically a non-white person's perspective.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Hold on, Avery. Here's what you need to understand. He said, "Fuck the Moors," because the Moors are Arabized, right? Okay. But he said, "I fuck with Umar Johnson because we got to protect our black scholars."
Is Umar Muslim?
No, he was when he was a kid, though.
Okay.
Umar Johnson's the guy who raised like $4 million for a school he never fucking opened, but got caught up for knocking up all kind of strippers and shit.
Oh snap! Okay. All right, so
i.e. real nigga.
Okay, all right.
He's a real nigga. You know what I'm saying? The Moors can't be real niggas because they got real civilization and shit.
But I want to kind of reel back real quick. So anything that's African is good, is go, it's green, according to him. So, and anything that's non-African in terms of religion or ideas is a no-go to him. So that begs the question, what about things like indoor plumbing or air conditioning or skyscrapers and brick houses?
He went straight to the YouTube shit. He said, "Can't no man with it. It can't no man can't talk shit to me unless he can take a shit in his own house." And plus, he went to the YouTube shit.
I'm just saying, like, all that's European.
No, but that's what I was saying. So we were talking about like the whole him talking about Bantu technology, right? And I'm telling you, he would reject the whole wave of diffusion that would even lead to any kind of Bantu technology.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm saying the videos that are good are specifically the ones that ethnic groups. Like the history of the.
I'm saying, Avery, once you understand what he's saying right here, it puts all that shit into question. Every last one of them.
Well, yeah. Now I'm gonna probably go back and see what he.
You see what I'm saying now?
Yeah, I might go back and look. But as far as I remember, it was okay. But I have to go back and see.
But now that you understand the context, like you'll hear what he said, bro. I'm trying to tell you, he's off that same black dumb shit that everyone else is on. He just says it so well because anyway, I'll leave that part alone because it's obvious. But anyway.
Yeah, I get it. But yeah, I wonder what his thoughts on the architecture, just simple architecture, because the skyscrapers in like Nigeria, Laos, or Lagos, whatever, Nigeria and various other sub-Saharan African.
He said Laos, nigga. Laos is a whole country in motherfucking East Asia. Shit.
You know what I'm talking about? The capital of Nigeria.
This nigga said Laos.
But
Lagos. He said, yeah,
Lagos. That's what it is. Lagos. It's
I'm trying to figure out what city was he fucking talking.
Bro, it's spelled similarly. Anyways, I'm just saying, like these big cities in sub-Saharan Africa, They got skyscrapers and got, you know, highways.
They don't love themselves. They don't love. Unc said, y'all don't love Africa. So you got to get rid of those skyscrapers.
So they want us living in, let me see.
Oh, and say mud huts. I know you want to say fucking mud
Well, I don't want to say that because there's more than that there, but you know what I'm saying. They want us living.
I come from people on both sides of my family who lived in Adobe, bro. That shit works, bro. Red clay get it done.
That nigga was about to say mud hut.
No, I wasn't.
He about to say mud hut all day. I heard it all in your head, bro. He said mud hut.
They want us living the traditional ways. What I was going to say.
He said mud hut head ass niggas. I saw you.
The words. Well, I mean, stone edifices, I guess. Stone buildings, I guess.
Yeah, you know.
Hey,
I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. People want to live that way.
Hold on. Don't be trying to celebrate that shit too much. You can't even do that because was that there before any Eurasian integration at all?
Shoot, probably. I mean, folks weren't. Just
No, it wasn't because the Eurasian integration is 7,500 to 10,000 years old.
Yeah, but people were living on the continent for like 300,000 years. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, but we're not talking about. So wait a minute. You want to go back to that? Okay, that's use your 300,000 a year time frame.
All the way up to 7,000.
So they need to go live in cave. Nope, they need to go live in caves. Those were the only permanent dwellings 300,000 years ago. They need to go live in caves. That's what you tell me. They need to go live in fucking cave. Yeah, Avery. Yeah, you quiet.
That's not true. They could go live in trees and shit.
No, I gotta see when permanent dwellings popped up in different parts of the country.
Bro, you know this. The first permanent dwellings for humans were caves.
No, I know that when it comes to caves, but I'm talking about like sub-Saharan Africans and all
South
that.
Africans lived in caves. We talked about this. Where you on the
Yeah, I know about the Khoisan. Yeah, of course.
No, we talking about like 60,000 years ago or some shit.
60,000. Yeah, that's still dealing with like Khoisan. 60,000.
No,
and
but
maybe pygmy groups too, maybe.
But you'll be losing me sometimes. You mentioned 300,000 years, and now when I'm referencing something for 60,000 years, now I got to be specific to one group. Who cares? You just brought up 300,000 years. None of these groups existed then.
Yeah, I'm saying the ancestors.
He's doing his trolling game right now, but you know what it is.
Oh my god!
No,
it's past 10 o'clock for, you know what I'm saying, on the West Coast. He's on his trolling game, bro.
He said,
you know, past midnight he starts doing this shit, bro. He starts playing video games and trolling. You know what it is. He about to start washing dishes in about 15 minutes. You know what I'm saying?
Avery, I'm not falling for this fucking shit. We watching the
rest. I ain't doing nothing, bro.
So in Zimbabwe, the president, I think this was in 2022, he said, "We will no longer be exploited. If you want our lithium, you must build processing plants here." Now, look, it's one thing to have all these resources in Africa, and it's another thing to have the infrastructure to extract these resources. And in order to do so, I think many of these nations have to outsource, or at least they feel as though they have to outsource. And that's one of the layers to this, or the caveats, if you will. So, because you hear him say that we're not going to be exploited anymore, but ultimately, if you want these resources, you're going to have to come over here and build. Now, if another nation comes over there and build, like this ain't going to be no free for all type of thing. Like they may want something in return, and what does that really look like, right? So I don't know. Namibia said something similar as well. You had the president saying we cannot be exporters of raw materials forever. The value must be added here. So that's very clear. He's saying that we have to control and own our resources ultimately. Well, not necessarily. He's not necessarily saying that, but he's saying we ultimately have to gain some benefit, our nations. Who said we can keep our land? I think it was the president of Zimbabwe, so then UK President Tony Blair. This is where the diaspora comes into play. Y'all need to come home by line. So home by line. James, I missed that. Hometeam, I would love to see more videos covering the fact that the 15th century Europe was no more advanced than Africa. John Clark discusses the turning points that led to Africa's fall. Right. Yeah, I saw a direct quote. I think it's in the Encyclopedia of African History that actually made a point about that. Don't quote me on it, but I know there is a point made about specifically in the 15th century. That's when Europe, or after the 15th century, that's when Europe was really starting to feel itself a lot. A lot of the European leaders because at that point in time, I believe they were mostly free from the Arab threat, and something else was happening. The development of the gun, obviously. There were several circumstantial things that made them
the discovery of America.
Ultimately, Robert Mugabe said that. Okay. Yeah, man. So basically, Africa needs to own and control their resources, man. Like if we're able to, especially if we're able to build the infrastructure ourselves to be able to extract the resources, so it can benefit us. That can be more jobs for the local African people. I mean, that can be ultimately we would have more bargaining power in general on the world stage.
Man, y'all be doing this shit about African countries and more African power. It is we shit. These countries be fucking mistreating the hell out of their damn citizens. Like that Spanish speaking country, Equatorial Guinea. They make a lot of money off of oil.
Much less, don't let some American niggas go over there, bro. How many videos you got of American people right now who went over to Africa thinking they was going back home and blah, blah, blah. Finally, like, damn, they treating us like shit. They got us paying twice as much as the locals and blah, blah, blah. Won't do it, bro.
Because they don't have this idea of, we all together, kumbaya shit. That only exists over here in your damn head in fairy tale land.
You know what happens when everybody's black around your ass? Don't no one give a shit about being black.
Yep. They give you some regular degular around here, niggas.
Bruh.
No special treatment, niggas. What you talking about?
Exactly.
Some of them call you white too, though. When you come from America, they call you like you ain't one of us. You was a white man. You know what I'm saying? They always be doing it.
You don't even got an African name, bro.
Damn. What are you talking about? But they always do this fucking, Africa this, Africa that, the country with the resources. They treat they motherfucking, maybe like dictatorships going on over there. And they treat their fucking citizens like shit. Most of their citizens be in fucking poverty. You had that one African leader driving like Ferraris and all type of French cars, exotic cars and shit. Meanwhile, his people don't even have running water and electricity and shit.
Bro, the dude that's running Mali, right, or Burkina Faso or whatnot, right? He motherfucking had his people do like some military, like some Trump type shit. Where like, hey, we gonna have a little parades out there, a little demo type shit. Knowing damn well them niggas had just taken that shit over. Wasn't no one trained on none of that dumb shit, right? Somebody accidentally fired off a fucking tank, right? Accidentally, wasn't nobody hurt. Accidentally, just trying to drive that shit around. Accidentally fired that shit off, right? Motherfucker executed the whole crew. Nigga, you knew damn well niggas didn't know how to operate the shit because you just kicked out everybody fucking 5 minutes ago who knew how to run that shit. You tell everybody, hey, let's run this shit and pretend how we do. Motherfucker accidentally shoot this shit off. Nobody gets hurt. And so you execute these niggas? Bruh.
Black power.
Black power. Wakanda forever, my nigga.
There's just so many benefits to Africans actually owning and controlling their own resources. It's just a very obvious fact. It's obvious. Some people, some writers call this period of Ibrahim Traoré the resource nationalism renaissance. I don't know if you guys have heard that before. The resource nationalism renaissance, meaning that there are multiple leaders, multiple nations, speaking a little differently about their resources, about their own potential, and investing in themselves, owning and controlling what they create, owning and controlling their resources, and being more competitive ultimately on the world stage. And they're calling it the resource nationalism renaissance, which is very interesting. So I don't know how unique this is compared to the other periods where African leaders were speaking that way, like Thomas Sankara and stuff like that. Like, what is the difference between the period of Thomas Sankara and Ibrahim Traoré? I'd really like somebody to explain that, if they can delineate that. I think that would be a good video, actually. Something to speak about. Can you do a vid on Canada? I recently learned how big it was. Real stressful, Nigerian. Yeah. I was talking about Idris Aluma. He was a king during the Canada Empire. I believe his mom was actually from northern Nigeria. And he's one of the most underrated kings in African history, in my personal opinion. And arguably, he can be considered the greatest king of West Africa. Now, Chad isn't necessarily West Africa or the Canada Empire. You can say it's Central Africa, which, sure. The reason I would consider him, I guess, West African is because his mom was from northern Nigeria, I believe. And Kanem extended into Nigeria. So, there's some technicalities there. But yeah, I think we should do a debate topic. Should Africa create a nuke and I watched a video of Professor Mumba discussing that. He's a pro. Okay. Look, if Africa, I'm not gonna say Africa, but we gotta pick a particular country. If one country within the African continent had a nuke, yeah, I think the rest of the world would be kind of shook about that. Not gonna lie. Yeah. So I think one of the most salient remarks during this period, when I say period, I'm talking about the resource nationalism renaissance, from what I've heard. It comes from Muasa Faki Mahamat. I think he was the former president, or Musa. Yeah, I think he was the former president of Chad. And what he was saying, he said the era when Africa was content to export raw materials is ending. So ultimately, what am I trying to say? You have Zimbabwe on a completely different kind of time, seemingly. You have Ghana, the president of Ghana, on a different kind of time. You have Abraham Traore. You have Namibia. It seems like there are multiple African nations speaking a very similar language. And that language is we need to invest in ourselves. We need to own and control our natural resources. And we need to be more competitive on the world stage. And there seems to be a steady drumbeat of that. And that's why, like, I want to look into the past. I wish I could look into the past of, like, just the energy behind, Thomas Sankara, what he was saying. And I'm sure people were talking like this back then, but was there this proliferation during that time of multiple African countries speaking this way and taking tangible actions to decolonize, economically decolonize themselves from European nations, Arab nations, what have you? It seems like they're going in a very different direction. And I have to give them their plaudits for that. I don't know where this is going to lead. I don't know how sustainable or consistent they're going to be in this, but it's an exciting time in my personal opinion. And that's why I always say, man, like, Black people, African people, whatever you want to call this genetic phenotype, whatever, like, we will never all be on the same page. Never. And I know for some people that may sound like shocking. You don't need every Black person on the planet to be on the same page. We don't all need to be on the same page. That's important. We need a critical mass of Black people to be on the same page. And once that one person, once that 12 individuals, once that 500 people are on the same page and they have resources and they have investments, whatever, they can change the whole energy of an entire region or continent. And Abraham Traore is an example of that. This is one man who said, look, I'm going to do things a lot differently. And what happened? All of a sudden, all these other nations are popping up, speaking with the same kind of tone, having very similar energy toward him. I mean, toward, his disposition. It's just a critical mass, if you will. Abraham Traore seems to be a very powerful critical mass because he's one individual. But he changed the game when it comes to popularizing Africa, owning their resources, and making decisions for themselves about who are going to be their enemies and their allies. Y'all are funny, man. But yeah, man, that's pretty much what I wanted to talk about today, man. Like I said, when I talk about the agency of Black African people in North Africa, it's always been controversial. People always have had problems with it. But Black Africans, as they're called in the literature sometimes, they've always been a part of North African history. They are indigenous to North Africa. There was no barrier that barred the Black African phenotype from ancient North Africa. And if anybody ever tries to tell you that, they're lying. You're continually spreading this mendacious narrative that Black people had nothing to do with ancient North Africa or Egypt or anything special or salient.
There's two different statements, though. Are you talking about people that are darker skinned, or are you just talking about people coming from the South going north?
Yeah, he's conflating two things, like skin tone, which is like everybody had dark skin, bro. Like every human, you're Asians, sub-Saharan Africans, everyone. And it's like, yeah, at one point, North Africans were dark skinned, but that didn't last throughout all of its history, especially like 5,000 years ago up until today.
Yeah, feeling lightning around this shit. But just a reminder, here's an excerpt from the paper about the Green Sahara ancestral North African lineage, right? It says, implying no detectable genetic exchange across the Green Sahara during the African human phase from sub-Saharan to Northern Africa. That's what the paper says. And you fucking invoked the paper during this live. You did a whole video about the damn paper, but somehow that part's not registering in your brain.
During that period. So I think that's important for us to know. And it just kind of speaks to some of the studies that we've been seeing recently. Change is inevitable. Like the land of Europeans were in the dark age for almost a millennium and ended up on top like in Black period. Wow, good point. What's your thoughts on Garveyism and the best economic and political system for Pan-Africa? That's a lot. Look, man, this may be controversial. I'm gonna say ultimately, I think there needs to be a conqueror, if you will. And Abraham Traore is that ideological conqueror in a sense. I think I really like the alliance he has, the Sahelian alliance. I think if Africa, there are too many countries in Africa. Yeah, I said it. I know that's a lot, but there are too many countries in Africa. And if we can get a block of countries to be under one leadership, that would be something special. And Africa has always been diverse. It'll be very difficult for all these people, different languages and cultures, to be under one roof, if you will, being under one leader, a leader that does not come from their particular ethnic group, this, that, and the other. But that already happens in African nations, Nigeria. Every nation has that. So to me, I think we need bigger blocks where one man or one organizing body, if you will, is in control of that region. So that's a Sahelian alliance between Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger. I don't know how many other countries are in it. If that block can be one nation, I think it can set off something special on the continent. There are too many countries, in my personal opinion. I'm curious what you guys think about that, to be honest. I want to hear your thoughts on that. Do you think there's too many countries in Africa? Like, I want some feedback on that. Like, so if there was like a one block in West Africa where you have this huge landmass, it's all one country under one organizing body or under one leader, one vision, that would be excellent. If in East Africa you have this block where Kenya, Zimbabwe, Uganda, whatever, they're all part of one nation, like, come on. If you had a Southern African block where Namibia, South Africa, Botswana, Zambia, like, they're all one nation now, that will get things moving, in my personal opinion. Like, look at the Democratic Republic of Congo. That can be broken up into like 3 countries. That one country alone. That's what I'm saying. There are currently 54 countries in Africa, with is the most out of any continent. Like, it's just, honestly, African diversity is a blessing and a curse on Africa. Like, it's because, in my opinion, what the scientists tell us, humanity started there. Like, you're going to see that genetic diversity, you're going to see that language diversity, and that really barred Africans from really being agreeable with one another, viewing each other as the same, if you will. And it's not necessarily that we have to view each other as the same. Like, we don't need to have that. We just need respect amongst each other. We just need to realize that we originated from one Niger-Congo block, and then we spread out across the continent for the most part. We originated from a one Nilo-Saharan block, and then we spread out to the rest of the continent. Like it's okay. Like, we just have to respect the different languages and different experiences we had once we moved throughout the continent. And, like, go from there. Like there needs to be understanding of that. There are way too many countries. We need one conqueror, if you will. Like, that's how I honestly feel. Maybe conqueror is too aggressive, but we need one ideology. We need one thought process. Because it doesn't matter to anybody else in the world. Like, what ethnic group you come from, you're gonna be treated like the same. Like, that's been very consistent throughout history. I think a lot of Africans understand that. And again, that's me, somebody from outside of the continent, saying it. So I can't speak for Africans at all. I don't know, honestly. But the outside looking in, it seems like one of the ways to get the continent moving forward is to have way bigger countries, way bigger regions under one leadership, owning and controlling their resources. Yeah. Funnily, I think we could learn from the colonists and unreverse brainwash in the same way. So these blocks could have curriculum. I agree. You can learn from your enemies, man. You have to learn from your enemies. Some of them use very good strategies to advance themselves. And so as African people and African people, we've always made adjustments in the ancient past. We had to, because when we were moving throughout the continent, like the Bantu migration, they constantly had to adjust their ideologies. They constantly had to adjust their culture. And that's one of the reasons why you have so much diversity, is because when we were migrating and stuff like that, we had to change and adapt so much. African culture is a culture that adapts. African tradition ain't really tradition if it doesn't adapt. I know that's a more of African philosophical take. I can explain that, I guess, some other time, but yeah. Yeah, that's my personal opinion. So to me, Garveyism ultimately, like, to distill it, he wanted Black people to be one and to be economically independent and competitive. And if we can use that model for a whole block, when I say block, multiple African nations being one nation, we don't need a Nigeria, we don't need a Ghana, we don't need a. This is very controversial. I know a lot of people may be offended by this, but like, what is the difference? Like, Nigeria has they speak over 200 different languages. It's just kind of like the president most likely is not going to be from your ethnic group. Like, what would be the difference between Nigeria and from Nigeria all the way to Sudan being one nation? There really wouldn't be a difference, because the person that you may identify with is not going to be a leader in the country. Most likely not. And that's one of the reasons why we have to create our own systems. Like, we as Afrocentric people or African people, wherever you guys are African, you guys can say, hey, there's a lot of diversity on this continent, right? So in order for us to have a viable government, we have to have some sort of representation from these different groups so that they can feel as though they're connected to the overall mission, they're connected to this nation, this and the other. Like, we would have to customize a different sort of democratic system. And if we choose not to be democratic, then we don't have to be, like, we have to define a future which is salubrious for us as African and Afrocentric people. It needs to be rooted in economics and anti-corruption. I mean, I totally agree with that. Definitely. Isn't the current president of Nigeria from the Yoruba tribe? I think he is. I'm not sure. I think most of the presidents of Nigeria were Hausa. I could be wrong. I don't know. Somebody can correct me on that. There's a lot of diversity in the United States too, but it's one country. Exactly. Right.
Damn, Nigeria's not black no more because the houses of Muslims running that joint. Ah, shit.
Yeah. Like I said, whatever.
Damn, that's what he just said. I sped it up so fast. Oh,
He rightly said that the majority of presidents in Nigeria are Hausa, whatnot, right? So I just came in off some sarcastic. Damn, Nigeria can't be black no more because the president is Muslim and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Damn. Say it ain't so. This nigga.
Damn, it's still 10 minutes left on that bitch. God, dog.
It works. We have to be the ones that define that. We can't allow some other outside system to dictate what's the best path forward. If whatever, again, I'm with whatever African people and African people agree on, whatever they think is best. Ultimately, though, we have to be on the same page. We have to have a critical mass on the same page. Not all of us. That will never be the case. Humans do not operate like that. They never have. Just a critical mass on the same page. Why did no African kingdom come to get their tribesmen out of slavery, Western or Arab? So there was one instance in which that did happen in the Congo. That's another story. Why? Because most African say you're a Fulani man, whatever, and a Portuguese guy or a British guy or a French guy comes to you and says, hey, I'm going to the New World, I want some slaves. You're not going to go raid a Fulani village. You're going to go raid the Mandate people and sell them to slavery. And so the Mandate people, they're going to do the same thing because Europeans are talking to them too. And so they're going to be like, okay, the Mandate or Mandinka, Malinka, or they're going to raid a Fulani village or whatnot. And so to me, it was just very chaotic, ultimately, in my personal opinion. Ultimately, Africa was being colonized for the most part. A lot of strong ethnic groups were being weakened during civil unrest and things of that nature for them to develop some system which they would fight the European structure there and also come and rescue their countrymen all the way across the sea is a bit unrealistic in my personal opinion. Like, for example, I did an ancestry test, not an ancestry. It was called African ancestry test, and they test specifically your maternal and paternal lineage. According to them, my paternal lineage, meaning my father's father, all the way back to Africa, was a Mbundu man of Angola. So my paternal lineage was 100%. That DNA matched the same paternal ancestry the Mbundu people have. I have it, so it indicates to them that's my ancestry. So basically, that man, me learning Mbundu history, like he probably got enslaved by the Bakongo people, and was it Bakongo? He probably got enslaved by the Portuguese and the Mbangala people, attacking the Mbundu kingdoms and stuff like that. He most likely got caught up in that, or perhaps an Mbangala man or somebody from Congo, I don't know, like came to his village, whatever, and kidnapped him, or he was a prisoner, a war captive, if you will. He was a warrior who got defeated in battle, and so they enslaved him and sent him off to the Americas ultimately. I forgot what point I was making with that. Where was I going with that?
I feel sorry for him because he spent $300 on the African ancestry test.
BS test. I was thinking about that too. Like, dang, he needs to take a family tree. Because he probably don't descend from the people he thinks he descend from, and he's studying these people and stuff, and he probably got nothing to do with them.
Hey, home team, if you're, maybe watching, maybe you're not watching.
No, it's 4 hours and 20 minutes, and he definitely ain't watching, bro.
But you got thousands of ancestors. It's hard to say that, well, my ancestry goes specifically to this person. And even if you do track it by Y chromosome, how many people share that damn Y chromosome variation that they're looking at on those STRs? There's going to be a lot of overlap. So to try to pin it to this one damn tribal group, it's just asinine. It's just asinine. It's a scam. I just got to say it. It's a damn scam, bro.
Now, there's a way you can do stuff that makes sense with it, right? In terms of like tracking down your haplogroup and like to areas and whatnot, right? If you get like a close enough. If you go deep enough on the haplogroup, you can find out, okay, like so for instance, like when you take the big Y, it's gonna drop you off somewhere, right? Mm-hmm. So like you can go check out the location and be like, okay, and the people who got the haplogroup, they're like, okay, what are the ethnicities of the people who have this haplogroup here? You know what I'm saying? But with African ancestry, bro, like it's a 12 is it 12 or 6 STRs?
Shit, I forgot.
It's so low, it's not even funny, bro. It's so low, it's not even funny. Like, it's ridiculously low for how much money you spend on that shit. It was state of the art back when it came out like 20, 25 years ago. You know what I'm saying? Now, no, bruh. Them niggas is lazy with it, making hand over fist off you cats off a 12 SDR test, bro. They haven't had to upgrade their information or their technology in 20 years, bro. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Meanwhile, you know what I'm saying, just off the regular stuff, you know what I'm saying, Family Tree will give you like a 37 STR test, you know what I'm saying, right off rip, without even having to sign up for an upgrade.
Shit's crazy, bro.
3 times deeper, bro, for free. Just on a regular ancestry. Yeah, anyway.
Damn, I heard. As long as they black, it don't matter. As long as it's a company owned by black people.
Got all you niggas being pygmies in this bitch. It's hilarious how many niggas they say are pygmies off that shit. They told me I was a whole E1A booty nigga. I was like, well, if you don't stop and shut your dumb ass up.
Wait, you came back in booty?
Some shit like that. I forgot what kind of pygmy it was, but it was some kind of pygmy person. I was like, bro, they had me. It was some kind of pygmy tribe in Cameroon. I was like, nigga,
dang, they didn't get me as a pygmy.
I'm like, bro, and my big Y, right? So we see my big Y. My big Y drops me off with 31 people in the Gambia.
Gambian pygmies.
Now, which one you want me to run with? A 12 STR test that says I might be a pygmy nigga who got, it said I had a 70% chance of being 70% chance of being E1A, because you know you gotta you type everything into the calculator, right? If you want to look up what your haplogroup is, right? That shit said I was either E1A or haplogroup G. I was like, huh? What are you now? I know damn well off of multiple tests I'm E1A, right? I'm like, fam, I'm either E1A or haplogroup G, nigga. I got a 30% chance with this. What is you talking about? And so we already know when you go to Family Tree, bro, like they give you all kind the level of information, genetic information they give you to put into the calculators for these same tests and whatnot. It's ridiculous in comparison. I was typing in over like 100 numbers and shit. I got tired of that. So I was like, no, I'm straight. You know what I'm saying?
Manually typing in the STRs.
I was like, hey, I want to compare and contrast. And like again, like and it was and over after I got past 40 or 50, I was already E1A automatically, right? It was like there was nothing else it could be, right? And I was like, well, that's all right, cool. And it's just giving me more information, more details down the road. You know what I'm saying? Hence, like, this is what we do with the this is why we got the big Y test. You know what I'm saying? That's why we did that shit, right? And so when you do the compare and contrast, it's like, wait a minute, fam. Like with 12 STRs, you can't tell me shit. You can't tell me nothing. It is the biggest guess in the world. And so when you go back and watch these exposés on like, well, can you really say that you have this level of guarantee that you can tell these people? And old boy's like, yes, we have the biggest sample size in the bubble. And old girl's like, bro, you know you full of shit. He's like, yeah, I might be, but don't worry about it. Like, he know he full of shit, bro. He know he full of shit, bro. And you niggas will buy anything because as long as I send you a certificate saying you from some black tribe in West Africa that you're never gonna go see or investigate or none of that dumb shit, I'm good to go.
That was part of the scheme. They know you niggas. They know all you niggas want is an African answer, so they're gonna give you an African answer, no matter how wild it is or how inaccurate it is. They don't give a fuck. They know you niggas are craving for that, so they're gonna give it to you like a damn fiend on the street, man. Trying to get a motherfucking a goddamn 8-ball, man. That's
straight, bro. Straight up and down, bro. Talking about, hey, all these niggas want is a certificate to put up on their wall saying they Mandinka, saying that they this, saying that they Fulani, saying that they what, bro. Hey, you got your shit framed, didn't you?
He probably did.
That how was a yes. That's the whole point. That was the whole point. They was out here like this.
God expects you to do what the Lord wants you to do. Like those of you who realize that the Lord wants you to give generously into his church. Amen. Don't ask no questions. Don't ask how come why come the pastor have to have him a nice house? Why come pastor got to have a nice car? Don't ask. I said don't ask. I said don't ask. No questions. Just give the money. Nigga, get the collection plate right on that side. Nigga, get it around on that side. We're gonna now have a B selection from the choir.
Don't ask no questions. Just give them the money, and that's what them niggas be doing. Just give them money.
Oh no. Anyway.
I completely forgot where I was going with that. It was in reference to a comment, I believe. Yeah, I'm guessing now, guys.
You can see how much nervous energy he had this whole fucking time in this video too, bro. He know, like, bro, he can tell he don't got that same home team confidence he normally have. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. He do seem a little low energy.
Bro, he shook. Hey, Metatron on his bumper. That's why, bro.
Taking kings from different tribes, and they could not go get
a dude with like multiple million subscribers accounts. He's on his bumper
so
on his joint.
They weren't taking kings from different ethnic groups.
Oh, Metatron mentioned Hometeam.
Oh yeah,
elite people who were taking.
They've been having videos back and forth.
I don't want to say kings.
Really?
How do you got that?
Nick, See, you need to stop watching on the like white, like you got this whole like white supremacy like rabbit hole you be going down. You know what I'm saying? You be stuck on the white supremacists on Twitter and shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah,
hey,
Metatron.
gotta watch the neo Nazis too.
I'm not mad at you because you probably need to know what's going on in your area. You know what I'm saying?
We literally watch neo Nazis when we watch Afrocentries. Literally do.
No, that's a fact. No, that is a fact. But yeah, Metatron been getting on them because okay, so Metatron been trying to talk about genetics lately, right? You see my man starting to talk about genetics, right? So now being that the big YouTubers, they got to talk about each other talking about this shit because they talk about the same stuff. Are like, oh, is Carthage a black city? Is Hannibal black? Are the Egyptians black? Blah, blah, blah. So Metatron's covering all that content from Hometeam history and whatnot. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I didn't know that. Is Hometeam have videos on Metatron?
I think he might have done one or two.
Really?
There's a whole bunch of Afrocentric people that cover Metatron all day, fam.
Oh yeah, I know about like other people, but I'm saying him.
I don't know if he has. He might have, but I know Metatron's covering him.
Oh, okay. Let me see. Because I didn't know Metatron even covered him. I didn't know either of them covered each other.
You out there playing Yasuke on motherfucking video games too much. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know. Do you got videos that you can send?
I could.
Mm-hmm. Could or will.
Yeah, $5, man.
I'm trying to find these videos.
You just go to Metatron shit. Type in Hometeam history. What are you seeing?
Yeah, I did, and I don't see nothing. Hold on. Let me see.
Bro, he just did one. He literally just did one.
Looking, I see one from 3 months ago. One from Metatron. I see one from 3 months ago. I'm trying to see if Hometeam covered him back.
Yeah, he was like like you see where he's going back and forth on the Carthage thing.
Yeah, I see Metatron's video. I was trying to see like from both sides, like how much have they been beefing if they're beefing, but I don't know. I only see one from Metatron, then nothing from Hometeam.
No, but like so Metatron's covering this whole. He did the one that was on Carthage three months ago, right? But like all these papers that have been coming out recently, so Metatron's last few sets of videos have been about the fact that like the North African ancestry that most Afrocentrics, like he's covered. Basically, he's been doing the same shit Yeshua's been doing all year, right? But in his last few videos and whatnot, right? And so with Hometeam, like you got a lot of people going back and forth to watch the same channels and whatnot, right? And so going like ever since 3 months ago, people from Hometeam's been feeling the heat for the last 3 months period. Because like, hey, you know what I'm saying, you better go out there and start repping out black Carthage, what you shit, nigga, how black, you know what I'm saying, all this, and he's starting to. You can tell he's been trying to look into it. You know what I'm saying? He's starting to talk about genetics a little bit more of this, a little bit more of that, blah, blah, woo, woo. And the more he's jumping into it, the more he's like, damn, Metatron, like, is this nigga right? You know what I'm saying? Is North Africa not as black as we thought it was, or not as, like, again, air quotes, black as we thought it was the way they think about it, right? And so that's why I'm saying he's starting to sweat a little bit. You can tell it in his voice. He's like, he don't got that same confidence like he used to have. You know what I'm saying?
I wonder why he hasn't done videos on him. That's weird.
Because, bro, what do you say in defense of that? Like, so let's say your whole Afrocentric right now. What do you say in defense of this shit coming out right now?
Shoot, you're just gonna be as Afrocentric as you would in a regular video.
But you got to have something to spin it with, though, right? If this is your hustle, right? If this is how you make your money and whatnot, right? How do you pseudo it up? And sound halfway smart about it.
Shoot, just say it's black and that's
Bruh.
You know how they are.
No, but right. So this is, but here they're in a place now that they've never been in before, right? So like again, there's a mountain, like bro, this year has been a mountain of genetic papers shooting Afrocentrism in the face.
Yep.
Like this is a bad, like, so bro, that's what I'm saying. They're shook right now. He had her sound like Uncle them, bro. What you talking about?
Dang, it'd be nice to see a video of him going at Metatron, but I see
I don't know if he's going at Metatron. Like, I got, like, that's what I'm saying. There's a bunch of Afrocentrics that go at him or whatnot. Here's what I'm saying. I don't think Hometeam's been trying to respond because he's like, yo, I can't. I don't know how.
Well, at least he's wise enough to not speak on something he don't know. I'll give him that.
Bro, he's still trying to.
Because the other Afrocentrics do.
He's still trying to paper over shit and be like, hey, you can still do the Afrocentric stuff if you want to. You know what I'm saying? That's cool. Black.
He's still got some growing to do for sure. That is for sure.
He's still throwing up the Wakanda Forever shit right now. He about to throw up the X before he go off. I promise you. You shoot them. Fell asleep on it.
Empire, the Congo people, the Portuguese, man, this is a great story. So I have to look at the details, but basically the Portuguese attacked some region in Congo, and the Congo people were just kind of like, what are you doing? Why are you attacking this area? Blah, blah, blah. Like, because I think the Congo allowed Portuguese to have something. I have to look at the history. Like, I have all these notes, whatever. There's so much African history, man. Sometimes, I forget. But basically, so they defeated them in this battle, the Portuguese and their Bengala African allies, and so they enslaved them and sent them to Brazil. And the Congo king was just like, ain't no way you about to do that, because they took a lot of elite African people. The Portuguese did, and the Bengala. So he went, rallied an army, gathered his army together. He defeated the Portuguese, and then he told somebody in Europe, go get them and bring them back. and it happened. Like, it was crazy. It's a crazy story, but I forget his name. I'm actually doing a book. I'm writing a book on African kings, and so I'm gonna be talking about that soon. And he's in there. He's one of my favorite African kings, actually. And not a lot of people know about him. It's crazy.
He about to make a lot of money off that book.
We're up and down how different we are, but we're identical. Beyond okay, so Smelly, you African or you Nigerian? What ethnic group you from? Yeah, man. To me, like, yeah. Look, I respect all the different ethnic groups. Like, I respect that, humans, we want to be set apart. Like, we just want to feel special. I get it. And I'm not saying there's nothing, unique about different African ethnic groups. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that, like, we like to group ourselves. And it can be very unfortunate sometimes. But yeah, like, especially if you're a Niger Congo.
You said it. We just want to feel special.
You have the same story. You come from the same group. You just branched off at a certain point. And that kind of goes to what I was talking about earlier with the Tekakori woman. Apparently, from the genetic data, they diverged from a particular sub-Saharan group. Okay, so we have a Berber in here. We North Africans are Amazigh. We're not black. It never fails. Every time I talk about black Africans having agency in ancient North Africa.
You idiot. Everybody diverged from sub-Saharan Africans. Shut up. Shut the fuck up, man. God damn, you got 2 more minutes in this damn lightning round shit. The Takakori, they diverged from sub-Saharan Africans. Yeah, everybody did. Same goddamn time.
There's always some controversy.
70,000 fucking years ago.
Like, and they never, like, speak about what I'm actually talking about. Like, I'm not focusing about the Berbers. I'm focusing on black African people. I never said Berbers are black. And I'm not saying you're saying this. I don't know who you're referring to or if you're talking to me or not. But there's always controversy when it comes to me speaking about North Africa. Okay, you're Igbo, okay. But yeah, I always stated, North Africa has always been diverse. When I speak about Africa, I talk about the black African agent. Yeah, so Maury, Amazigh, I'm not challenging any of that information at all. I'm just saying we have a tendency to ignore the agency of black African people in ancient North Africa. Oh, my bad. So I'm muted right now?
What does that even mean? What does that even mean?
Yeah, please let me know. If you can.
Nigga, 4 hours later, I still don't even know, bro.
You work for a second, okay. Yeah, I'm doing it on my phone and somebody was calling me, so I think it kind of muted it.
You don't even believe in agency. You got done. Earlier you was talking about people with fucking video game companies can't make the game that they want to fucking make. You don't believe in fucking agency at all, so shut the fuck up.
That's what got us fucked up now. The show would have been over had we not gone on that tangent that got us all fucked up. That's my fault too, because he got me all fucked up, bro. That's all my fault. I'll take responsibility for that.
Yeah, we get a badass Japanese samurai depiction in a damn video game, and you crying about it. What a bitch. What they say, black folks can't have shit.
I think this is the longest live I've done, man. Like, I appreciate everything you guys are contributing. But all right, guys, man, I gotta head out pretty soon. I think my daughter's getting up right now, so all right, guys.
All right, so we're done with the Afro Grifter. The Afro Grifter, he's gonna write a book. You all gonna go buy it and shit. Be happy and shit, because he said just at the end, we all want to feel special. He's gonna make y'all feel real special with that book and sell 1 million copies. Go move with and do a movie with Ron Dalton in fucking Africa.
That they won't release because, you know what I'm saying, they oppressed the Hamites of Israelites in Africa, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I gotta go to bed, y'all.
All right, shalom, right. Peace.
Peace.
Yeah. Sound good to me. This sound hard. Something funky people gon' dance to. Give the record a second and a chance to. Hitting people like a scene of amazement. While they slipping back, my feet just planted in the pavement. Crumble like I never do. So now I'm looking dead at you. You listen to the knowledge of a scholar. You say how I breathe, tell them holla holla. I'm the E-double, and I proclaim my name. Straight up, good gang, peeps all game. I'm like a rhino, running through the roughest pack. They figure I'm a trigger happy nigga, so they step back. Breathe. The microphone is who lasts the longest and who's the strongest. It ain't a game, it's plain to see. You listen to the sounds of breathe. There ain't no future in your front. I never got caught with a kilo, and if you ever do, yo, will never be with me, yo. Serve it in the Cherokee, or maybe it's a Geo. Black on black Benzo, we'll get it up amigo. Never have to worry about my posse getting jumped, cause if we ever do, yo, TB, pop the trunk. Cause we don't go for playing, wanna play, go grab a ball. When I'm on the mic, I ain't for playing, not at all. Cause I clock 10 G's a week, booming at my peak. Always see E sober, but I do get geek. I can give you a job, a place to eat. Hardy, meet your homeboy Marty at a B.O.B. party taking over. Barking like a dog named Rover. I'm picking suckers like a 4-leaf clover. They biting lyrics on the mic, they some cobras. So now they saying egg breeders get no. That ain't no future in your front. There ain't no future in your front. I'm the B, the R to the double E-D, and down with my homie G-A-S-N-O-E, and suckers causing static cause they still be disagreeing. I don't give a, cause I'm from F-L-I-N-T in a city where pity runs slow. If you ever shoot through my city, now you know, cause we a strictly business and we also got a pride. And if you don't like it, I suggest you break wide. Suckers study looking for the ammo in the wire, thinking that illegal is the best one, so they die. I ain't got time to see a fiend out, to give up all his money and to give up what he got. That's the way I am, MC Bree cannot be different. Never change the ways for the world or the government. If I was the president, then I would state facts. You leave it up to me, I paint the White House black and ain't no future in your front. There ain't no future in your front. Yeah, I got dollars in my pocket, not from rolling. If I was a fiend, then my gold would be stolen. Put my name Breed on everything I own. And when I get my Jeep, I'm putting Breed on the chrome. Shine it up good, kick it through my neighborhood. Motorola phone, fat rims in a Kenwood. Put the kid around it, and then I'll have it drop. Just because the rotten people think I'm selling rocks, but ain't no future in your front. There ain't no future in your front. Yo, Flash, man, drop that, man. Why don't you drop that? To the rules of the world. Live my life raw cause I never liked the law. Wear top 10s on my ass, use jeans. Selling big gates and tit for tat to the fiends. Clock much dollars but I never break a sweat. Time to move out, my posse saying, you got my back and I got yours. What time is it? Tear down the door. There ain't no future in your front. Never was, girl. There ain't no future in your front. Yo, well, let's start this party up, right? Kick out that fat dance.